The government of the world must be entrusted to satisfied nations, who wished nothing more for themselves than what they had. If the world government were in the hands of hungry nations, there would always be danger. But none of us had any reason to seek for anything more. The peace would be kept by peoples who lived in their own way and were not ambitious. Our power placed us above the rest. We were like rich men dwelling at peace within their habitations. Winston Churchill. Introduction. History does not come neatly packaged into distinct periods, but by imposing such a structure upon it, we can sometimes gain clarity without doing too much violence to the facts. One such period was initiated with the Second World War, a new phase in world affairs in which the United States was the hegemonic power in a system of world order. Harvard government professor and foreign policy advisor, Samuel Huntington. This phase was visibly drawing to a close in the 1970s, as the state capitalist world moved towards a tripolar structure with economic power centered in the United States, Japan, and the German-based European community. As for the Soviet Union, the military build-up initiated after Soviet weakness was dramatically revealed during the Cuban Missile Crisis was beginning to level off. Moscow's capacity to influence and coerce, always far inferior to that of the hegemonic power, was continuing to decline from its late 1950s peak. Furthermore, internal pressures were mounting as the economy stagnated, unable to enter a new phase of post-industrial modernization, and as broader sectors of the population demonstrated their unwillingness to submit to totalitarian constraints. Plainly, Europe and Japan posed a greater potential threat to U.S. dominance than the fading Soviet Union. These developments were reasonably clear by the late 1970s, but a different conception was needed as a rationale for the policies then being implemented to maintain U.S. global dominance and to provide a needed shot in the arm to high-technology industry, the picture of a fearsome Soviet Union marching from strength to strength and posing an awesome challenge to Western civilization. These illusions lacked credibility at the time, and became completely unsustainable through the next decade. Meanwhile, the observations of the preceding paragraph have become virtual truisms. Point 1. This pattern has been standard through the post-war era and, in fact, it illustrates far more general regularities of statecraft and the ideological structures that accompany it. As if by reflex, state managers plead security to justify their programs. The plea rarely survives scrutiny. We regularly find that security threats are contrived and, once contrived for other purposes, sometimes believed to induce a reluctant public to accept overseas adventures or costly intervention in the domestic economy. The factors that have typically driven policy in the post-war period are the need to impose or maintain a global system that will serve state power and the closely linked interests of the masters of the private economy, and to ensure its viability by means of public subsidy and a state-guaranteed market. The highly ramified Pentagon system has been the major instrument for achieving these goals at home and abroad, always on the pretext of defense against the Soviet menace. To a significant extent, the threat of the Soviet Union and other enemies has risen or declined as these ends require. Point 2. Strategic theory and the policy sciences are supple instruments, rarely at a loss to provide the required argument and analysis to buttress the conclusion of the moment. We can, then, identify a period from World War II, continuing into the 1970s, in which the US dominated much of the world, confronting a rival superpower of considerably more limited reach. We may adopt conventional usage and refer to this as the Cold War era, as long as we are careful not to carry along, without reflection, the ideological baggage devised to shape understanding in the interests of domestic power. One of the themes of the chapters that follow is the significance and implications of these changes in the world order, but with a particular focus, with regard to U.S. policies and those most affected by them. There is a striking imbalance in the post-Cold War international system. The economic order is tripolar, but the military order is not. The United States remains the only power with the will and the capacity to exercise force on a global scale even more freely than before, with the fading of the Soviet deterrent. But the US no longer enjoys the preponderance of economic power that had enabled it to maintain an aggressive and interventionist military posture since World War II. Military power not backed by a comparable economic base has its limits as a means of coercion and domination. It may well inspire adventurism, a tendency to lead with one's strength, possibly with catastrophic consequences. These features of the international system have been manifest in the varying reactions of the industrial powers to the collapse of the Soviet Empire, and in the early post-Cold War U.S. military operations, the invasion of Panama and the response to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. In the latter case, just unfolding as these words are written, the tension between economic tripolarity and military unipolarity is particularly evident. Despite the very hazardous possible consequences of military conflict, the virtually instinctive U.S. government reaction was to direct the confrontation to the arena of force, undercutting possible diplomatic opportunities and even expressing deep concern that others might be tempted to seek to defuse the crisis by diplomatic means, achieving the goals sought generally by the international community but without a decisive demonstration of the effectiveness of U.S. military power and resolve. Point 3. In the evolving world order, the comparative advantage of the United States lies in military force, in which it ranks supreme. Diplomacy and international law have always been regarded as an annoying encumbrance, unless they can be used to advantage against an enemy. Every active player in world affairs professes to seek only peace and to prefer negotiations to violence and coercion, even Hitler, but when the veil is lifted, we commonly see that diplomacy is understood as a disguise for the rule of force. With the current configuration of U.S. strengths and weaknesses, the temptation to transfer problems quickly to the arena of forceful confrontation is likely to be strong. Furthermore, though the United States cannot regain the economic supremacy of an earlier period, it is committed to maintaining its status as the sole military superpower, with no probable contestant for that role. One consequence will be exacerbation of domestic economic difficulties, another, a renewed temptation to go it alone in relying on the threat of force rather than diplomacy. The Gulf conflict brought these issues to the fore. Aside from Britain, which has its own interests in Kuwait, the other major industrial powers showed little interest in military confrontation. The reaction in Washington was ambivalent. War is dangerous. Defusing the crisis without a demonstration of the efficacy of force is also an unwanted outcome. As for the costs, plainly it would be advantageous for them to be shared, but not at the price of sacrificing the role of lone enforcer. These conflicting concerns led to a sharp elite split over the tactical choice between preparation for war and reliance on sanctions, with the administration holding to the former course. In the past, the United States and its clients have often found themselves politically weak, that is, lacking popular support in some region targeted for intervention, though militarily and economically strong, a formula commonly used on all sides. Under such conditions, it is natural to prefer military force, terror, and economic warfare to the peaceful means dictated by international law. With lagging economic strength, the temptation to resort to force is only heightened. It is fitting that the first two occasions for the use of force in this, partially, new era should have been in Central America and the Gulf. Political analysts and advisors often draw a distinction between our needs and our wants, the former exemplified by the Middle East, with its incomparable energy resources, the latter by Central America, of no major strategic or economic significance, but a domain in which the U.S. rules by tradition. In the case of mere wants, tactical preferences may vary. Our needs in the Middle East, it is regularly argued, legitimate extreme measures to preserve U.S. dominance and to ensure that no independent indigenous force, or foreign power, had this been a serious possibility in the post-war era, might gain substantial influence over the production and distribution of the region's petroleum resources. To the extent feasible, these are to be dominated by the United States, its allies, and regional clients, and its oil corporations, a doctrine that might virtually be regarded as axiom one of international affairs. I suggested in writing about this matter in the mid-1970s, at the time of the first oil crisis. Point 4. These features of the international system also have their conventional expression: the United States must bear the burden of enforcing good behavior worldwide, and so on. But such ideological fetters must be removed if there is to be any hope of gaining a realistic understanding of what lies ahead. There is, indeed, a new world order taking shape, marked by the diffusion of power in U.S. domains and the collapse of the Russian Empire and the tyranny at its heart. These developments leave the U.S. as the overwhelmingly dominant military force and offer the three economic power centers the attractive prospect of incorporating the former Soviet system into their third world domains. These must still be controlled, sometimes by force. This has been the responsibility of the United States, but with its relative economic decline, the task becomes a harder one to shoulder. One reaction is that the U.S. must persist in its historic task, while turning to others to pay the bills. Testifying before Congress, Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger explained that the emerging New World Order will be based on a kind of new invention in the practice of diplomacy. Others will pay the costs of U.S. intervention to keep order. A respected commentator on international economic affairs describes the Gulf crisis as a watershed event in U.S. international relations, which will be seen in history as having turned the U.S. military into an internationally financed public good, an internationally financed police force. While some Americans will question the morality of the U.S. military assuming a more explicitly mercenary role than it has played in the past, in the 1990s there is no realistic alternative. The tacit assumption is that the public welfare is to be identified with the welfare of the Western industrial powers, and particularly their domestic elites. 5. The financial editor of a leading conservative daily puts the essential point less delicately: we must exploit our virtual monopoly in the security market, as a lever to gain funds and economic concessions from German-led Europe and Japan. The US has cornered the West's security market and others lack the political will to challenge the U.S. in this market. We will therefore be the world's rent-a-cops and will be able to charge handsomely for the service. The term rent-a-thug would be less flattering but more appropriate. Some will call us Hessians, the author continues, but that's a terribly demeaning phrase for a proud, well-trained, well-financed, and well-respected military, and whatever anyone may say, we should be able to pound our fists on a few desks in Japan and Europe, and extract a fair price for our considerable services, demanding that our rivals buy our bonds at cheap rates, or keep the dollar propped up, or better yet, pay cash directly into our treasury. We could change this role of enforcer, he concludes, but with it would go much of our control over the world economic system. 6. This conception, while rarely put so bluntly, is widely held in one or another form, and captures an essential element of the administration reaction to the Gulf crisis. It implies that the U.S. should continue to take on the grim task of imposing order and stability, meaning proper respect for the masters, with the acquiescence and support of the other industrial powers along with riches funneled to the U.S. via the dependent oil-producing monarchies. Parallel domestic developments add another dimension to the picture. Studies by the U.S. Labor Department and others predict serious shortages of skilled labor, everything from scientists and managers to technicians and typists, as the educational system deteriorates, part of the collapse of infrastructure accelerated by Reaganite social and economic policies. The tendency may be mitigated by modification of immigration laws to encourage a brain drain, but that is not likely to prove adequate. The predicted result is that the cost of skilled labor will rise and transnational corporations will transfer research, product development and design, marketing, and other such operations elsewhere. For the growing underclass, opportunities will still be available as Hessians. It takes little imagination to picture the consequences if such expectations, not inevitable, but also not unrealistic, are indeed realized. 7. All of these questions arise, in various ways, in the chapters that follow. The successes of the popular movements of Eastern and Central Europe are a historic achievement in the unending struggle for freedom and democracy throughout the world. Throughout history, such successes have elicited efforts to institute order and docility and thus to contain and deter the threat to privilege. The modalities range from large-scale violence to more subtle devices of control, particularly in more democratic societies. These include the structuring of values and operative choices 8 and measures to control thought and opinion, what we call propaganda in the case of enemy states. The concept of thought control in democratic societies, or, for that matter, the structuring of options in a democratic society by hierarchic and coercive private institutions, seems contradictory on its face. A society is democratic to the extent that its citizens play a meaningful role in managing public affairs. If their thought is controlled, or their options are narrowly restricted, then evidently they are not playing a meaningful role. Only the controllers, and those they serve, are doing so. The rest is a sham, formal motions without meaning. So, a contradiction. Nevertheless, there has been a major current of intellectual opinion to the contrary, holding that thought control is essential precisely in societies that are more free and democratic, even when institutional means effectively restrict the options available in practice. Such ideas and their implementation are perhaps more advanced in the United States than anywhere else, a reflection of the fact that it is in important respects the most free society in the world. The interplay of freedom and control is a second theme of the chapters that follow, addressed from several perspectives. The opening and concluding chapters contain some general observations on the points just outlined. Chapters 2 through 7 survey the range of prospects and problems facing the U.S. leadership, and active and engaged segments of the public, under the partially new conditions now taking shape. The remaining chapters consider the operative concept of democracy, and the attitude towards popular movements and independence, as revealed in concrete situations and background thinking. Examples are drawn primarily from Central America and early post-war Europe, but could easily be extended to other regions, the policies being quite general, with stable institutional roots. An afterword, added in November 1991, reviews the events in the Gulf and their aftermath, placing them within the setting of the stable institutional factors that guide domestic and foreign policy. I have discussed these topics in a number of books, to which I would like to refer as general background where specific details and documentation are not provided below. Point 9. The material here is based in part on articles in Zeta, Z, magazine from 1988, generally excerpted from longer unpublished manuscripts, or from talks through the same period, some appearing in a different form in conference proceedings. These have been edited and revised to reduce overlap, with considerable new material added. December 1990. 1. Cold War, Fact and Fancy. The great event of the current era is commonly taken to be the end of the Cold War, and the great question before us therefore is, what comes next? To answer this question, we have to begin by clarifying what the Cold War has been. There are two ways to approach this prior question. One is simply to accept the conventional interpretation, the second is to look at the historical facts. As is often the case, the two approaches yield rather different answers. 1. The Cold War as ideological construct. According to the conventional understanding, the Cold War has been a confrontation between two superpowers. We then find several variants. The orthodox version, which is overwhelmingly dominant, holds that the driving factor in the Cold War has been virulent Soviet aggressiveness, which the United States sought to contain. On one side of the conflict, we have a nightmare, on the other, the defender of freedom, to borrow the terms of the ultra-right John Birch Society, right-wing fundamentalist preachers, and liberal American intellectuals, who responded with awe and acclaim when these words were used by Václav Havel in addressing Congress in 1990.1. A critical variant argues that the perception of a Soviet threat was exaggerated, the dangers were less extreme than we thought. U.S. policies, while noble in intent, were based on misunderstanding and analytic error. A still sharper critique holds that the superpower confrontation resulted from an interaction in which the United States also played a role, for some analysts, a major role, and that the contrast is not simply one of nightmare versus defense of freedom, but is more complex in Central America and the Caribbean, for example. According to all variants, the essential doctrines guiding U.S. policy have been containment and deterrence, or, more ambitiously, rollback. And the Cold War is now at an end, with the capitulation of one antagonist the aggressor throughout, according to the orthodox version. The orthodox version is sketched in stark and vivid terms in what is widely recognized to be the basic U.S. Cold War document, NSC 68 in April 1950, shortly before the Korean War, announcing that the Cold War is in fact a real war in which the survival of the free world is at stake too. It merits attention, both as an early expression of the conventional understanding in its orthodox variant and for insights into historical realities that lie beyond these ideological constructs. The basic structure of the argument has the childlike simplicity of a fairy tale. There are two forces in the world, at opposite poles. In one corner we have absolute evil, in the other, sublimity. There can be no compromise between them. The diabolical force, by its very nature, must seek total domination of the world. Therefore it must be overcome, uprooted, and eliminated so that the virtuous champion of all that is good may survive to perform his exalted works. The fundamental design of the Kremlin, NSC 68 author Paul Nitze explains, is the complete subversion or forcible destruction of the machinery of government and structure of society in every corner of the world that is not yet subservient to and controlled from the Kremlin. The implacable purpose of the slave state is to eliminate the challenge of freedom everywhere. The compulsion of the Kremlin demands total power over all men in the slave state itself, and absolute authority over the rest of the world. The force of evil is inescapably militant, so that no accommodation or peaceful settlement is even thinkable. In contrast, the fundamental purpose of the United States is to assure the integrity and vitality of our free society, which is founded upon the dignity and worth of the individual, and to safeguard these values throughout the world. Our free society is marked by marvelous diversity, deep tolerance, lawfulness, a commitment to create and maintain an environment in which every individual has the opportunity to realize his creative powers. It does not fear, it welcomes diversity and derives its strength from its hospitality even to antipathetic ideas. The system of values which animates our society includes the principles of freedom, tolerance, the importance of the individual and the supremacy of reason over will. The essential tolerance of our world outlook, our generous and constructive impulses, and the absence of covetousness in our international relations are assets of potentially enormous influence, particularly among those who have been lucky enough to experience these qualities at first hand, as in Latin America, which has benefited so much from our long-continuing endeavors to create and now develop the inter-American system. The conflict between the forces of light and darkness is momentous, involving the fulfillment or destruction not only of this republic but of civilization itself. The assault on free institutions is worldwide, and imposes on us, in our own interests, the responsibility of world leadership. We must seek to foster a world environment in which the American system can survive and flourish. Since a defeat of free institutions anywhere is a defeat everywhere, no corner of the world, however tiny and insignificant, can escape our ministrations. And surely the idea that Germany or Japan or other important areas can exist as islands of neutrality in a divided world is unreal, given the Kremlin design for world domination. 5 years after the USSR was virtually annihilated by the Axis powers, they must be reconstituted within a US-dominated alliance committed to the final elimination of the Soviet system that they failed to destroy. Given that the integrity and vitality of our system is in greater jeopardy than ever before in our history, even in the darkest days of the War of Independence or when British troops captured Washington in 1814, it is clear that serious measures are in order. In fact, military spending nearly quadrupled shortly after, on the pretext that the invasion of South Korea was the first step in the Kremlin conquest of the world despite the lack of compelling evidence, then or now, for Russian initiative in this phase of the complex struggle over the fate of Korea. The memorandum calls for a huge increase in armaments, while recognizing that the slave state was far weaker than the champion of freedom by any measure. Relevant data are presented in such a way as to obscure direct comparisons and selected to exaggerate the enemy's strength, the standard pattern throughout the Cold War era. 3 Nevertheless, even the data presented show the US military budget to be double that of the USSR and its economic power 4 times as great, while in this early stage of rebuilding their far more powerful economies, the European allies alone already matched the Soviet Union along with its satellites. Despite the disparity between the two opposite poles in economic level and military force, the slave state has enormous advantages. Being so backward, it can do more with less. Its weakness is its strength, the ultimate weapon. It is both midget and Superman, far behind us by every measure but with a formidable capacity to act with the widest tactical latitude, with stealth and speed, with extraordinary flexibility, a highly effective military machine and great coercive power. Another problem is that the evil enemy finds a receptive audience, in the free world, particularly Asia. To defend Europe and protect the freedom that has traditionally reigned in Africa, Asia, and Latin America from the Kremlin design, we must therefore vastly increase military spending and adopt a strategy aimed at the breakup and collapse of the Soviet Union. Our military forces are dangerously inadequate, because our responsibility is world control. In contrast, the far weaker Soviet military forces greatly exceed their limited defensive needs. Nothing that had happened in the past years suggested that the USSR might face some security problems, in contrast to us, with our vulnerability to powerful enemies everywhere. We need vast military forces not only for protection against disaster but also to support our foreign policy, though for public relations purposes, emphasis should be given to the essentially defensive character of the military build-up. Public relations aside, our actual stance must be aggressive in the conflict which has been imposed upon us. Given the Kremlin design for world domination, a necessary feature of the slave state, we cannot accept the existence of the enemy but must foster the seeds of destruction within the Soviet system and hasten its decay by all means short of war, which is too dangerous for us. We must avoid negotiations, except as a device to placate public opinion, because any agreements would reflect present realities and would therefore be unacceptable, if not disastrous, to the United States and the rest of the free world, though after the success of a rollback strategy we may negotiate a settlement with the Soviet Union, or a successor state or states. To achieve these essential goals, we must overcome weaknesses in our society, such as the excesses of a permanently open mind, the excess of tolerance, and dissent among us. We will have to learn to distinguish between the necessity for tolerance and the necessity for just suppression, a crucial feature of the democratic way. It is particularly important to insulate our labor unions, civic enterprises, schools, churches, and all media for influencing opinion from the evil work of the Kremlin, which seeks to subvert them and make them sources of confusion in our economy, our culture, and our body politic. Increased taxes are also necessary, along with reduction of federal expenditures for purposes other than defense and foreign assistance, if necessary by the deferment of certain desirable programs. These military Keynesian policies, it is suggested, are likely to stimulate the domestic economy as well. Indeed, they may serve to prevent a decline in economic activity of serious proportions. A large measure of sacrifice and discipline will be demanded of the American people, and they also must give up some of the benefits they enjoy as we assume the mantle of world leadership and overcome the economic recession, already in progress, by positive governmental programs to subsidize advanced industry through the military system. Notice that the noble purpose of the free society and the evil design of the slave state are innate properties, which derive from their very nature. Hence the actual historical and documentary record is not relevant to assessing the validity of these doctrines. Accordingly, it is unfair to criticize the memorandum on the grounds that no evidence is presented to support its conclusions, and to question such locutions as "it is apparent from the preceding sections," or "it has been shown above," on the same grounds. As a matter of logic, no empirical evidence is required. Pure thought suffices to establish the required truths. In public discourse the same conceptions reigned, and still do. A characteristic expression of the conventional understanding is given by William Hyland, editor of Foreign Affairs, in the lead article of the spring 1990 issue. For the past 50 years American foreign policy has been formed in response to the threat posed by this country's opponents and enemies. In virtually every year since Pearl Harbor, the United States has been engaged either in war or in confrontation. Now, for the first time in half a century, the United States has the opportunity to reconstruct its foreign policy free of most of the constraints and pressures of the Cold War. Since 1941 the United States has been fully entangled. Now as we move into a new era, a yearning for American non-entanglement may be returning in various guises. Can America at long last come home? The United States does in fact enjoy the luxury of some genuine choices for the first time since 1945. America and its allies have won the Cold War. Thus, we had no genuine choices when we invaded South Vietnam, overthrew the democratic capitalist government of Guatemala in 1954 and have maintained the rule of murderous gangsters ever since, ran by far the most extensive international terror operations in history against Cuba from the early 1960s and Nicaragua through the 1980s, sought to assassinate Lumumba and installed and maintained the brutal and corrupt Mobutu dictatorship, backed Trujillo, Somoza, Marcos, Duvalier, the generals of the Southern Cone, Suharto, the racist rulers of Southern Africa, and a whole host of other major criminals, and on, and on. We could do nothing else, given the threat to our existence. But now the enemy has retreated, so we can perhaps satisfy our yearning for non-entanglement in the affairs of others, though, as others add, our yearning for democracy may yet impel us to persist in our noble endeavors in defense of freedom. With choices available for the first time, we can turn to constructive programs for the Third World, as liberal humanists urge, or leave the undeserving poor to wallow in their misery, the conservative position. Expressing the more caring liberal view, Thomas Schoenbaum, Executive Director of the Dean Rusk Center of International and Comparative Law at the University of Georgia, calls for more finely tuned and differentiated policies in the complex and heterogeneous areas of the Third World. Constrained by the overwhelming imperative of resisting Soviet aggression throughout the world, we have been unable to develop such policies. But now, perhaps, we have reached the end of the Cold War and the good guys won. We may therefore hope that the Soviets will mute their long-standing campaign to support communist revolutions and totalitarian regimes in the Third World, so that the US may be able to abandon its traditional posture that priority should be given to stopping communist expansion and adopt more positive policies. 5. In other respects too the public record conforms to the conventions of NSC 68. In particular, it is widely recognized that the very existence of the Soviet Union constitutes aggression. Diplomatic historian John Lewis Gaddis, one of the most respected figures of liberal scholarship on the Cold War, explains that the Allied intervention immediately after the Bolshevik Revolution was defensive in nature, and for Woodrow Wilson, was inspired above all else by his fervent desire to secure self-determination in Russia by forceful installation of the rulers we select. The invasion was defensive because it was in response to a profound and potentially far-reaching intervention by the new Soviet government in the internal affairs, not just of the West, but of virtually every country in the world, namely, the revolution's challenge which could hardly have been more categorical to the very survival of the capitalist order. The security of the United States was in danger already in 1917, not just in 1950, and intervention was therefore entirely warranted in defense against the change of the social order in Russia and the announcement of revolutionary intentions. 6. Gaddis's contemporary evaluation recapitulates the immediate Western reaction to the Bolshevik Revolution. It was articulated by DeWitt C. Poole, American counselor of the embassy in Russia, in a memorandum for Secretary of State Lansing entitled Concerning the Purposes of the Bolsheviki, especially with respect to a world revolution. Poole wrote that the vital problem for the United States was to steer the world between the Scylla of reaction on the one hand and the Charybdis of Bolshevism on the other. The Charybdis of Bolshevism, however, is the more ominous threat, because it is the essence of the Bolshevik movement that it is international and not national in character, aimed directly at the subversion of all governments. 7. In practice, the Scylla of reaction must be preferred with regrets, among liberals if the passage is too narrow. Similarly, Oxford historian Norman Stone takes the position that elaborate debate over the origins of the Cold War is beside the point, because the very character of the Soviet state was one of the greatest single causes of the Cold War in the 1940s. The test of Soviet intentions is its withdrawal from Eastern Europe and reduction of armaments to defensive armaments, proper to its own economic level, thus far below the West, which, furthermore, need not be limited to defensive armaments except in the expansive sense of defense that interprets every act of violence as defense of legitimate interests. 8 Note that the issue is not the desirability of the breakup of the Soviet internal and foreign empires or of radical reduction of armaments, but rather the conception of the Cold War and the Western defensive response to the very character of the Soviet state. Much the same perception holds at the left extreme of mainstream opinion. Senior editor Hendrik Hertzberg of the New Republic, who is at the outer limits, writes, revisionist quibbles aside, the basic cause of the Cold War was totalitarianism, more precisely, totalitarian ambition. Internally, Soviet totalitarianism imposed an all-powerful, all-seeing, perfectly wise state that would answer every human need and would therefore obviate and obliterate every competing human institution. Its external manifestation was a belief that all other social and political systems, judged by the standard of historical inevitability, were inferior and destined to die. In short, the basic cause of the Cold War was the internal nature of the Soviet system and its faith in its ultimate success as history unfolded, an ideological challenge that could not be tolerated. 9. The underlying assumption is that the U.S. system of social organization and power, and the ideology that accompanies it, must be universal. Anything short of that is unacceptable. No challenge can be tolerated, even faith in the historical inevitability of something different. That being the case, every action taken by the United States to extend its system and ideology is defensive. We may put aside revisionist quibbles about the events of history, now that their irrelevance has been demonstrated. Journalism adopts the same stance as a matter of course. Thus, a Washington Post news story on defense spending observes that with the fading of the Soviet threat, the world has entered a new era. After 40 years of containing an aggressive and expansionist Soviet Union, we must now rethink the doctrine of containment that organized our Western security strategy to protect the world from an expansionist and hostile Soviet bloc. 10 That we have been laboring to protect the entire world from Soviet aggression is uncontroversial, a truism that requires no evidence or even comment. The nobility of the defender of freedom is also standard intellectual fare. Thus, according to Michael Howard, Regius Professor of Modern History at Oxford, for 200 years the United States has preserved almost unsullied the original ideals of the Enlightenment, the belief in the God-given rights of the individual, the inherent rights of free assembly and free speech, the blessings of free enterprise, the perfectibility of man, and, above all, the universality of these values. In this nearly ideal society, the influence of elites is quite limited. But the world, he laments, does not appreciate this magnificence. The United States does not enjoy the place in the world that it should have earned through its achievements, its generosity, and its goodwill since World War II. 11 As illustrated in such contemporary paradises as Indochina, the Dominican Republic, the Philippines, El Salvador, and Guatemala, to mention a few of the many candidates, just as belief in the God-given rights of the individual and the universality of this doctrine for 200 years is illustrated by a century of literal human slavery and effective disenfranchisement of blacks, for another century, genocidal assaults on the native population, the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of Filipinos at the turn of the century, of millions of Indochinese, of some 200,000 Central Americans in the past decade, and a host of other examples. Again, mere fact is an irrelevance in the domain of pure thought. To take another example from the field of scholarship, consider the study of the Vietnam trauma by Paul Kattenberg, one of the few early dissenters on Vietnam within the U.S. government and now Jacobson Professor of Public Affairs at the University of South Carolina. 12 Kattenberg is concerned to identify the salient features central to the American tradition and experience which have made the United States perform its superpower role in what we might term a particularistic way. He holds that principles and ideals hold a cardinal place in the U.S. national ethos and crucially distinguish U.S. performance in the superpower role. These principles and ideals were laid down by the Founding Fathers, those pure geniuses of detached contemplation, and were refined by subsequent leading figures of thought and action from John Adams to Theodore Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, and Franklin Roosevelt. The principles were tested and retested in the process of settling the continent, healing the North-South breach, developing the economy from the wilderness in the spirit of free enterprise, and fighting World Wars I and II, not so much for interests as for the survival of the very principles by which most Americans were guiding their lives. It is this unique legacy that explains the way Americans act in the superpower role, which they approached devoid of artifice or deception, with the mindset of an emancipator. In such a mindset, one need not feel or act superior, or believe one is imposing one's ethos or values on others, since one senses naturally that others cannot doubt the emancipator's righteous cause any more than his capacities. In this respect, the American role as superpower, particularly in the early post-war years, is very analogous to the role that can be attributed to a professor, mentor, or other type of emancipator. Thus, the professor is obviously capable and he is clearly disinterested. Moreover, like the American superpower, the professor does not control the lives or destinies of his students, they remain free to come or go. It will help us understand America's performance and psychology as a superpower, and the whys and wherefores of its Indochina involvement, if we bear in mind this analogy of the American performance in the superpower role with that of the benevolent but clearly egocentric professor, dispensing emancipation through knowledge of both righteousness and the right way to the deprived students of the world. This is not intended as irony or caricature, but is presented seriously, taken seriously, and is not untypical of what we find in the literature not at the lunatic fringe, but at the respectable and moderately dissident end of the mainstream spectrum. That being the case, it is only natural that James Reston, long the leading political thinker of the New York Times, should say at his retirement, "I don't think there's anything in the history of the world to compare with the commitments this country has taken in defense of freedom." While at his post, Reston had performed yeoman service in the cause of freedom, as when he took pride in the U.S. contribution to the huge slaughter in Indonesia in 1965, and explained in properly somber tones, as U.S. military force was demolishing what was left of the South Vietnamese countryside in late 1967, that this was being done on the principle that military power shall not compel South Vietnam to do what it does not want to do, out of our loyalty to the deepest conviction of Western civilization, namely, that the individual belongs not to the state but to his creator, and thus has rights that no magistrate or political force may violate. 13. The official doctrine as provided by government spokesmen, the media, political commentary, and a broad range of scholarship is illustrated, for example, in the report of the National Bipartisan, Kissinger, Commission on Central America, the international purposes of the United States in the late 20th century are cooperation, not hegemony or domination, partnership, not confrontation, a decent life for all, not exploitation. Walter Laqueur and Charles Krothamer write, unlike the Soviet Union, the U.S. does not want to convert anyone to a specific political, social, or economic system. Samuel Huntington informs us that the overall effect of American power on other societies was to further liberty, pluralism, and democracy. The conflict between American power and American principles virtually disappears when it is applied to the American impact on other societies. Krothamer, a much respected neoliberal, assures us further that every U.S. president from FDR to LBJ aimed at promotion abroad of both freedom and world order, a mission revived in the Reagan Doctrine, which provided a coherent policy of support for those who are risking their lives on every continent from Afghanistan to Nicaragua to defy Soviet-supported aggression. Ronald Reagan, quoted with admiration and approval, and committed the U.S. not only to freedom and human rights, but also to constructing American-style socio-political systems in the Third World, though without wanting to convert anyone to a specific political, social, or economic system, consistency being as important as fact for the vocation of the Commissar. 14. These conventions are so widely observed that further citation is unnecessary. A notable feature throughout is the lack of any felt need to justify the flattering doctrine that in the Third World, the U.S. has sought only to thwart the Russians and their totalitarian goals while upholding its lofty principles as best it can in these grim and trying circumstances. The reasoning is that of NSC 68, these are necessary truths, established by conceptual analysis alone. Scholars who profess a tough-minded realistic outlook, scorning sentimentality and emotion, are willing to concede that the facts of history hardly illustrate the commitment of the United States to, as Hans Morgenthau puts it, its transcendent purpose, the establishment of equality in freedom in America, and indeed throughout the world, since the arena within which the United States must defend and promote its purpose has become worldwide. But the facts are irrelevant, because, as Morgenthau hastens to explain, to adduce them is to confound the abuse of reality with reality itself. Reality is the unachieved national purpose revealed by the evidence of history as our minds reflect it, while the actual historical record is merely the abuse of reality, an insignificant artifact. 15 The conventional understanding is therefore self-justifying, immune to external critique. Though the sophistication of traditional theology is lacking, the similarity of themes and style is striking. It reveals the extent to which worship of the state has become a secular religion for which the intellectuals serve as priesthood. The more primitive sectors of Western culture go further, fostering forms of idolatry in which such sacred symbols as the flag become an object of forced veneration, and the state is called upon to punish any insult to them and to compel children to pledge their devotion daily, while God and state are almost indissolubly linked in public ceremony and discourse, as in James Reston's musings on our devotion to the will of the Creator. It is perhaps not surprising that such crude fanaticism rises to such an extreme in the United States, as an antidote to the unique freedom from state coercion that has been achieved by popular struggle. 16. 2. The Cold War as historical process. The second approach to the Cold War era is based on the idea that logic alone does not suffice, facts also matter. If so, then to understand the Cold War era we should look at the events that constitute it. Pursuing this course, which seems not entirely unreasonable, we find a more complex and interesting picture, which bears only a partial resemblance to the conventional understanding. The same method of inquiry suggests several reasons why the post-Cold War era may prove to be much like what came before, at least for its regular victims, apart from tactics and propaganda. Needless to say, if we define the Cold War as involving nothing beyond a confrontation of two superpowers, with their allies and clients tailing along, it follows trivially that that is precisely what it was, and that with the withdrawal of the USSR from the conflict, it ended with a victory for the US side. The question, however, is how to interpret the Cold War era, and plainly that question is not answered by begging it. 17 Rather, we want to look into the contours, character, driving forces, and motives, and major effects of the bipolar world system that emerged from World War II. These are significant historical phenomena, worthy of study. Just how the East-West conflict finds its place in this matrix is a matter for discovery, not stipulation, at least, if our goal is understanding. An understanding of the Cold War era requires an account not only of the actual events, but also of the factors that lie behind them. The documentary record of planning becomes relevant here. We will want to know how far policy was determined by specific features of the Cold War era, and how far it merely adapted persistent institutional demands to new conditions. To answer these questions, we will naturally ask how the typical events of the Cold War, and the underlying motives, compare with standard practice and thinking before and since. It is also necessary to account for the prevailing ideological constructions and their functions, including the conventional understanding of the Cold War, insofar as it departs from reality. Approaching the Cold War era with these considerations in mind, we find that the superpower conflict of the conventional portrayal has been real enough, but is only a fraction of the truth. Reality protrudes when we look at the typical events and practices of the Cold War. On Moscow's side, the Cold War is illustrated by tanks in East Berlin, Budapest, and Prague, and other coercive measures in the regions liberated by the Red Army from the Nazis, then held in thrall to the Kremlin, and the invasion of Afghanistan, the one case of Soviet military intervention well outside the historic invasion route from the West. Domestically, the Cold War served to entrench the power of the military bureaucratic elite whose rule derives from the Bolshevik coup of October 1917. For the United States, the Cold War has been a history of worldwide subversion, aggression, and state terrorism, with examples too numerous to mention. The domestic counterpart has been the entrenchment of Eisenhower's military-industrial complex, in essence, a welfare state for the rich with a national security ideology for population control, to borrow some counterinsurgency jargon, following the prescriptions of NSC 68. The major institutional mechanism is a system of state corporate industrial management to sustain high-technology industry, relying on the taxpayer to fund research and development and provide a guaranteed market for waste production, with the private sector taking over when there are profits to be made. This crucial gift to the corporate manager has been the domestic function of the Pentagon system, including NASA and the Department of Energy, which controls nuclear weapons production. Benefits extend to the computer industry, electronics generally, and other sectors of the advanced industrial economy. 18 In such ways, the Cold War has provided a large part of the underpinnings for the system of public subsidy, private profit, that is proudly called free enterprise. The call for vigorous action in NSC 68 resounded again as the Kennedy and Reagan administrations came into office, with the same dual thrust: militancy abroad to assert U.S. power, and military spending to revive a flagging economy at home. The rhetoric was also duly revived: the monolithic and ruthless conspiracy on the march to destroy us, Kennedy, the evil empire that is the focus of evil in our time, seeking to rule the world, Reagan. The decibel level predictably declines as policy shifts course, as in the mid-1980s, when it became necessary to face the costs of the fiscal mismanagement and military Keynesian excesses of the statist reactionaries of the Reagan administration, including the huge budget and trade deficits. Attention to the historical record reveals the realistic core enshrouded in the outlandish rhetoric of NSC 68. The Great Depression had put an end to any lingering beliefs that capitalism was a viable system. It was generally taken for granted that state intervention was necessary in order to maintain private power, as, indeed, had been the case throughout the development process. 19 It was also understood that New Deal measures had failed, and that the Depression was overcome only by the far more massive state intervention during the war. Without the benefit of Keynes, this lesson was taught directly to the corporate managers who flocked to Washington to run the quasi-totalitarian wartime command economy. The general expectation was that without state intervention, there would be a return to the Depression after pent-up consumer demand was satisfied. It appeared to be confirmed by the 1948 recession. State-subsidized agricultural production found markets in Japan and elsewhere, but it was feared that manufacturing would languish in the absence of markets, hence the concern voiced in NSC 68 over a decline in economic activity of serious proportions unless military Keynesian measures were adopted. These programs, it was hoped, would also contribute to the revitalization of the Allies' industrial economies, helping overcome the dollar gap which limited the market for U.S. manufactured goods. The call in NSC 68 for sacrifice and discipline and cutback in social programs was a natural concomitant to these perceptions. The need for just suppression and controls over unions, churches, schools, and other potential sources of dissidence also fell into a broader pattern. From the late 1930s, business had been deeply perturbed by the increasing politicization and organization of the general public, what was later called a crisis of democracy under the partially similar conditions of the post-Vietnam period. The same had been true immediately after World War I. In each case, the response was the same: Wilson's Red Scare, the post-World War II repression mislabeled McCarthyism, actually, a campaign to undermine unions, working-class culture, and independent thought launched by business and liberal Democrats well before McCarthy appeared on the scene and made the mistake, which finally destroyed him, of attacking people with power, the programs of the National Political Police inaugurated by the Kennedy administration and expanded by their successors. To undermine independent political parties and popular movements by subversion and violence. Wars and other crises have a way of making people think and even organize, and private power regularly calls upon the state to contain such threats to its monopoly of the political arena and cultural hegemony. Point 20 The deeply anti-democratic thrust of NSC 68 reflects far more general commitments. NSC 68 is also realistic, and conventional, in invoking the U.S. responsibility of world leadership and the corresponding need to dominate every corner of the world, however remote, and to exorcise the curse of neutralism. In these respects, it reiterates earlier planning decisions that reflect the recognition that the U.S. had achieved a position of military and economic power with no historical parallel, and could use it to advantage. Sophisticated sectors of the business community have been aware of the domestic factors that have driven the Cold War system, and the same is true of the better scholarship in the mainstream. In his standard work on containment, John Lewis Gaddis observes, to a remarkable degree, containment has been the product, not so much of what the Russians have done, or of what has happened elsewhere in the world, but of internal forces operating within the United States. What is surprising is the primacy that has been accorded economic considerations, namely, state economic management in shaping strategies of containment, to the exclusion of other considerations' original emphasis. He also agrees with George Kennan's consistent view standard among rational policymakers and analysts that it is not Russian military power which is threatening us, it is Russian political power, October 1947, point 21. Despite these insights, Gaddis does not depart from the conventional framework of deterrence and containment of the Soviet threat, though he does recognize on the side that this is by no means the whole story, or, in fact, the central theme. The major events and effects of the Cold War fall into the categories just reviewed. There were also more complex effects. Soviet support for targets of U.S. subversion and attack gained it a degree of influence in much of the Third World, albeit of a tenuous nature. As for the United States, its intervention in the Third World, particularly in the early years, was in part impelled by the goal of securing a hinterland for the state capitalist economies that it hoped to reconstruct in Western Europe and Japan. At the same time, the Cold War conflict helped to maintain U.S. influence over its industrial allies and to contain independent politics, labor, and other popular activism within these states, an interest shared by local elites. The U.S. promoted the NATO alliance, one historian observes, to corral its allies and to head off neutralism, as well as to deter the Russians. 22. The persistence of the conventional doctrine, despite its limited relation to the actual facts of the Cold War era, is readily understandable in this light. In the West, it is commonly conceded well after the fact being some exercise of subversion or aggression in the Third World, or renewed benefits through the Pentagon system at home, that the threat of Soviet aggression was exaggerated, the problems were misconstrued, and the idealism that guided the actions was misplaced. But the requisite beliefs remained prominently displayed on the shelf. However fanciful, they could be served up to the public when needed, often with perfect sincerity, in accord with the familiar process by which useful beliefs arise from perceived interests. Also understandable is the otherwise rather mysterious fact that security policy has been only weakly correlated with realistic security concerns. Threats have regularly been concocted on the flimsiest evidence and with marginal credibility at best. On the other hand, potential threats of some significance have been ignored. Repeatedly, the U.S. has sponsored the development of weapons systems that could pose serious dangers to its welfare or even survival, and has dismissed opportunities to abort such developments. The U.S. government and the media have vociferously demanded verification under conditions that they expected the USSR to reject. On the other hand, Washington has been reluctant, along with its allies, to permit Soviet inspection of chemical production and other military and arms production facilities, has rejected Soviet proposals for on-site inspection of submarines to monitor a ban or limitation on sea-launched cruise missiles, SLCMs, more a threat to the US, with its long coastlines, than to the USSR, and has opposed inspection of nuclear warheads for SLCMs on ship or shore. Still more important, the political leadership has undermined possibilities for political settlement and fostered conflict in regions where such conflict could lead to a devastating nuclear war, and has sometimes come all too close, notably the Middle East. These consistent patterns make no sense on the assumption that security policy is guided by security concerns. Case by case, they fall into place on the assumption that policy is driven by the twin goals of reinforcing the private interests that largely control the state, and maintaining an international environment in which they can prosper. 23 The world is sufficiently uncertain and dangerous for alleged reasons of security to be readily devised to justify policies adopted on other grounds, than adopted as articles of faith, familiar features of statecraft and the practice of the intellectual community. On the same grounds, we can understand why the political leadership has often failed to pursue apparent opportunities to reduce the threat of superpower confrontation, and thus to enhance national security. One early example was in 1952, when the Kremlin put forth a proposal for reunification and neutralization of Germany, with no conditions on economic policies and with guarantees for the rights of man and basic freedoms, including freedom of speech, press, religious persuasion, political conviction and assembly, and the free activity of democratic parties and organizations. In reply, the US and its allies objected that the West did not recognize the Oder-Neisse frontier between Germany and Poland, and insisted that a reunified Germany be free to join NATO, a demand that the Russians could hardly accept a few years after Germany alone had virtually destroyed the Soviet Union. The Western reply also referred, more plausibly, to lack of clarity about free elections, but instead of seeking further clarification, the proposal was rejected with quite unreasonable demands. Commenting at the time, James Warburg, one of the few to have argued that the opportunity should be pursued, notes that neither the text of the March 10 Kremlin proposal nor even the fact of its arrival was disclosed by Washington until after the Western reply had been sent on March 25. He suggests that the delay may have been related to the administration desire to present its case for the Mutual Security Act of 1952 to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, without having that committee's deliberations prejudiced by knowledge of the Soviet proposal. The act called for about $7.5 billion for Western rearmament, and was based upon the assumption that an all-German settlement could not possibly be achieved. 24. Had the Kremlin proposal been implemented, it would have eliminated whatever military threat the Soviet Union might have posed to Western Europe. There would probably have been no Soviet tanks in East Berlin in 1953, no Berlin Wall, no invasion of Hungary or Czechoslovakia, but crucially, no ready justification for US intervention and subversion worldwide, for state policies of economic management in the service of advanced industry, or for a system of world order in which US hegemony was founded in large part on military might. The basic reason for rejecting the proposal seems to have been the US interest in integrating a rearmed Western Germany in the NATO military alliance, whatever the security risks or the consequences for the Soviet satellites. Testifying before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on March 28, Warburg observed that the Soviet proposal, offering a possible means for a peaceful negotiated resolution of European security issues, might be a bluff. But, he speculated, it seemed that our government is afraid to call the bluff for fear that it may not be a bluff at all and might lead to a free, neutral, democratic, and demilitarized Germany, which might be subverted into the Soviet orbit, and short of that, would bar the plans for rearming Germany within the NATO alliance. The rejection of these opportunities to end the Cold War followed directly from the principles of NSC 68, which ruled coexistence illegitimate. For years, these matters were off the agenda. Even to mention the facts was to risk being castigated as an apologist for Stalin. By 1989-90, however, Stalin's proposal could be cited quite freely in the press and journals. In the triumphalism of the moment, it was hoped that the USSR would be compelled to agree to incorporation of a united Germany within a US-dominated military alliance. Hence Gorbachev's proposal for neutralization of a reunified Germany must be dismissed as more old thinking, the rehashing of discarded ideas, not to be taken seriously. In this context it becomes permissible, even useful, to refer to facts that were suppressed when they would serve only as a reminder of inconvenient realities. Other Soviet proposals were also left unexplored. Raymond Garthoff, formerly a senior analyst of the CIA and an outstanding specialist on security affairs and foreign policy, observes that Gorbachev's announcement of unilateral force reduction had an interesting precedent some 30 years ago, when, in January 1960, Nikita Khrushchev disclosed for the first time since World War II the manpower strength of the Soviet armed forces, and dramatically announced a planned reduction by one-third over the next 2 years. A few months later, U.S. intelligence verified huge cuts in active Soviet military forces. The tactical air force was cut in half, mainly through a wholesale two-thirds reduction in light bomber units, and naval air fighter interceptors, about 1,500 aircraft, were removed from the Navy, half of them scrapped and the rest turned over to air defense to replace dismantled planes. By 1961, nearly half the announced reduction of manpower had taken place. In 1963, Khrushchev again called for new reductions. According to military correspondent Fred Kaplan, he also withdrew more than 15,000 troops from East Germany, calling on the US to undertake similar reductions of the military budget and of military forces in Europe and generally, and to move towards further reciprocal cuts. Declassified documents reveal that President Kennedy privately discussed such possibilities with high Soviet officials, but abandoned them as the US intervention in Vietnam expanded in scale. William Kaufman, a former top Pentagon aide and leading analyst of security issues, describes the US failure to respond to Khrushchev's initiatives as, in career terms, the one regret I have. 25. In the mid-1970s Soviet military spending began to level off, as later conceded, while the US lead in strategic bombs and warheads widened through the decade. President Carter proposed a substantial increase in military spending and a cutback on social programs. These proposals were implemented by the Reagan administration, along with the standard concomitant, increased militancy abroad, and on the standard pretext, the Soviet threat, in this case a window of vulnerability and Soviet triumphs in the Third World. The latter were even more fraudulent than the awesome Soviet military build-up. Insofar as the relics of the Portuguese and French empires fell under Russian influence in the mid-1970s, it was largely because the US refused to enter into amicable relations with them on the always unacceptable condition of neutralism and independence. The same was true in Latin America and elsewhere. Furthermore, these Soviet triumphs were laughable in scale, more a burden than a gain in global power, facts that were obvious at the time and conceded within a few years when the pretexts were no longer appropriate for current plans. Gorbachev's proposals in 1985-6 for a unilateral ban on nuclear weapons tests, the abolition of the Warsaw Pact and NATO, removal of the US and Soviet fleets from the Mediterranean, and other steps to reduce confrontation and tension were ignored or dismissed as an embarrassment. The virtual or sometimes complete international isolation of the United States on disarmament issues has also been regularly suppressed, even at moments of great celebration over alleged US triumphs in this cause. 26. Turning to the superpower conflict itself, it is true enough that by its very nature, the USSR constituted an unacceptable challenge. Specifically, its autarkic command economy interfered with US plans to construct a global system based on, relatively, free trade and investment, which, under the conditions of mid-century, was expected to be dominated by US corporations and highly beneficial to their interests, as indeed it was. The challenge became still more intolerable as the Soviet Empire barred free Western access to other areas. The Iron Curtain deprived the capitalist industrial powers of a region that was expected to provide raw materials, investment opportunities, markets, and cheap labor. These facts alone laid the basis for superpower conflict, as serious analysts were quite well aware. In an important 1955 document on the political economy of U.S. foreign policy, a prestigious study group observed that the primary threat of communism is the economic transformation of the communist powers in ways that reduce their willingness and ability to complement the industrial economies of the West, a factor that regularly motivated Third World interventions as well as hostility to the Soviet Union and its imperial system. 27. It is, furthermore, quite true that the Soviet Union saw targets of opportunity where it could find them, entering into friendly and supportive relations with the most miserable tyrants and gangsters, Mengistu in Ethiopia and the neo-Nazi Argentine generals, to name only two examples. In this regard, the Kremlin satisfied the norms of the guardians of civilization and order. But in a criminal departure from these norms, the Soviet Union regularly offered support to targets of U.S. subversion and attack, thus impeding the designs of the one truly global power. Material support helped these enemies to survive, and relations with the Soviet Union imposed limits on U.S. actions, for fear of a superpower conflict from which the United States might not emerge unscathed. Such Soviet involvement is regularly condemned as intolerable interference and expansionism, even aggression, as, for example, when the Contra forces attacking Nicaragua are lauded for risking their lives to defy the Soviet-supported aggression of the Sandinistas 28, whose incumbency is in itself an act of aggression, being counter to U.S. demands. Lacking an internal record from the Soviet Union, we can only speculate as to whether ominous Kremlin designs were indeed deterred by Western military power. The available evidence is hardly compelling. The deterrent effect of Soviet power on U.S. designs is also largely a matter of speculation. 29. The clearest example of the success of deterrence is provided by Cuba, where the U.S. was restricted to large-scale international terrorism instead of outright invasion after the missile crisis brought the world perilously close to nuclear war. In the judgment of the participants, understandably, this is not an example that figures prominently in the Western literature on deterrence. In both the internal and public record, new U.S. weapons systems were justified by the need to overcome the Soviet deterrent, which might impose greater caution in our Cold War policies because of fear of nuclear war. Paul Nitze, NSC 141, 1953. As a global power, the U.S. often intervenes in regions in which it lacks a conventional force advantage. An intimidating military posture has therefore been necessary to protect such operations. Just before he became director of the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency in the Reagan administration, Eugene Rostow observed that strategic nuclear forces provide a shield for pursuit of U.S. global interests by conventional means or theater forces. These thereby become meaningful instruments of military and political power. Carter's Secretary of Defense Harold Brown added. 30. Putting second-order complexities to the side, for the USSR the Cold War has been primarily a war against its satellites, and for the US a war against the Third World. For each, it has served to entrench a particular system of domestic privilege and coercion. The policies pursued within the Cold War framework have been unattractive to the general population, which accepts them only under duress. Throughout history, the standard device to mobilize a reluctant population has been the fear of an evil enemy, dedicated to its destruction. The superpower conflict served the purpose admirably both for internal needs, as we see in the fevered rhetoric of top planning documents such as NSC 68, and in public propaganda. The Cold War had a functional utility for the superpowers, one reason why it persisted. Now, one side has called off the game. If we have in mind the historical Cold War, not the ideological construct, then it is not true that the Cold War has ended. Rather, it has perhaps half ended. Washington remains a player as before. This point is not concealed. Describing the new Pentagon budget in January 1990, the press reports that in Defense Secretary Dick Cheney's view, which is shared by President Bush, the United States will continue to need a large Navy and intervention forces generally to deal with brushfire conflicts and threats to American interests in places like Latin America and Asia. The National Security Strategy report sent to Congress 2 months later described the Third World as a probable locus of conflict. In a new era, we foresee that our military power will remain an essential underpinning of the global balance, but less prominently and in different ways. We see that the more likely demands for the use of our military forces may not involve the Soviet Union and may be in the Third World, where new capabilities and approaches may be required. As when President Reagan directed American naval and air forces to return to Libya in 1986 to bombard civilian urban targets, guided by the goal of contributing to an international environment of peace, freedom, and progress within which our democracy and other free nations can flourish. 31. Furthermore, the growing technological sophistication of Third World conflicts will place serious demands on our forces, and may continue to threaten U.S. interests even without the backdrop of superpower competition. For such reasons, we must ensure the means to move forces based in the United States to reinforce our units forward deployed or to project power into areas where we have no permanent presence, particularly in the Middle East, because of the free world's reliance on energy supplies from this pivotal region, where the threats to our interests that have required direct military engagement could not be laid at the Kremlin's door. In the future, we expect that non-Soviet threats to these interests will command even greater attention. In reality, the threat to our interests had always been indigenous nationalism, a fact sometimes acknowledged as when the architect of President Carter's Rapid Deployment Force, later Central Command, aimed primarily at the Middle East, testified before Congress in 1980 that its most probable use was not to resist a, highly implausible, Soviet attack, but to deal with indigenous and regional unrest, in particular the radical nationalism that has always been a primary concern. 32. Notice that the Bush administration plans were presented well before Iraq's conquest of Kuwait and the ensuing crisis in August 1990, in fact, at a time when Iraq was still a favored friend. The National Security Strategy Report goes on to emphasize that the U.S. must be prepared for low-intensity conflict, involving lower-order threats like terrorism, subversion, insurgency, and drug trafficking, which are menacing the United States, its citizenry, and its interests in new ways. Low-intensity conflict involves the struggle of competing principles and ideologies below the level of conventional war, and our military forces must be capable of dealing effectively with the full range of threats, including insurgency and terrorism. Forces will have to accommodate to the austere environment, immature basing structure, and significant ranges often encountered in the Third World. Training and research and development will be better attuned to the needs of low-intensity conflict. Crucially, counterinsurgency in the Third World. It will also be necessary to strengthen the defense industrial base, creating incentives to invest in new facilities and equipment as well as in research and development, a matter that will be especially important in an era when overall procurements are likely to decline. Our goal is to move beyond containment, to seek the integration of the Soviet Union into the international system as a constructive partner in such areas as Central America, which remains a disruptive factor in the U.S.-Soviet relationship and where we hold the Soviet Union accountable for the behavior of its clients in Cuba and Nicaragua, who continue to disturb peace and order, that is, to disobey U.S. commands. Military college curricula are changing accordingly. Thus, the Naval War College has announced that its curriculum and wargaming will stress urban warfare, terrorism, and low-intensity crises, using such models as the invasion of Panama. A new genre of mid-intensity conflicts with powerful third-world enemies also demands special attention, given the continuing vital need to project power into other regions and maintain access to distant markets and resources. Senator William Cohen, of the Armed Services Committee. 33. The same questions are addressed by Marine Corps Commandant General A.M. Gray. The end of the Cold War will only reorient our security policies, he advises, but not change them significantly. In fact, the majority of the crises we have responded to since the end of World War II have not directly involved the Soviet Union, a fact that can now not only be conceded, the Soviet threat having lost its efficacy for domestic population control, but must be stressed, to ensure that we may act as before when there are threats to our interest. The North-South conflict is the major fault line. The underdeveloped world's growing dissatisfaction over the gap between rich and poor nations will create a fertile breeding ground for insurgencies. These insurgencies have the potential to jeopardize regional stability and our access to vital economic and military resources. This situation will become more critical as our nation and allies, as well as potential adversaries, become more and more dependent on these strategic resources. If we are to have stability in these regions, maintain access to their resources, protect our citizens abroad, defend our vital installations, and deter conflict, we must maintain within our active force structure a credible military power projection capability with the flexibility to respond to conflict across the spectrum of violence throughout the globe. Crucially, we must maintain our unimpeded access to developing economic markets throughout the world and to the resources needed to support our manufacturing requirements. We therefore need a credible forcible entry capability, forces that must truly be expeditionary and capable of executing a wide variety of missions from counterinsurgency and psychological warfare to the deployment of multi-division forces. We must also bear in mind the rapidly increasing technological advances in weaponry and their availability to the new regional powers that will be springing up throughout the Third World, so that we must develop military capacities exploiting the far reaches of electronics, genetic engineering, and other biotechnologies, and so on, if our nation is to maintain military credibility in the next century. 34. The themes are familiar. Reviewing President Eisenhower's strategic thinking, diplomatic historian Richard Immerman observes that he took it as an article of faith that America's strength and security depended on its maintaining access to indeed control of global markets and resources, particularly in the Third World. Like other rational planners, he assumed that the West was safe from any Soviet attack, and that such fears were the product of paranoid imagination. But the periphery was vulnerable to subversion, and the Russians, Eisenhower wrote, are getting far closer to the Third World masses than we are and are skilled at propaganda and other methods to appeal directly to the masses. 35. These are common features of the planning record, even more clearly visible than before now that the image of the expansionist and aggressive Soviet Union has lost its credibility. More simply, the war against the Third World will continue, and the Soviet Union will continue to be branded an aggressor if it gets in the way. Gorbachev is to be induced to proceed with his new thinking, which will turn the USSR into a collaborator with US plans for world order, but Washington is to persist in its old thinking. There can, furthermore, be no substantial peace dividend. And since the Third World is reaching such heights of technological sophistication, we will need a high-tech military to deter and contain it. Thankfully, there will still be plenty of business for the electronics industry. Budget changes must be geared to a capital-intensive military if it is to serve its function for advanced industry. Alternatives to military spending are theoretically possible, but as has been understood by business from the origins of the Cold War, they tend to have undesirable effects, to interfere with managerial prerogatives, mobilize popular constituencies and thus extend the crisis of democracy, redistribute income, and so on. The problem is not one of pure economic theory but of power and privilege, and their specific institutional structures. Advocates of conversion will be tilting at windmills unless they confront these fundamental problems. The same is true of opponents of intervention if they keep to the framework of conventional understanding. Thus, it is child's play to demolish the standard justifications, promoting democracy and national security. Some of those who undertake the exercise therefore conclude that Third World intervention never made sense, even at the height of the Cold War, and surely not now, so that we can call off the murderous wars we are sponsoring in Cambodia, Angola, Afghanistan, and El Salvador, and radically reduce our intervention forces. 36 Carrying the argument a step further, we observe that virtually the entire political class has supported intervention, except when it proves too costly to us. It follows, then, either that stupidity and incompetence have been an entry requirement for political leadership, recognized expertise, media respectability, and the like, or that the alleged reasons are not the actual ones. Since the former conclusion is hardly credible, we move to the second, thus recognizing that the analysis is not to the point, serving to entrench illusions that we should discard. The actual reasons for intervention, whether persuasive or not in particular cases, have been far from senseless. Current arguments for intervention forces, as in the National Security Strategy Report, reveal that the ideological system is running out of pretexts for the resort to subversion and overt force in international affairs, and military Keynesian measures at home. Defense against the Stalinist hordes no longer sells. The problem of the disappearing pretext was recognized years ago, but the efforts of the 1980s to overcome it, invoking lunatic Arab terrorists or Hispanic narco-traffickers, for example, have too short a half-life to be truly effective. It therefore becomes necessary to acknowledge that the Third World itself is the real enemy. If the primary threat of communism has been the economic transformation of the communist powers in ways that reduce their willingness and ability to complement the industrial economies of the West, CP 27, the same is true of radical nationalism, generally a fact that has not escaped planners and strategic analysts. The severity of the problem varies from region to region, with the Middle East remaining the primary Third World concern because of its incomparable energy reserves. But, in accord with the thinking of NSC 68, no corner of the world is so small and insignificant that it may be safely overlooked. 3. Before and after. In this context, we may turn to another question raised at the outset: in what ways do the typical events and practices of the Cold War differ from what came before? The bipolar system was new, and gave a different flavor to traditional practices as well as extending their scope. But the similarities undermine still further the credibility of the conventional picture. On the Soviet side, for half a millennium, the rulers of the Grand Duchy of Moscow had extended their sway over all the Russias, creating a huge imperial state, though one far more backward than Western Europe and not closing the gap, and by 1914 becoming a semi-colonial possession of European capital. 37 hardliners are quick to remind the victims of Gorby mania that as a great power, Russia frequently deployed its armies into Europe and repeatedly crushed popular uprisings in Central Europe, suppressing the Hungarian Revolution in 1956 and Czech democracy in 1968, just as Russian troops bloodily suppressed the Hungarian Revolution of 1848-49 and violently put down uprisings in Poland in 1831 and again in 1863-64. Soviet troops occupied Berlin in 1945, Russian troops occupied and burnt Berlin in 1760. And indeed, in pursuit of Russia's interests as a great power, Russian troops appeared many places where as yet Soviet troops have not, including Italy and Switzerland, writes Samuel Huntington. 38 One cannot assume, he continues, that the Soviets will not revert to the bad old ways of the past. Inclusion of the Soviet occupation of Berlin in 1945 among these bad old ways perhaps reflects the current tendency to lend credence to the Nazi claim to have been defending Western civilization from the Bolshevik menace. As for the United States, scale aside, changes induced by the Cold War were in large part rhetorical. Since 1917, intervention has been in self-defense against the Soviet threat, including intervention in Russia itself immediately after the Bolshevik Revolution and the clandestine support for armies established by Hitler in the Ukraine and Eastern Europe into the 1950s. 39 Before the Bolshevik Revolution similar actions were taken, but in fear of other menaces. When Woodrow Wilson invaded Mexico and Hispaniola, Haiti and the Dominican Republic, where his warriors murdered and destroyed, re-established virtual slavery, demolished the political system, and placed the countries firmly in the hands of U.S. investors, these actions were in self-defense against the Huns. In earlier years, conquests and interventions were undertaken in defense against Britain, Spain, the merciless Indian savages of the Declaration of Independence, in fact, anyone who was in the way. Leading thinkers have never found it difficult to identify the culprits. In the early years of the Republic, Reverend Timothy Dwight, president of Yale College and a respected author and exponent of Puritan values, devoted a poem to the savage slaughter of the Pequot Indians. The colonists viewed the Pequot Indians with generous eye, he wrote, and strove to gain their friendship, but were thwarted by base Canadian fiends and thus had no choice but to massacre them, men, women and children. Thomas Jefferson attributed the failure of the benevolent plan we were pursuing here for the happiness of the aboriginal inhabitants of our vicinities to the English enemy. The interested and unprincipled policy of England has defeated all our labors for the salvation of these unfortunate peoples, and seduced them to take up the hatchet against us. It is the English, then, who oblige us now to pursue them to extermination, or drive them to new seats beyond our reach. The English, not we, were thus responsible for the confirmed brutalization, if not the extermination of this race in our America. On the same grounds, he urged the conquest of Canada in a letter to John Adams, who agreed, writing, "Another conquest of Canada will quiet the Indians forever and be as great a blessing to them as to us 40. The same theory was adopted when General Andrew Jackson rampaged through Florida, virtually annihilating much of its native population and leaving the Spanish province under U.S. control. His murderous Seminole War campaign was defended by John Quincy Adams in a letter to Minister to Spain George Irving that has long been recognized as one of the most important state papers in the history of American foreign relations. William Earl Weeks. The document impressed Thomas Jefferson as being among the ablest I have ever seen, both as to logic and style, a judgment in which modern historians have concurred. So taken was Jefferson with this racist diatribe justifying Jackson's aggression and brutality that he urged wide distribution to maintain in Europe a correct opinion of our political morality. 41. The actual motive for the war was expansionism and the use of Florida as a haven by Indians and American slaves, outrageous, from the American perspective, Weeks observes. But in this early defense of manifest destiny, Indian removal, slavery, violation of treaties, and the use of military force without congressional approval, Adams justified the aggression in the usual terms of self-defense. The fault lay in the machinations of England in Florida, he wrote, first during the War of 1812 when British agents encouraged all the runaway Negroes, all the savage Indians, all the pirates, and all the traitors to their country, to join their standards, and wage an exterminating war against the United States, and later, when this Negro-Indian war against our borders had been rekindled by these British criminals, 2 of whom were executed, so that the peaceful inhabitants of the United States were visited with all the horrors of savage war by mingled hordes of lawless Indians and Negroes. Furthermore, from the period of our established independence to this day, all the Indian wars with which we have been afflicted have been distinctly traceable to the instigation of English traders or agents. Adams appealed to international law to justify such acts against an inhuman enemy as execution of prisoners. Quoting 18th-century sources, he observed, "The justification of these principles is found in their salutary efficacy for terror and example." 42. Like Dean Acheson many years later, Adams recognized that in such enterprises it is a good idea to speak in a manner clearer than truth. In Adams's version, it was better to err on the side of vigor than on the side of weakness. In so doing, he articulated many of the myths which have been essential to salving the conscience of a righteous-minded nation that expanded first across a continent and then throughout the world. Weeks comments. Point 43. When base foreign fiends could not readily be found, the inferiority of those in our path could be invoked. In his annual message of 1851, California Governor Peter Burnett observed that a war of extermination will continue to be waged between the 2 races until the Indian race becomes extinct. While we can only anticipate this result with painful regret, the inevitable destiny of the race is beyond the power and wisdom of man to avert. Mexican lands should be taken over for the good of mankind. Walt Whitman wrote, "What has miserable, inefficient Mexico to do with the great mission of peopling the New World with a noble race? Our conquests may take off the shackles that prevent men the even chance of being happy and good." The Mexicans were described by travelers as an imbecile, pusillanimous race of men, and unfit to control the destinies of that beautiful country of California, which by rights belonged to the Anglo-Saxons in the racist fantasies of the 19th century shared, among others, by Charles Darwin, who felt that there is apparently much truth in the belief that the wonderful progress of the United States, as well as the character of the people, are the results of natural selection. 44. The truth of the matter, throughout, was that the real enemy has been the indigenous population of the territories from which they were driven or where they were to remain as subjects, and other powers that interfered with our right to treat these undeserving souls in accord with our wishes. The facts have sometimes been recognized, as when Wilson's Secretary of State Robert Lansing explained, with the President's acquiescence, that in its advocacy of the Monroe Doctrine the United States considers its own interests. The integrity of other American nations is an incident, not an end. While this may seem based on selfishness alone, the author of the doctrine had no higher or more generous motive in its declaration. The central problem, Lansing went on, is to exclude European control over American territory and its institutions through financial as well as other means. Wilson's practice conformed to this principle, for example, by excluding Britain from Central American oil concessions. From the early years of the century, control over oil has been recognized as a lever of great power in world affairs, not to speak of the rich profits that flow. Furthermore, the great apostle of self-determination broke no new ground. 45. The major change after World War II was that the United States was in a position to apply these principles over a far broader range, and, of course, the evil empire from which it had to defend itself was no longer the Huns or the British. To the people of the Third World, the threat posed to U.S. security by the agents of dread foreign enemies seems difficult to appreciate. When the Kennedy administration sought to organize collective action against Cuba in 1961, a Mexican diplomat commented, "If we publicly declare that Cuba is a threat to our security, 40 million Mexicans will die laughing." 46 sophisticated Westerners, however, respond with appropriate sobriety and concern. With the Cold War officially ended, its practices continue as before, but in self-defense against other enemies. When the Bush administration invaded Panama in December 1989, it was quite impossible to conjure up the evil empire. Operation Just Cause was therefore launched to defend us from narco-traffickers seeking to destroy us, among other pretexts. 47. These continuities again reveal that the conventional understanding is more a rhetorical guise than a serious thesis. For Bolsheviks and moderates. Despite the continuities, 1917 marked a critical break for policy. Earlier intervention had a somewhat ad hoc and opportunistic character, designed for territorial expansion or commercial advantage, or for deflecting and displacing European rivals. But the World War brought about entirely new conditions and, with them, a systematic and coherent ideological framework for intervention worldwide. As Europe proceeded to self-destruct, the United States became for the first time a global power with decisive influence. And the Bolshevik Revolution provided it with a global enemy not because of Russian power, which was insignificant, but because of the ideological challenge to the very survival of the capitalist order, Gaddis. The response to a challenge of this scale and import was not in doubt. It was clearly formulated by Senator Warren Harding, soon to be elected president: Bolshevism is a menace that must be destroyed, the Bolshevist beast must be slain. 48. With the very survival of the existing system of privilege and domination at stake, any challenge to it, anywhere, must be regarded with utmost seriousness. Anyone who threatens the reigning order should preferably be depicted as an appendage of the beast, a communist in disguise or a dupe of Bolshevism. And those who confront the beast or its spreading tentacles become moderates, a label that extends to a wide range of tyrants and mass murderers, as long as they do their job. These moderates vary in their tactical choices. Some prefer to experiment with reforms to drive the beast away, turning to harsher measures if these fail. Others disdain the reformist detour and choose to aim for the heart at once. At home, the response to the challenge has ranged from harsh repression of dissidents and labor, Wilson's Red Scare and its regular successors, to a variety of more subtle means. Abroad, tactics are adapted to the specific character of the challenge, but on the principle that the beast must be slain. This general ideological framework, and the socio-political realities that it reflects, gave intervention a very different cast from earlier years. The new framework was elaborated first in reaction to post-war developments in Italy, at the periphery of the Western industrial order. The pattern then established was reapplied regularly elsewhere until today. It thus deserves some scrutiny. With rising labor militancy, Italy posed the obvious danger of social revolution and disorganization, a high-level inquiry of the Wilson administration determined in December 1917. If we are not careful, we will have a second Russia on our hands, a State Department official noted privately, adding, "The Italians are like children and must be led and assisted more than almost any other nation." Mussolini's black shirts solved the problem by violence. "They carried out a fine young revolution," the American ambassador observed approvingly, referring to Mussolini's march on Rome in October 1922, which brought Italian democracy to an end. Fascist goons effectively ended labor agitation with government help, and the democratic deviation was terminated. The United States watched with approval. The fascists are perhaps the most potent factor in the suppression of Bolshevism in Italy and have much improved the situation generally, the embassy reported to Washington, while voicing some residual anxiety about the enthusiastic and violent young men who have brought about these salutary developments. The embassy continued to report the appeal of fascism to all patriotic Italians, simple-minded folk who hunger for strong leadership and enjoy being dramatically governed. 49. As fascist darkness settled over Italy, financial support from the U.S. government and business climbed rapidly. Italy was offered by far the best post-war debt settlement of any country, and U.S. investment there grew far faster than in any other country as the fascist regime established itself, eliminating labor unrest and other democratic disorders. 50. U.S. labor leaders viewed these developments with a generally favorable eye. The American Federationist, edited by AFL President Samuel Gompers, welcomed fascism as a bulwark against communism and a movement capable of decisive action on a national scale, which was rapidly reconstructing a nation of collaborating units of usefulness, Mussolini's fascist corporations, which subordinated labor to capital and the state. The AFL Journal found these corporations a welcome replacement for the old, Bolshevik-infected industrial unions. Ronald Filippelli comments. Mussolini's activism was also attractive. However repugnant, the idea of dictatorship and the man on horseback, the journal continued, American trade unionists will at least find it possible to have some sympathy with the policies of a man whose dominating purpose is to get something done, to do rather than theorize, to build a working, producing civilization instead of a disorganized, theorizing aggregation of conflicting groups in a society riven by class conflict. 51 Mussolini got the trains to run on time, as the standard cliché had it. The suppression of labor and democratic institutions was not too great a price to pay for this achievement, from the AFL perspective. Mussolini was portrayed as a moderate with enormous popular appeal who had brought efficient administration and prosperity, slaying the beast and opening the doors to profitable investment and trade. Reflecting common attitudes in the business community, J.P. Morgan partner Thomas Lamont described himself as something like a missionary for Italian fascism, expressing his admiration for Duce, a very upstanding chap who had done a great job in Italy, and for the sound ideas that guided him in governing the country. Otto Kahn of Kuhn, Loeb, and Co. praised the fascists further for ending parliamentary wrangling and wasteful impotent bureaucracy and bringing a spirit of order, discipline, hard work, patriotic devotion and faith under the clear-sighted and masterful guidance of that remarkable man, Benito Mussolini. Judge Elbert Gary of United Steel asked whether we, too, need a man like Mussolini. The U.S. Embassy was particularly impressed that there has not been a single strike in the whole of Italy since the fascist takeover. 52. The embassy was well aware of Mussolini's totalitarian measures. Fascism had effectively stifled hostile elements in restricting the right of free assembly, in abolishing freedom of the press and in having at its command a large military organization, the embassy reported in a message of February 1925, after a major fascist crackdown. But Mussolini remained a moderate, manfully confronting the fearsome Bolsheviks while fending off the extremist fringe on the right. his qualifications as a moderate were implicit in the judgment expressed by Ambassador Henry Fletcher: the choice in Italy is between Mussolini and fascism and Giolitti and socialism. Giolitti being the liberal prime minister who had collaborated with Mussolini in the repression of labor but now found himself a target as well. The population preferred peace and prosperity under fascism to free speech, loose administration, and the danger and disorganization of Bolshevism, Fletcher reported. Secretary of State Frank Kellogg joined him in labeling all opposition groups communists, socialists, and anarchists. The chief of the State Department Western European Division, William Castle, recognized in 1926 that the methods of the Duce are not by any means American methods, but methods which would certainly not appeal to this country might easily appeal to a people so differently constituted as are the Italians. Il Duce and his effective methods won wide respect in the political and intellectual communities, including progressive opinion. 53. As a senator in 1919, Kellogg had bitterly condemned the domestic nihilists and anarchists who try to incite the dissatisfied elements of this country to a class warfare. As Secretary of State he barred communists from entry to the country because this is the only way to treat these revolutionists, and lumped Lafollette's progressivism together with socialism, communism, and the IWW. Kellogg demanded further that the Russians must cease their propaganda in the United States as a condition for recognition. 54. This was an entirely natural doctrine, given the ideological nature of the threat to the very survival of the capitalist order, and a demand that was to be reiterated regularly in one or another form in later years. As the effects of the Great Depression hit Europe, leading to social and political unrest, Fascist Italy received mounting praise as a bastion of order and stability, free of class struggle and challenges from labor and the left. The WOPs are unwhopping themselves, Fortune magazine wrote with awe in a special issue devoted to Fascist Italy in 1934. Others agreed. State Department roving ambassador Norman Davis praised Italy's successes in remarks before the Council on Foreign Relations in 1933, speaking after the Italian ambassador had drawn applause from his distinguished audience for his description of how Italy had put its own house in order. A class war was put down by means that were apparently regarded as appropriate. Roosevelt's ambassador to Italy, Breckinridge Long, was also full of enthusiasm for the new experiment in government under fascism, which works most successfully in Italy. After World War II, Henry Stimson, Secretary of State under Hoover, Secretary of War under Roosevelt, recalled that he and Hoover had found Mussolini to be a sound and useful leader. When Marine General Smedley Butler made some critical comments about Mussolini in 1931, Stimson had brought court-martial proceedings against him, making no effort to ascertain the facts. When fascists won 99% of the vote in the March 1934 election, the State Department concluded that the results demonstrate incontestably the popularity of the fascist regime. Roosevelt shared many of these positive views of that admirable Italian gentleman, as he termed Mussolini in 1933.55. Mussolini's invasion of Ethiopia was condemned, but did not seriously harm U.S. relations with fascist Italy. The essential reason was given by Ambassador Long: if Mussolini fell and the country was left without guidance, the violent manifestations of Bolshevism would be apparent in the industrial centers and in the agricultural regions where private ownership still pertains. A 1937 State Department report concluded that fascism is becoming the soul of Italy, having brought order out of chaos, discipline out of license, and solvency out of bankruptcy. To accomplish so much in a short time severe measures have been necessary, the report continued. Furthermore, like Germany under Hitler, Italy was standing in the way of Russian influence in Spain during the Civil War. Washington had adopted a form of neutrality that amounted to a tilt towards Spanish fascism against the liberal Democratic Republic, while joining in the uniform hostility of the West and Stalin to the popular libertarian revolution. 56. In the major academic study of the topic, David Schmitz points out that the model developed for Italy, with moderate fascists holding the middle ground between the dreaded left and right-wing extremists, was applied to Nazism as well. Here, Hitler was chosen as the representative of the moderates who promised social order, anti-Bolshevik laws, and protection for foreign capital, Schmitz observes. The American charge d'affaires in Berlin wrote to Washington in 1933 that the hope for Germany lay in the more moderate section of the Nazi Party, headed by Hitler himself, which appeals to all civilized and reasonable people, and seems to have the upper hand over the violent fringe. In 1937, the State Department saw fascism as compatible with U.S. economic interests. A report of the European Division explained its rise as the natural reaction of the rich and middle classes, in self-defense when the dissatisfied masses, with the example of the Russian Revolution before them, swing to the left. Fascism therefore must succeed, or the masses, this time reinforced by the disillusioned middle classes, will again turn to the left. Not until European fascism attacked U.S. interests directly did it become an avowed enemy. The reaction to Japanese fascism was much the same. 57. Though the Axis powers became enemies during World War II, the general framework of thinking never really changed. As the United States liberated southern Italy in 1943, it followed Churchill's advice that the primary consideration must be to prevent chaos, Bolshevization or civil war. There is nothing between the king and the patriots who have rallied round him and rampant Bolshevism, Churchill warned. The U.S. supported the king, who had collaborated fully with the fascist regime, and the right-wing dictatorship of Field Marshal Badoglio, a fascist war hero, just as Roosevelt had installed the French fascist Admiral Darlan in North Africa in 1942, in the first area liberated from Nazi control. Henry Stimson and the State Department sought to bring the fascist leader Dino Grandi to power, describing this high official of the Mussolini dictatorship from its first years as a moderate among the black shirts who was driven into fascism by the excesses of the communists. A reconstruction of history along similar lines is familiar in contemporary right-wing and neo-Nazi circles. In Italy, as throughout the world, fascists and collaborators were restored to power and influence by the Allied liberators. The general goal was to destroy the anti-fascist resistance, undermine the popular forces on which it was based, and reconstruct the traditional conservative order, now under U.S. domination. 58. The distinction between the moderates led by Mussolini and the extremists he sought to control came to dominate all State Department thinking on fascism and helped to provide the ideological grounds for the continuous support of Mussolini throughout the interwar years, Schmitz comments. It was taken as the model for support of Hitler as the moderate leader of the Nazis, and was to become a familiar and almost automatic pattern of behavior by American foreign policy makers in the name of anti-communism in the 20th century. 59. The pattern is particularly evident in Latin America, the traditional domain of U.S. intervention, which took a new form, adopting the new analytical framework, immediately after World War I. Until that time, U.S. intervention had been portrayed as a defensive reaction against European enemies, primarily Britain, France, and Germany. But with U.S. power in the ascendant, these were less plausible antagonists, and as guardian of the capitalist order, the United States turned to the ideological challenge posed to its very survival by the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917. The Mexican Revolution, with its steps towards economic nationalism, raised the specter in a sharp form. Particularly ominous was Article 27 of the Mexican Constitution, which became a major bone of contention in 1917 because of its call for state participation in and direction of the economy, particularly development of natural resources, and for subordination of private property to the general welfare. The analogy to Bolshevism was quickly drawn in the standard dual way. These moves were a direct threat to U.S. investors and might also encourage others, including domestic elements, to think along similar lines, the domino effect, in its realistic variant. U.S. Ambassador to Mexico Henry Fletcher warned in 1918 that Mexico's goal was to replace the Monroe Doctrine so that the hegemony of the United States on this continent is to pass away. Fletcher was soon to move to Italy where, as we have seen, he became a spokesman for Mussolini's fascism as a barrier to Bolshevism, including socialism and liberalism. Article 27, Fletcher wrote to President Wilson in 1919, would practically terminate foreign investment in Mexico. 60. A few years later, Secretary of State Frank Kellogg declared that its programs of economic nationalism had placed Mexico on trial before the world and created a serious situation for U.S. interests. The State Department by then regarded Mexico as hardly more than an outpost of Bolshevism. 61. Fletcher's warning to Wilson reflected the contempt for miserable, inefficient Mexico expressed by Walt Whitman and others. The Mexicans would not be able to keep themselves going without foreign investment, he believed, because they have not the genius of industrial development, nor have they had the training required. A few years later, Ambassador James Sheffield wrote of the futility of attempting to treat with a Latin Indian mind, filled with hatred of the United States and thirsty for vengeance, on the same basis that our government would treat with a civilized and orderly government in Europe. The Mexicans have an Indian, not Latin, hatred of all peoples not on the reservation. There is very little white blood in the cabinet, that is, it is very thin. Other officials spoke of the low mental capacity which renders the Mexicans, like the Italians, utterly unfit for self-government and easily dominated by the half-breeds who control the government. Venezuelans too were regarded as indolent and suffering from political immaturity and racial inferiority, along with other Latin Americans. In 1927 Elihu Root, whose long career as a statesman and peace movement leader had earned him the Nobel Prize, questioned U.S. recognition of the independence of Latin American countries because Latin Americans are admittedly like children and unable to maintain the obligations which go with independence. The Mexican attempt at democracy was as futile as the granting of voting rights to blacks after the Civil War, Root commented, a dismal step, a terrible mistake, with most serious evils following. 40 years later, his distinguished successor Dean Acheson expressed similar thoughts to the white racists of southern Africa. Root proposed to Mexico the example of fascist Italy, enjoying a revival of prosperity, contentment, and happiness under a dictator. A U.S. diplomat in Venezuela argued that the Indian peon should be given a simple and paternalistic form of government, not formal democracy. He praised the Venezuelan dictator Juan Vicente Gómez, who, with the example of Mexico before him, had wisely decided that a benevolent despotism was preferable to an anarchical democracy. 62. Some found the natives less hopeless. Banker Thomas Lamont felt that ignorant as the Mexicans are, unwise as they are, untrusty as they are, nevertheless, if you once take time and patience, one can handle them. Similar sentiments were privately expressed in later years as well. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles advised President Eisenhower that it should be possible to bring Latin Americans to accept U.S. plans for their future as a source of raw materials and profits for U.S. corporations. You have to pat them a little bit and make them think that you are fond of them. Following the same reasoning, Ambassador to Costa Rica Robert Woodward recommended to Washington that the United Fruit Company be induced to introduce a few relatively simple and superficial human interest frills for the workers that may have a large psychological effect, thus eliminating problems with the peons. 63. Given the human material with which he has to work, one can easily appreciate the trials of the benevolent but clearly egocentric professor, dispensing emancipation through knowledge of both righteousness and the right way to the deprived students of the world, CP 17. Impressed by the successful fascist model, the United States turned to dictators and tyrants to fend off the threat of social change and economic nationalism, now interpreted in the context of the worldwide Bolshevik challenge to the survival of the capitalist order. Venezuela was a striking example. The brutal despot General Gómez enjoyed reasonably good relations with the United States until the Wilson administration, which opposed his tyranny, terror, and corruption and his preference for Germany in the present war for the rights of humanity, as the American minister to Venezuela put it in 1917. But a few years later, attitudes changed, though Gómez's practices did not. Untainted by the economic nationalism and radicalism that were threatening U.S. interests elsewhere in Latin America, the despot offered his country freely for foreign exploitation. The usual mix of racist contempt and antagonism to independent nationalism sufficed for him to be depicted as a moderate. he had saved the country from a conflict between the privileged classes and the common people and kept it free from communism, or some other form of extreme radicalism, the U.S. charge informed the State Department in 1929. Until the Venezuelan people could be trusted to make the right decisions concerning their political and economic direction, Michael Kren writes, and that time was deemed to be in the very distant future, it was best for all concerned that they be kept safe from democracy. 64. As example after example attests, economic nationalism elicits U.S. hostility. Where possible, the culprit is assigned to the Bolshevik conspiracy to destroy Western civilization. In any event, he must be slain. It is as close to a historical law as a complex world allows. The essential point was captured in John F. Kennedy's celebrated remark that while we would prefer decent democratic regimes, if the choice is between a Trujillo and a Castro, we will choose the Trujillo. It is necessary only to add 3 points. 1. The concept of a Castro is very broad, extending to anyone who raises problems for the rich men dwelling at peace within their habitations, who are to rule the world according to Churchill's aphorism, while enjoying the benefits of its human and material resources. 2. The chosen Trujillo, however monstrous, will be a moderate as long as he fulfills his function. 3. The Trujillo will make a quick transition from favored friend to another beast to be destroyed if he shows the bad judgment of stepping on our toes. This story has been reenacted time and time again, until today. Saddam Hussein is only the most recent example. The post-World War I pattern does constitute a departure from U.S. intervention in an earlier period of less self-consciousness and global power. There is every reason to expect that pattern to persist, with whatever adjustments are required, after the Bolshevik challenge has lost its last shreds of credibility. 5. The foundations of policy. The basis for U.S. policy in the Cold War era is outlined with considerable clarity in the internal record of Planning Point 65. With unprecedented economic and military preeminence, the U.S. prepared to become the first truly global power. Not surprisingly, corporate and state managers hoped to use this power to design a world order that would serve the interests they represented. During the war, U.S. planners developed the concept of a grand area, a region understood to be strategically necessary for world control, subordinated to the needs of the American economy. In its early stages, the Grand Area was conceived as a US-led non-German bloc. It was to incorporate the Western Hemisphere, the Far East, and the former British Empire, which was to be dismantled along with other regional systems and incorporated under U.S. control. Meanwhile, the U.S. extended its own regional systems in Latin America and the Pacific on the principle, expressed by Abe Fortas in Internal Discussion, that these steps were justified as part of our obligation to the security of the world. What was good for us was good for the world. British officials were unimpressed, denouncing the economic imperialism of American business interests, which is quite active under the cloak of a benevolent and avuncular internationalism, and is attempting to elbow us out. As it became clear that Germany would be defeated, the Grand Area concept was extended to include the Eurasian landmass as well, as far as possible. These general plans were applied to particular regions with much consistency. With regard to the Soviet Union, the doves were reconciled to a form of containment in which it would control most of the areas occupied by the Red Army in the war against Hitler. The hawks had broader aspirations, as expressed in the rollback strategy of NSC 68. U.S. policy towards the Soviet Union has fluctuated between these positions over the years, reflecting in part the problem of controlling the far-flung domains defended by U.S. power, in part the need for a credible enemy to ensure that the public remains willing to support intervention and provide a subsidy to advanced industry through the military system. The Grand Area was to have a definite structure. The industrial societies were to be reconstituted with much of the traditional order restored, but within the overarching framework of U.S. power. They were to be organized under their natural leaders, Germany and Japan. Early moves towards democratization under the military occupation caused deep concern in Washington and the business community. They were reversed by the late 1940s, with firm steps to weaken the labor movement and ensure the dominance of the traditional business sectors, linked to U.S. capital. Britain was later to undergo a similar process, as did the United States itself. 66. Moves towards a European Economic Community, it was assumed, would improve economic performance, reconcile all social sectors to business dominance, and create markets and investment opportunities for U.S. corporations. Japan was to become a regional leader within a US-dominated global system. The thought that Japan might become a serious competitor was then too exotic to be considered. As late as the 1960s, the Kennedy administration was still concerned with finding means to ensure Japan's viability. This was finally established by the Vietnam War, which was costly to the United States but highly beneficial to the Japanese economy, as the Korean War had been. There are some surprising illusions about these matters. Thus, Alan Tonelson, then editor of Foreign Policy, refers to the U.S. effort to build up industrial centers in Western Europe and Japan in the stated hope that they would soon rival the United States. There was neither such a hope nor such an expectation. With regard to Japan, for example, Army Under-Secretary William Draper, the former vice president of Dillon, Reed & Co., who played a major role in efforts to revive the German and Japanese economies in such a way as to ensure the dominance of the business classes, considered it doubtful that Japan would ever sell enough to the United States to earn the dollars needed to pay for American raw materials. The illusions about U.S. hopes are on a par with the belief that the United States, or anyone else, has gone to war for the defense of freedom, disseminated by James Reston and other ideologues. 67. By 1947, it was perceived that European recovery was foundering and that large-scale U.S. initiatives were required for it to proceed along the desired lines. The first major policy initiative to this end was the Marshall Plan. In his comprehensive study of this program, Michael Hogan outlines its primary motivation as the encouragement of a European economic federation much like the United States, with over $2 billion annually in U.S. aid in the early years to avert economic, social, and political chaos in Europe, contain communism, meaning not Soviet intervention but the success of the indigenous communist parties, prevent the collapse of America's export trade, and achieve the goal of multilateralism. Such an economic stimulus was required to protect individual initiative and private enterprise both on the continent and in the United States. The alternative would be experiments with socialist enterprise and government controls, which would jeopardize private enterprise in the United States as well. A major concern was the dollar gap, which prevented Europe from purchasing U.S. manufactured goods, with grave implications for the domestic econ. 68 OMI.68. The understanding that reconstruction of European, and Japanese, capitalism was essential to the health of the U.S. economic order recapitulated the thinking of the Harding administration after World War I. Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover, Secretary of State Charles Evans Hughes, and other influential planners took it for granted that European economic recovery was essential for the expansion of American exports. The prosperity of the United States, Hughes declared in 1921, largely depends upon economic settlements which may be made in Europe, which required, of course, that the Bolshevist beast be slain, as the president had proclaimed. 69. From a strategic and geopolitical viewpoint, diplomatic historian Melvin Leffler observes, the impact of the Marshall Plan stretched beyond Europe. Overcoming the dollar gap, which had originally prompted the Marshall Plan, required a restoration of the triangular trade patterns whereby Europe earned dollars through U.S. purchase of raw materials from its colonies. Hence European, and Japanese, access to third world markets and raw materials was an essential component of the general strategic planning, and a necessary condition for fulfillment of the general purposes of the Marshall Plan, to benefit the American economy, to redress the European balance of power in favor of U.S. allies, state and class, and to enhance American national security, where national security is understood as control of raw materials, industrial infrastructure, skilled manpower, and military bases. The strategic dimensions of the Marshall Plan, Leffler continues, thus required that revolutionary nationalism had to be thwarted outside Europe, just as the fight against indigenous communism had to be sustained inside Europe. This was a difficult problem because of the prestige of the anti-fascist resistance, often with a strong communist element, and the discrediting of the traditional US allies in the business classes because of their association with fascism. Despite the rhetorical commitment to self-determination, US policy demanded that the former colonies retain their dependent role. The same might be said about the commitment to democracy, which, if more than rhetoric, would have meant that popular forces to which the US was opposed, communists, radical Democrats, labor, and so on, be permitted to play more than a token role in political and social life. Marshall Plan aid was used to coerce political choices, notably in Italy in 1948, and to force Europe to soft-pedal welfare programs, limit wages, control inflation, and create an environment conducive for capital investment, part of it financed out of labor's pocket. Thomas McCormick, Point 70. From an early stage in the Cold War, and for deep-seated reasons, the United States was set on a course against self-determination and democracy, rhetorical commitments aside. That these commitments were indeed rhetorical was acknowledged by the more cynical and intelligent planners. Dean Acheson, for example, noted that if our present policy is to have any hope of success in Formosa, Taiwan, we must carefully conceal our wish to separate the island from mainland control, and if we intervene militarily, we should do so under a UN guise and with the proclaimed intention of satisfying the legitimate demands of the indigenous Formosans for self-determination. 71. William Borden observes in an important study that few dollars changed hands internationally under the aid programs. The dollars went to American producers, and the goods were sold to the European public in local currencies. He argues further that the failure of the aid program to overcome the dollar gap and the unwillingness of Congress to provide additional funds led Secretary of State Acheson and his aide, Paul Nitze, to replace international Keynesian stimulation of the world economy with international military Keynesian stimulation of the world economy, the basic thinking behind NSC 68. Segments of the business community considered it obvious that foreign economies as well as our own are now mainly dependent on the scope of continued arms spending in this country. Magazine of Wall Street, 1951. U.S. military expenditures provided a substantial stimulus to European industrial production, and purchase of strategic raw materials from European colonies so reduced the dollar gap that Marshall Plan aid to Britain was suspended in 1950. Though longer-term effects were mixed, Hogan argues. Point 72. In the case of Japan, U.S. military expenditures, particularly for the Korean War, were the primary factor in its post-war industrial recovery. South Korea benefited in a similar way from the Vietnam War, as did other U.S. allies. The role of the Third World within the Grand Area structure was to serve the needs of the industrial societies. In Latin America, as elsewhere, the protection of our resources must be a major concern, George Kennan explained. Since the main threat to our interests is indigenous, we must realize, he continued, that the final answer might be an unpleasant one, namely, police repression by the local government. Harsh government measures of repression should cause us no qualms as long as the results are on balance favorable to our purposes. In general, it is better to have a strong regime in power than a liberal government if it is indulgent and relaxed and penetrated by communists. 73. The term communist is used in U.S. discourse in a technical sense, referring to labor leaders, peasant organizers, priests organizing self-help groups, and others with the wrong priorities. The right priorities are outlined in the highest level top-secret planning documents. Point 74. The major threat to U.S. interests is posed by nationalistic regimes that are responsive to popular pressures for immediate improvement in the low living standards of the masses and diversification of the economies. This tendency conflicts not only with the need to protect our resources, but also with our concern to encourage a climate conducive to private investment and, in the case of foreign capital, to repatriate a reasonable return. The Kennedy administration identified the roots of U.S. interests in Latin America as in part military, the Panama Canal, strategic raw materials, and so on, but perhaps still more the economic root whose central fiber is the $9 billion of private U.S. investment in the area and extensive trade relations. The need to protect and promote American investment and trade is threatened by nationalism, that is, efforts to follow an independent course. The preference is for agro-export models serving the interests of US-based corporations, agribusiness, pesticide and fertilizer producers, and so on, and in later years, a range of such useful services as cheap labor for assembly plants. The threat of nationalism is recognized in the public record as well. Thus, after the successful CIA-backed coup that overthrew the parliamentary regime of the conservative nationalist Mossadegh in Iran, restoring the Shah and leaving U.S. oil companies with 40% of the formerly British concession, the New York Times commented editorially that all of this was good news indeed, however costly to all concerned, primarily Iranians. The affair may yet be proved worthwhile if lessons are learned from it. The primary lesson is then spelled out, mincing no words. Underdeveloped countries with rich resources now have an object lesson in the heavy cost that must be paid by one of their number which goes berserk with fanatical nationalism. It is perhaps too much to hope that Iran's experience will prevent the rise of Mossadeghs in other countries, but that experience may at least strengthen the hands of more reasonable and more far-seeing leaders, who will have a clear-eyed understanding of our overriding priorities. 75. It was also recognized that the plans for the targeted countries would be unpopular there, but for their populations, no subtle measures of control are necessary. Under the cover of U.S. government aid programs, USAID, public safety missions trained local police forces. The reasoning, as outlined by the State Department, is that the police first detect discontent among people and should serve as one of the major means by which the government assures itself of acceptance by the majority. An effective police force can often abort unwanted developments that might otherwise require major surgery to redress these threats. But police operations may not suffice. Accordingly, U.S. planners stressed the need to gain control over the Latin American military, described as the least anti-American of any political group. Their task, the Kennedy Action intellectuals explained, was to remove government leaders from office whenever, in the judgment of the military, the conduct of these leaders was injurious to the welfare of the nation, an obligation that they should be equipped to carry out once U.S. training has afforded them the understanding of, and orientation toward, U.S. objectives. Converting the mission of the military from hemispheric defense to internal security, the Kennedy administration and its successors were able to overcome the problem of nationalism, or ultranationalism, as it is sometimes termed in the internal planning record, by establishing and backing national security states on a neo-Nazi model, with consequences that are well known. The purpose, as explained by Lars Skulds, the foremost U.S. academic specialist on human rights in Latin America, was to destroy permanently a perceived threat to the existing structure of socio-economic privilege by eliminating the political participation of the numerical majority, the popular classes. 76 U.S. support for these regimes follows essentially the model of the 1920s and European fascism, already discussed. Note that this is a harsher variant of the policies designed for the industrial societies, motivated by the same worldview and social and political ideals. The harsher measures deemed appropriate for the Third World also help to overcome the concerns expressed in the internal record over the excessive liberalism of Latin American governments, the protection of rights afforded by their legal systems, and the free flow of ideas, which undercut U.S. efforts at indoctrination and ideological control. These stand alongside other recurrent problems, such as the low level of intellectualism in Guatemala deplored by the CIA in 1965, illustrated by the fact that liberal groups are over-responsive to Yankee imperialist themes, perhaps because of the long-term political and economic influence of U.S. fruit companies in the country, as well as by the U.S. role in the Castillo Armas liberation, the liberation by a CIA-backed coup that overthrew the popular democratic government and reinstated the traditional murderous rule of the military and oligarchy. Where the police and military cannot be controlled directly, as in post-Somoza Nicaragua or Panama, it is necessary to overthrow the government, install a more compliant regime, and restore a worthy army in the style of Somoza's National Guard, long a U.S. favorite. 77. These policies are givens, their basic thrust is subject to no challenge and no debate. It would be misleading to say that there is near unanimity on these matters in Congress, the media, and the intellectual community. More accurately, the basic doctrines are out of sight, out of mind, like the air we breathe, beyond the possibility of discussion. The general framework was adapted for particular regions. Thus, Southeast Asia was to fulfill its major function as a source of raw materials and a market for Japan and Western Europe, in the words of George Kennan, State Department Policy Planning Staff in 1949.78. This reasoning led directly to U.S. intervention in Indochina, at first in support of French colonialism, later alone. An independent Vietnam, it was feared, might spread the virus of nationalism throughout Southeast Asia, leading Japan to accommodate to a mainland communist bloc and thus to become the industrial heartland of a new order from which the U.S. might be excluded. The Pacific War had been fought in large measure to prevent such an outcome. Japan was regarded as the superdomino, in the appropriate phrase of Asia historian John Dower. To overcome the threat posed by Vietnamese nationalism, it was necessary to destroy the virus and inoculate the region against the disease. This result was achieved. Indochina was successfully destroyed, while the U.S. supported killers, torturers, and tyrants in Indonesia, Thailand, the Philippines and South Korea, providing the crucial support when needed for slaughter on a massive scale, while the media, and respectable people generally, nodded in approval or chose to look the other way. In Latin America, similar principles were applied with fair success. This region too was to fulfill its function as a source of raw materials and a market. During and after World War II, the traditional rivals of the United States in Latin America, Britain and France were largely displaced, on Henry Stimson's principle that Latin America is our little region over here which never has bothered anybody. 79 While stability of the sort conducive to U.S. elite interests has not been completely attained, nevertheless the threat of independent development was largely aborted, perhaps forever, in the Central America-Caribbean region, where U.S. influence has been overwhelming. Africa was to be exploited for the reconstruction of Europe, Kennan explained in a major State Department study on the international order. He added that the opportunity to exploit Africa should provide a psychological lift for the European powers, affording them that tangible objective for which everyone has been rather unsuccessfully groping. 80 History might have suggested a different project, that Africa should exploit Europe to enable it to reconstruct from centuries of devastation at the hands of European conquerors, perhaps also improving its psychological state through this process. Needless to say, nothing of the sort was remotely thinkable, and the actual proposals have received little if any notice, apparently being regarded as uncontroversial. In discussion of African policy particularly, the element of racism cannot be discounted. Dean Acheson warned the former Prime Minister of the white government of Rhodesia in 1971 to beware of the American public, who decide that the only correct decision of any issue must be one which favors the colored point of view. Echoing Nobel laureate Elihu Root, he urged that Rhodesia not get led down the garden path by any of our constitutional clichés, equal protection of the laws, etc., which have caused us so much trouble. He was particularly disturbed by the Supreme Court's use of vague constitutional provisions which hastened racial equality and have invaded the political field by the one-man one-vote doctrine, which made Negroes impatient for still more rapid progress and led to the newly popular techniques of demonstration and violence, September 1968. The pall of racism, hovering over African affairs under the Nixon administration, and over the most basic public issues, foreign and domestic, has been discussed by State Department official Roger Morris, including Nixon's request to Kissinger to ensure that his first presidential message to Congress on foreign policy have something in it for the jigs, eliciting the usual respectful yes, Kissinger's disbelief that the Igbos, more gifted and accomplished than other Nigerians, could also be more Negroid, and Alexander Haig's quietly pretending to beat drums on the table as African affairs were brought up at NSC staff meetings. 81. In the Middle East, the major concern was, and remains, the incomparable energy reserves of the region, primarily in the Arabian Peninsula. These were to be incorporated within the US-dominated system. As in Latin America, it was necessary to displace traditional French and British interests and to establish US control over what the State Department described as a stupendous source of strategic power, and one of the greatest material prizes in world history, probably the richest economic prize in the world in the field of foreign investment. Later, President Eisenhower described the Middle East as the most strategically important area in the world. 82. After the war, U.S. corporations gained a leading role in Middle East oil production while dominating the Western Hemisphere, which remained the major producer until 1968. The United States did not then need Middle East oil for itself. Rather, the goal was to dominate the world system, ensuring that others would not strike an independent course. Despite the general contempt for the Japanese and disparagement of their prospects, some foresaw problems even here. George Kennan proposed in 1949 that U.S. control over Japanese oil imports would help to provide veto power over Japan's military and industrial policies. This advice was followed. Japan was helped to industrialize, but the U.S. maintained control over its energy supplies and oil refining facilities. As late as 1973, only 10% of Japan's oil supply was developed by Japanese companies, Shigeko Fukai observes. By now, Japan's diversification of energy sources and conservation measures have reduced the power of the veto considerably, but it is still a factor not without weight. 83. It is, furthermore, misleading simply to assert that the U.S. has sought to keep oil cheap, though that has generally been true. Oil prices declined, relative to other commodities, from the 1940s until the sharp rise of the early 1970s brought them back into line. This was a major boon to the Western industrial powers, though extremely harmful to the long-term interests of the Arab world, and reduction in the real cost of oil was also of critical importance for the Reaganite veneer of prosperity. But cheap oil is a policy instrument, not an end in itself. There is good reason to believe that in the early 1970s the U.S. was by no means averse to the increase in the price of oil, harmful to its industrial rivals but beneficial to its own energy corporations and exporters. Control over energy is a lever for global dominance. The actual price and production levels gain significance within this context, and the economic effects of fluctuations are not a straightforward matter. 84. U.S. interest in the Philippines derives in part from similar concerns. U.S. bases there form part of the military system surrounding the Middle East region from the Indian Ocean to Israel, Turkey, Portugal, and beyond, designed to ensure that there will be no threat to control over its resources by the United States and dependable local elites. The United States is a global power, and plans accordingly. Subsequent developments in the Middle East keep to the pattern just outlined, including the deepening relations with Israel as a strategic asset and mercenary state, the U.S. rejection of a broad international consensus on a political settlement of the Arab-Israel conflict for many years, 85, and Israel's sale of U.S. arms to Iran in the 1980s, which, as high-level Israeli sources reported in the early 1980s, long before there were any hostages, was carried out in coordination with the U.S. government to encourage a military coup, which would restore the Israel-Iran-Saudi Arabia alliance on which U.S. policy had been based under the Nixon Doctrine. One of many features of the Iran-Contra affair suppressed in the congressional media damage control operation. The same model of overthrowing an unwanted civilian government had been pursued successfully in Indonesia, Chile, and other cases. 86. The major policy imperative is to block indigenous nationalist forces that might try to use their own resources in conflict with U.S. interests. A large-scale counterinsurgency operation in Greece from 1947 was partially motivated by the concern that the rot of independent nationalism there might infect the Middle East, Akison warned. Greece was regarded as an outpost of U.S. power, protecting Middle East oil for the United States and its allies. A CIA study held that if the rebels were victorious, the U.S. would face the possible loss of the petroleum resources of the Middle East. A Soviet threat was concocted in the usual manner. The real threat was indigenous nationalism, with its feared demonstration effects elsewhere. Similar factors led to the CIA coup restoring the Shah in Iran in 1953. Nasser became an enemy for similar reasons. Later, Khomeini was perceived as posing another such threat, leading the US to support Iraq in the Gulf War. The Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein then took over the mantle, shifting status overnight from favored friend to new Hitler when he invaded Kuwait in an effort to displace US-British clients. The primary fear throughout has been that nationalist forces not under US influence and control might come to have substantial influence over the oil-producing regions of the Arabian Peninsula. Saudi Arabian elites, in contrast, are considered appropriate partners, managing their resources in conformity to basic US interests, and assisting US terror and subversion throughout the Third World. More serious analysts have been quite clear about these matters, both in Congress and in the strategic analysis literature. In May 1973, before the oil crisis erupted, the Senate's ranking oil expert, Senator Henry Jackson, emphasized the strength and Western orientation of Israel on the Mediterranean and Iran under the Shah on the Persian Gulf, two reliable friends of the United States, who, along with Saudi Arabia, have served to inhibit and contain those irresponsible and radical elements in certain Arab states, who, were they free to do so, would pose a grave threat indeed to our principal sources of petroleum in the Persian Gulf, sources that the US scarcely used at the time, but sources that were needed as a reserve and as a lever for world domination. The Nixon Doctrine had established Iran under the Shah and Israel as the cops on the beat in the region, in the words of Defense Secretary Melvin Laird, ensuring that no radical nationalists would pose a danger to order. Reviewing this system in 1974, Robert Repa, a former Middle East analyst for the Defense Intelligence Agency, wrote that Israeli power protected the regimes of Jordan and Saudi Arabia from a militarily strong Egypt in the 1960s, and that the Israeli-Iranian interrelationship continued to contribute to the stability of the region, securing U.S. interests. As early as autumn 1958, the National Security Council concluded that a logical corollary of opposition to radical Arab nationalism would be to support Israel as the only strong pro-Western power left in the Middle East. 10 years earlier, Israel's military successes had led the Joint Chiefs of Staff to describe Israel as the major regional military power after Turkey, offering the U.S. means to gain strategic advantage in the Middle East that would offset the effects of the decline of British power in that area. As for the Palestinians, U.S. planners had no reason to doubt the assessment of Israeli government specialists in 1948 that the Palestinian refugees would either assimilate elsewhere or would be crushed. Some of them would die and most of them would turn into human dust and the waste of society, and join the most impoverished classes in the Arab countries. Accordingly, there was no need to trouble oneself about them. 87. Few issues in world affairs are so important as control of the world's energy system or so threatening to world peace, even survival. It continues to be axiom one of international affairs that any effort to tamper with the dominant role of the United States and its clients will be strenuously resisted. As long as it was possible, the Soviet threat was brandished to justify U.S. actions to ensure its dominance over Middle East oil. The pretext was never credible and by 1990 had to be entirely abandoned, while policy persisted much as before. The rational conclusion about the past was not drawn, but with the propaganda veil in tatters, reality could no longer be completely concealed. When the U.S. sent forces to Saudi Arabia in August 1990 after Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, New York Times chief diplomatic correspondent Thomas Friedman wrote, "In the past, when the United States was confronting the Soviet Union and competing for influence with Moscow in the Middle East, the stake in whose allies controlled what oil reserves had a military and strategic dimension. But today, with the Soviet Union cooperating in the crisis, that argument has lost much of its urgency. Or, more accurately, the argument had lost its capacity to efface the realities, which therefore had to be stated frankly. For once, the United States is not sending troops to the Gulf simply to help Saudi Arabia resist aggression. It is sending troops to support the OPEC country that is more likely to cater to Washington's interests." In the Washington Post, E.J. Dion observed that there is something thoroughly old-fashioned about the proceedings, quoting Tom Mann, Director of Governmental Affairs at the Brookings Institution, who says, "This is bald self-interest we're talking about here." And in some ways, Bush's way of dealing with these Middle Eastern countries is almost colonial in character. I'll hasten to add that there is no hint of criticism in such characterizations. 88. In brief, the world's major energy reserves must be in the proper hands, ours which can be counted on to use them for the benefit of the right people, Churchill's satisfied nations, who wished nothing more for themselves than what they had. Rhetoric aside, the perceived danger throughout, in the Middle East and elsewhere, is independent nationalism, described as a virus that might infect other countries, a rotten apple that might contaminate the region and beyond, a domino that might topple others. The cover story is that the dominoes will fall through conquest. Ho Chi Minh will take off to Jakarta in a canoe and conquer the archipelago, a launching pad for the march to Hawaii, if not beyond, or the Russians will use their base in Grenada for their devilish design of world conquest, and so on. Again, we need not accept the conclusion that a form of madness is a condition of respectability and power. The core assumption of the domino theory, scarcely concealed, has been that the virus might spread through the demonstration effect of successful independent development. Sometimes the enemies are truly the monsters they are depicted to be. Sometimes they compare rather favorably to the preferred moderates. These characteristics are essentially beside the point. What counts is their accommodation to the needs of the rich men dwelling at peace within their habitations. Such reasoning holds throughout the post-war period, including the extraordinary efforts to devastate Nicaragua by terror and economic warfare, even sadistic refusal of aid for natural catastrophe and pressure on allies to do the same. The elite consensus on these matters reveals how deeply these imperatives are felt, and provides no little insight into Western moral and cultural values. The general framework of world order was to be a form of liberal internationalism guaranteeing the needs of U.S. investors. Several factors combine to require that the Third World specialize in export of primary products: the needs of European and Japanese industrial recovery, the triangular trade patterns that help to maintain U.S. exports at a high level in the manner already mentioned, and ready access to resources, including raw materials for military production, with its central role in economic management and population control. The conflict between U.S. policy and independent Third World development was deeply rooted in the structure of the world system. The persistent resort to violence to bar nationalist threats is a natural concomitant of these commitments. 89. Though the principled opposition to independent Third World nationalism is spelled out emphatically in the internal planning record and illustrated in practice with much consistency, it does not satisfy doctrinal requirements and is therefore unfit to enter public discourse. One would be hard put to find a discussion of these central features of the contemporary world order in the popular or intellectual journals. In mainstream scholarship, the crucial facts are commonly ignored, marginalized, or flatly denied. Thus, in Gaddis's important study of the origins and evolution of the containment policy, we read that all post-war chief executives believed that nationalism, so long as it reflected the principle of self-determination, posed no threat to American institutions and therefore did not call forth a hostile American response, as illustrated by the fact that certainly Kennedy had no objections to the Cuban Revolution itself but only to the danger of Soviet control, and by our efforts at deterring aggression in South Vietnam and in the defense of Greece, in both cases defense against internal aggression, as Adlai Stevenson explained at the United Nations in 1964. All of this is presented without evidence or argument, except that political figures and propagandists have claimed it to be so, and with the blithe disregard for historical fact, or even relevant documentation, typical of the genre. 90. As noted, the basic thrust of policy is beyond challenge or even awareness. These doctrines have certain consequences. One is the striking correlation between U.S. aid and human rights abuses that has been noted in several studies. The reason is not that U.S. policymakers like torture. Rather, it is an irrelevance. What matters is to bar independent development and the wrong priorities. For this purpose it is often necessary, regrettably, to murder priests, torture union leaders, disappear peasants, and otherwise intimidate the general population. Governments with the right priorities will therefore be led to adopt such measures. Since the right priorities are associated with U.S. aid, we find the secondary correlation between U.S. aid and human rights violations. And since the conclusions are doctrinally unappealing, they pass into oblivion. A second consequence is the general U.S. opposition to social reform, unless it can be carried out in conformity to overriding U.S. interests. While this is occasionally possible in the Third World, such circumstances are rare, and even where social reform could be pursued along with subordination to U.S. interests, Costa Rica is a noteworthy example. Washington reacted with considerable ambivalence. 91. A third consequence is the extreme elite hostility to democracy. The reason is plain: a functioning democracy will be responsive to appeals from the masses of the population, and likely to succumb to excessive nationalism. 6. The next stage. As the foregoing analysis suggests, it is plausible to suppose that U.S. policy will be more of the same after the Cold War has ended. One reason is that the crucial event hasn't really taken place. Viewed realistically, the Cold War has, at most, half ended. Its apparent termination is an ideological construction more than a historical fact, based on an interpretation that masks some of its essential functions. For the United States, much of the basic framework of the Cold War remains intact, apart from the modalities for controlling the domestic population. That problem, a central one facing any state or other system of power, still remains, and will have to be addressed in new and more imaginative ways as traditional Cold War doctrine loses its efficacy. 92. There is also a deeper reason why U.S. policy towards the Third World is likely to pursue much the same course as before. Within a narrow range, policies express institutional needs. U.S. policies have been consistent over a long period because the dominant institutions are stable, subject to very little internal challenge, and in the past relatively immune to external pressures because of the unique wealth and power of the United States. Politics and ideology are largely bounded by the consensus of the business community. On critical issues there is tactical debate within the mainstream, but questions of principle rarely arise. The changes in the global system are, indeed, momentous, but have only a limited impact upon the fundamental basis for U.S. policies towards the Third World, though they do modify the conditions under which these policies must be executed. In particular, new pretexts must now be devised, as was illustrated in Panama and the Gulf. But this is unlikely to be more of a problem than it was for Woodrow Wilson and his predecessors before the Bolshevik Revolution. Whatever problems may be posed by the need to modify the propaganda framework, and other tactical adjustments, there is a compensating gain. The removal of the limited Soviet deterrent frees the United States in the exercise of violence. Recognition of these welcome effects has been explicit in public discourse since the early stages of the Soviet withdrawal from the international arena, and was endorsed by Elliott Abrams, expressing his pleasure over the invasion of Panama. Abrams observed that Bush probably is going to be increasingly willing to use force. The use of force is more feasible than before, he explained, now that developments in Moscow have lessened the prospect for a small operation to escalate into a superpower conflict. 93. Similarly, the test of Gorbachev's new thinking is regularly taken to be his willingness to withdraw support from those whom the United States aims to destroy. Only if he allows us to proceed without interference in whatever we choose to do will we know that he is serious about ending the Cold War. The Russian moves have helped to dispel some conventional mystification. The official story has always been that we contain the Russians, deterring them and thwarting their malicious designs. But the reality, as has long been evident, is that the fear of potential superpower conflict has served to contain and deter the United States and its far more ambitious global designs. The frightening Soviet intervention in the Third World has, commonly, consisted of moves by the Kremlin to protect and sustain targets of U.S. attack. Now that the Soviets are limiting, perhaps terminating these efforts, the U.S. is more free to pursue its designs by force and violence, and the rhetorical clouds begin to lift. Perhaps it will someday be possible to use the terminology of the containment doctrine in accord with its meaning and the historical facts. Two new factors in U.S. Third World relations, then, are the need for tactical and doctrinal adjustments, and the greater freedom to resort to force with impunity, with the decline of the Soviet deterrent. A third factor is that forceful intervention and military dictatorships are not as necessary as before. One reason is the success of violence in devastating popular organizations. Another is the economic catastrophe in much of the Third World, see Chapter 7. In these circumstances, it becomes possible to tolerate civilian governments, sometimes even social democrats, now that hopes for a better life have been destroyed. Yet another factor is that the US is weaker than before relative to its real rivals, Europe and Japan. This long-term tendency was enhanced by the economic mismanagement of the Reaganites, who threw a party for the rich at the expense of the poor and future generations, and severely damaged the economy in the process. In this respect, the capacity for intervention will decline. A related development is the increasing penetration of Latin America by our rivals, who do not recognize the area as our little region over here. Japan, in particular, is expanding investment and aid in the region, primarily in the richer countries, Mexico and Brazil. An editorial in the Japan Economic Journal observes, if the US is being downgraded from a leader of the Western alliance to an ordinary power, Japan needs to recognize that fact and act accordingly. Japanese investment in Latin America and the Caribbean has risen to over half that of the United States, close to 20% of Japan's total worldwide. Japanese banks also hold about 10 to 15% of Latin American debt, compared with one-third by US banks. Debt holdings are now one means to finance new investment, by trading debt for productive assets. Point 94. The US views such developments with some ambivalence. On the one hand, it does not want its interests to be challenged, on the other, it would like others to pay the costs of its depredations in the region and to help maintain the viability of the sectors useful for the satisfied nations, also underwriting at least enough development to serve as the carrot alongside the stick that blocks unwelcome popular moves towards independence, democracy, and social justice. Still another factor is the project of Latin Americanizing Eastern Europe. Most American companies view the Soviet Union and the newly opening nations in Eastern Europe as potential markets for their products or as sources of low-cost manufacturing labor, a front-page New York Times story observes, adding that they are even looking forward to a version of the standard brain drain, in which the cost of educating professionals is borne by the Third World while the benefits accrue to the industrial societies. In the present case, there is plentiful and underused brainpower in the East Bloc, which offers intellectual reserves that are not only extremely cheap but also of high quality because their education system is fine, a senior scientist at a major corporation observes. Point 95. The goals are clear enough when we turn to practice and policy, and even its ideological cover. Consider, for example, the Z document, which aroused much excitement in early 1990, having displaced ruminations on the end of history and the Hegelian spirit, which were the previous year's fad. This document, which appears in the Journal of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences under the pseudonym Z, with excerpts pre-published in the New York Times, advises the West on the proper response to communism's terminal crisis. 96. We may put aside the framework, with its brooding over the immutable essence of Sovietism and its many insights, that Stalin was the hero of the left, while the liberal to radical mainstream of Anglo-American Sovietology regarded Stalinism as having a democratic cast, that scholarship indulged in blatant fantasies about democratic Stalinism, and puerile fetishization of Lenin and the democratic transformation that follows from Leninism, while simultaneously regarding Stalin as an aberration from the Leninist main line of Sovietism. Z sees no inconsistency in these attributions, though he is derisive about the conceptual confusions of the leftists who dominate academic scholarship, that Lenin produced the world's first version of non-capitalism, that Lenin and Trotsky regarded October 1917 as the ultimate revolution, the revolution to end all further need of revolutions. that Brezhnev intervened at will throughout the Third World and Russia best rode the world. And others that may help to explain why the author preferred anonymity. 97. Stripping all this away, the document contains one general thesis and an accompanying policy recommendation. The thesis is that there is no third way between Leninism and the market, between Bolshevism and constitutional government. The recommendation is that Western aid should be limited to the piecemeal development of parallel structures in a private sector operating on market principles, with free economic zones operating under International Monetary Fund conditions spreading from the periphery to the interior of the USSR. The thesis has a minor defect. Its first dichotomy rules out of existence the industrial democracies, not to speak of South Korea, Taiwan, and the other economic miracles, all of which depart sharply from market principles. Its second dichotomy also denies the existence of most of the world, neither Bolshevist nor constitutional. The recommendation, however, is straightforward enough: the Soviet Empire should be converted into another region of the Third World. The rest can be dismissed as an effort to endow this basic concept with an aura of seriousness, and to lash out at hated academic enemies. There is much concern in the United States over the fact that its rivals, particularly German-led Europe, are well ahead in the enterprise of converting the vast East Bloc into a new Third World, which can provide resources, markets, investment opportunities, and cheap labor, and perform other useful chores. Federal Reserve Board Chairman Alan Greenspan describes the huge investment requirement and potential for significant rates of return in Eastern Europe as the most important financial issue of the coming decade, with no historical precedent. But the relative decline of U.S. economic power during the Reagan years has reduced the United States' capacity to compete for this rich prize, and the increasing dependence on foreign lenders leaves the economy vulnerable as rival powers turn to the opportunities for enrichment in the new regions opening up for exploitation. We have lost a lot of our authority as a leader in the world, U.S. trust company economic consultant James O'Leary says, echoing the sentiments of many Wall Street economists. 10 or 15 years ago we didn't have to pay much attention to what happened elsewhere. Now we are just one of the boys. 98. Liberal Democrats urge that aid be diverted from Central America to Eastern Europe to advance the U.S. cause in the race to exploit these newly accessible domains. The term aid is a euphemism for methods by which the taxpayer funds business efforts to enhance market penetration and investment opportunities. The matter is too serious to be disguised in the usual cloak of noble intent. Thus Democratic Senator Patrick Leahy, criticizing a New York Times editorial calling for aid for the promising new democracies in Panama and Nicaragua, writes, "The United States is left at the starting gate in Eastern Europe. You almost sound consoling in your observation that Western Europe and Japan are already addressing Eastern Europe's needs. You can bet they are, and that is the problem. The vast trade and investment potential of Eastern Europe is rapidly being oriented toward our main trade competitors. We debate how to clean up two foreign policy debacles in Central America while the markets of 120 million people in Eastern Europe are being opened by Japan and the European Community. 99. In congressional debate, Leahy stressed that foreign aid must do much more to strengthen American economic competitiveness abroad. Contrary to public oratory, aid is not some international charity or welfare program. Properly designed, it can be an investment in new trading partners, growing export markets, and more jobs in our export industries here at home, the guiding idea since the Marshall Plan. In the current circumstances, our foreign assistance program must be aimed at strengthening U.S. economic involvement in the emerging democracies of Eastern Europe. We are being left behind by Western European and Japanese firms who get direct support from their governments, and our Eastern European initiative should be aimed at strengthening the ability of American business to participate in the opening of this enormous new market as we enter the 21st century. Our competitors are government-backed, and the Export-Import Bank as well as our aid program should help American businesses compete against these subsidized nations that are taking these markets away from us in Africa, Asia, and Latin America as well. The foreign aid bill can give American business more tools to combat predatory financing, tied aid, and mixed credits. To compete with Japan and Western European interests, we have to back our commercial interests as effectively as the countries that are in competition for these markets and whose commitment to the free market is, in fact, on a par with ours. Fine for those who expect to come out ahead in the competition, not to be taken seriously by others. 100. Such factors as these will shape the new methods for continuing the war against the Third World, now under a different guise and with a more varied array of competing actors. Popular forces in the United States and Europe have placed certain barriers in the path of state terror, and have offered some help to those targeted for repression, but unless they gain considerably in scale and commitment, the future for the traditional victims looks grim. Grim, but not hopeless. With amazing courage and persistence, the wretched of the earth continue to struggle for their rights. And in the industrial world, with Bolshevism disintegrating and capitalism long abandoned, there are prospects for the revival of libertarian socialist and radical democratic ideals that had languished, including popular control of the workplace and investment decisions and, correspondingly, the establishment of more meaningful political democracy as constraints imposed by private power are reduced. These and other emerging possibilities are still remote, but no more so than the possibility of parliamentary democracy and elementary rights of citizenship 250 years ago. No one knows enough to predict what human will can achieve. We are faced with a kind of Pascal's wager: assume the worst, and it will surely arrive. Commit oneself to the struggle for freedom and justice, and its cause may be advanced. 2. The home front. The Reagan era was widely heralded as virtually revolutionary in its import. Reality was considerably less dramatic, but the impact on the domestic social order and the world was not slight. Some reflections follow on what was bequeathed to the new administration in early 1989. The focus in this chapter is at home, and in the next, on broader international issues and policy implications. 1. The unimportant people. These matters have large-scale human consequences, and should therefore be faced dispassionately. That is not an easy matter. It is first necessary to dispel the most vivid images conjured up by the words Reagan, Schultz, and Bush, images of tortured and mutilated bodies by the tens of thousands in El Salvador and Guatemala, and of dying infants in Nicaragua, succumbing once again to disease and malnutrition thanks to the successes in reversing the early achievements of the Sandinistas. And others like them in Mozambique, Gaza, and other corners of the world from which we prefer to avert our eyes. By we I mean a larger community for which we all share responsibility. These images we must somehow manage to put aside. We should not move on, however, without at least a word on how easily we refrain from seeing piles of bones and rivers of blood when we are the agents of misery and despair. To truly appreciate these accomplishments one must turn to the liberal doves, who are regularly condemned for their excessive sensitivity to the plight of our victims. To New Republic editor Hendrik Hertzberg, who writes of the things about the Reagan era that haven't been so attractive, like sleaze, Rambo movies, and Lebanon, referring, presumably, to dead Marines, not dead Lebanese and Palestinians, but without a word on Central America, where nothing has happened that even rises to the level of unattractive, apparently. Or even to Mary McGrory, in a very different category, who nevertheless tells us that the real argument, of course, is what is more important in Nicaragua: peace, as the Democrats cry, or freedom, as the Republicans demand. The shred of truth in these words is that the Democrats are as committed to peace as the Republicans are to freedom. 1. Or we can turn to the journal Indochina Issues, of the Center for International Policy, which has compiled a very laudable record in its work for peace and justice. Here, a senior associate of the Carnegie Foundation for International Peace calls for reconciliation with Vietnam, urging that we put aside the agony of the Vietnam experience and the injuries of the past, and overcome the hatred, anger, and frustration caused us by the Vietnamese, though without forgetting the humanitarian issues left over from the war, those missing in action, those qualified to emigrate to the United States, and the remaining inmates of re-education camps. These are the only humanitarian issues that we see, apparently, when we cast our eye on 3 countries littered with corpses, broken bodies, hideously deformed fetuses and hundreds of thousands of other victims of chemical warfare in South Vietnam, destruction on a colossal scale, all caused by some unknown hand, unmentioned here. Meanwhile we contemplate what they have done to us, the agony and injury they have forced us to endure. Point 2. On such assumptions, we can perhaps even read without cringing that James Fallows is now fully aware after a recent visit to Vietnam that the war will be important in history mostly for what it did, internally, to the United States, not what difference it made in Indochina, Dissent editor Dennis Wrong, quoting Fallows with approval. The slaughter of millions of Indochinese and the destruction of their countries is far too slight a matter to attract the attention of the muse of history while she ponders the domestic problems caused for the important people, those who really count. Perhaps, someday, a thoughtful German commentator will explain that the Holocaust will be important in history mostly for what it did, internally, to Germany, not for what difference it made for the Jews. Point 3. A leading authority on Native Americans, Francis Jennings, once observed, in history, the man in the ruffled shirt and gold-laced waistcoat somehow levitates above the blood he has ordered to be spilled by dirty-handed underlings. We will not be able to face the problems that lie ahead realistically unless we come to grips with these striking and pervasive features of our moral and intellectual culture. Central America has been a foreign policy obsession throughout the 80s, and the effects are evident. Before this grim and shameful decade, Central America had been one of the most miserable corners of the world. That its fate might teach us some lessons about the great power that has long dominated the region and repeatedly intervened in its affairs is a thought foreign to the minds of the important people, and it is understood that they are not to be troubled by such discordant notes. Thus in the New York Times Magazine, James Lemoyne ruminates on the deep-seated problems of Central America, recalling the role of Cuba, the Soviet Union, North Korea, the PLO, Vietnam, and other disruptive foreign forces. One actor is missing, apart from the phrase that in El Salvador, the United States bolstered the Salvadoran army, insisted on elections and called for some reforms. In another Times Magazine story, Tad Sulk gives a similar treatment to the Caribbean, observing that the roots of the Caribbean problems are not entirely Cuban. The Soviet offensive is also to blame, along with the consequences of colonial greed and mismanagement by European powers. The US is charged only with indifference to the brewing problems. 4. In a later Times Magazine story, Stephen Kinzer concedes that in Guatemala, which he had offered as a model for the errant Sandinistas, the progress of democracy leaves something to be desired. To be sure, there are some encouraging signs. Thus murders by the security forces we bolster have declined to perhaps 2 a day, definitely an improvement over the period when Reagan and his cohorts were enthusiastically hailing Lucas Garcia and Rios Montt, whom Kinzer now describes as 2 of the most ruthless military presidents, in fact, mass murderers. But Kinzer, who knows the role of the US in Guatemala well, also knows the rules of decorum. In his version, Guatemala's democratic interlude of 1944-54 ended for some unstated reason, and the subsequent US role, until today, receives no mention whatsoever. We find again only an oblique reference to general indifference. Rich countries, notably the United States, welcomed, and in some cases helped to force the transitions to civilian rule in Latin America, but without sufficient commitment or recognition of longer-term challenges. If in Guatemala more people are unemployed, and more people now eat out of garbage dumps, than ever in memory, if the army maintains its vicious and murderous regime, if the military and super-rich who rule behind a thin civilian facade persist in what the Catholic bishops call the inhuman and merciless abuse of the impoverished peasants, then it must be a reflection of their inherent worthlessness. Surely no respectable person could imagine that the United States might share some responsibility for instituting and maintaining this charnel house. 5. The practice is virtually a literary convention. Reporting the Bosch-Balaguer 1990 election campaign in the Dominican Republic, Howard French tells us that Juan Bosch, a lifelong Marxist, was removed from office in a military coup shortly after winning the country's first free elections, in 1963, and that his rival, Joaquim Balaguer, defeated Bosch in the 1966 presidential election. Omitted are a few pertinent facts, among them, that there had been no prior free elections because of repeated U.S. interventions, including long support for the murderer and torturer Trujillo until he began to interfere with U.S. interests, that the lifelong Marxist advocated policies similar to those of the Kennedy Democrats, that the U.S. was instrumental in undermining him and quickly backed the new military regime, that when the populace arose to restore constitutional rule in 1965, the U.S. sent 23,000 troops on utterly fraudulent pretexts to avert the threat of democracy, establishing the standard regime of death squads, torture, repression, slave labor conditions, increase in poverty and malnutrition, vast emigration, and wonderful opportunities for its own investors, and tolerating the free election of 1966 only when the playing field had been leveled by ample terror. 6. Even such major atrocities as the slaughter in Cambodia that the U.S. conducted and presided over in the early 1970s have faded quietly away. As a matter of routine, when the New York Times reviews the horror story of Cambodia, it begins in April 1975, under the heading "The Cambodia Ordeal, a Country Bleeds for 15 Years." No one bled, apparently, from the time of the first sustained U.S. bombings in March 1969 through April 1975, when 600,000 people were killed, according to CIA estimates. 7. The moral cowardice would be stunning, if it were not such a routine feature of intellectual life. Returning to Central America, a decade ago there were glimmerings of hope for constructive change. In Guatemala, peasants and workers were organizing to challenge one of the most primitive oligarchies on the face of the earth. In El Salvador, church-based self-help groups, unions, peasant associations, and other popular organizations were offering a way for the general population to escape grinding poverty and repression and to begin to take some control of their lives and fate. In Nicaragua, the tyranny that had served as the base for U.S. power in the region for decades was overthrown in 1979, leaving the country in ruins, littered with 40,000 corpses, the treasury robbed, the economy devastated. But the National Guard was driven out and new popular forces were mobilized. Here too there was hope for a better future, and it was realized to a surprising degree, despite extreme adversity, in the early years. The Reagan administration and its liberal Democrat and media accomplices can take credit for having reduced these hopes to ashes. That is a rare accomplishment, for which history will assign them their proper place, if there is ever an honest accounting. 2. Political successes. But let us put aside such disquieting thoughts as we all too easily do and try to assess the impact of these years where it matters to history by the lights of the sophisticated, internally, for the domestic society of the United States, and in particular for those who hold its reins. To face these questions sensibly, we have to try to understand our own societies. It is not a simple picture. In the United States we see, for example, the tiny Jesuit center Quest for Peace which, with no resources, was able to raise millions of dollars for hurricane relief in Nicaragua from people who have been able, somehow, to keep their independence of thought and their hold on simple moral values. On the other hand, we see the rigid fanaticism, willful ignorance, and intellectual and moral corruption of the elite culture. We see a political system in which formal mechanisms function with little substance, while at the same time dissidence, activism, turbulence, and informal politics have been on the rise and impose constraints on state violence that are by no means negligible. With regard to the political system, the Reagan era represents a significant advance in capitalist democracy. For 8 years, the U.S. government functioned virtually without a chief executive. That is an important fact. It is quite unfair to assign to Ronald Reagan, the person, much responsibility for the policies enacted in his name. Despite the efforts of the educated classes to invest the proceedings with the required dignity, it was hardly a secret that Reagan had only the vaguest conception of the policies of his administration and, if not properly programmed by his staff, regularly produced statements that would have been an embarrassment, were anyone to have taken them seriously. The question that dominated the Iran-Contra hearings: did Reagan know, or remember, what the policy of his administration had been, was hardly a serious one. The pretense to the contrary was simply part of the cover-up operation, and the lack of public interest over revelations that Reagan was engaged in illegal aid to the Contras during a period when he later informed Congress he knew nothing about it, betrays a certain realism. Reagan's duty was to smile, to read from the teleprompter in a pleasant voice, tell a few jokes, and keep the audience properly bemused. His only qualification for the presidency was that he knew how to read the lines written for him by the rich folk, who pay well for the service. Reagan had been doing that for years. He seemed to perform to the satisfaction of the paymasters, and to enjoy the experience. By all accounts, he spent many pleasant days enjoying the pomp and trappings of power and should have a fine time in the retirement quarters that his grateful benefactors have prepared for him. It is not really his business if the bosses left mounds of mutilated corpses in death squad dumping grounds in El Salvador or hundreds of thousands of homeless in the streets. One does not blame an actor for the content of the words that come from his mouth. When we speak of the policies of the Reagan administration, then, we are not referring to the figure set up to front for them by an administration whose major strength was in public relations. The construction of a symbolic figure by the public relations industry is a contribution to solving one of the critical problems that must be faced in any society that combines concentrated power with formal mechanisms that in theory allow the general public to take part in running their own affairs, thus posing a threat to privilege. Not only in the subject domains but at home as well, there are unimportant people who must be taught to submit with due humility, and the crafting of a figure larger than life is a classic device to achieve this end. As far back as Herodotus we can read how people who had struggled to gain their freedom became once more subject to autocratic government through the acts of able and ambitious leaders who introduced for the first time the ceremonial of royalty, distancing the leader from the public while creating a legend that he was a being of a different order from mere men who must be shrouded in mystery, and leaving the secrets of government, which are not the affair of the vulgar, to those entitled to manage them. In the early years of the Republic, an absurd George Washington cult was contrived as part of the effort to cultivate the ideological loyalties of the citizenry and thus create a sense of viable nationhood, historian Lawrence Friedman comments. Washington was a perfect man of unparalleled perfection, who was raised above the level of mankind, and so on. To this day, the Founding Fathers remain those pure geniuses of detached contemplation, far surpassing ordinary mortals, CP 17. Such reverence persists, notably in elite intellectual circles, the comedy of Camelot being an example. Sometimes a foreign leader ascends to the same semi-divinity among loyal worshippers, and may be described as a Promethean figure with colossal external strength and colossal powers, as in the more ludicrous moments of the Stalin era, or in the accolade to Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir by New Republic owner-editor Martin Peretz, from which these quotes are taken. 8. Franklin Delano Roosevelt attained similar heights among large sectors of the population, including many of the poor and working class, who placed their trust in him. The aura of sanctity remains among intellectuals who worship at the shrine. Reviewing a laudatory book on FDR by Joseph Alsop in the New York Review of Books, left liberal social critic Murray Kempton describes the majesty of Roosevelt's smile as he beamed from those great heights that lie beyond the taking of offense. Those of us who were born to circumstances less assured tend to think of, indeed revere, this demeanor as the aristocratic style. We are as homesick as Alsop for a time when America was ruled by gentlemen and ladies. Roosevelt and Lucy Mercer were persons even grander on the domestic stage than they would end up being on the cosmic one, and met the great crisis in their lives, a secret love affair, in the grandest style. That Roosevelt was the Democrat that great gentlemen always are in no way abetted his grandeur. His blend of elegance with compassion adds up to true majesty. He left us with nostalgia that is aching. His enormous bulk stands between us and all prior history, endearingly exalted, splendidly eternal for romance, etc., etc. Roosevelt took such complete command that he left social inquiry, a wasteland, so much so that 10 years went by before a Commerce Department economist grew curious about the distribution of income and was surprised to discover that its inequality had persisted almost unchanged from Hoover through Roosevelt and Truman, but that is only the carping of trivial minds. The important fact is that Roosevelt brought us comfort, owing to his engraving upon the public consciousness the sense that men were indeed equal, whatever the record of economic reform and civil rights may show. There was one published reaction, by Noam, who praised the encomium that Murray Kempton justly bestowed on Roosevelt. Try as they might, the spinners of fantasy could not even approach such heights in the Reagan era. The political and social history of Western democracies records all sorts of efforts to ensure that the formal mechanisms are little more than wheels spinning idly. The goal is to eliminate public meddling in policy formation. That has been largely achieved in the United States, where there is little in the way of political organizations, functioning unions, media independent of the corporate oligopoly, or other popular structures that might offer people means to gain information, clarify and develop their ideas, put them forth in the political arena, and work to realize them. As long as each individual is facing the television tube alone, formal freedom poses no threat to privilege. One major step towards barring the annoying public from serious affairs is to reduce elections to the choice of symbolic figures, like the flag, or the Queen of England who, after all, opens Parliament by reading the government's political program, though no one asks whether she believes it, or even understands it. 10 If elections become a matter of selecting the Queen for the next 4 years, then we will have come a long way towards resolving the tension inherent in a free society in which power over investment and other crucial decisions, hence the political and ideological systems as well, is highly concentrated in private hands. For such measures of deterring democracy to succeed, the indoctrination system must perform its tasks properly, investing the leader with majesty and authority and manufacturing the illusions necessary to keep the public in thrall or at least, otherwise occupied. In the modern era, one way to approach this task is to rhapsodize, or wail, over the astonishing popularity of the august figure selected to preside from afar. From the early days of the Reagan period it was repeatedly demonstrated that the tales of Reagan's unprecedented popularity, endlessly retailed by the media, were fraudulent. His popularity scarcely deviated from the norm, ranging from about 1/3 to 2/3, never reaching the levels of Kennedy or Eisenhower, and largely predictable, as is standard, from perceptions of the direction of the economy. George Bush was one of the most unpopular candidates ever to assume the presidency, to judge by polls during the campaign. After 3 weeks in office his personal approval rating was 76%, well above the highest rating that Reagan ever achieved. 18 months after taking office, Bush's personal popularity remained above the highest point that Reagan achieved. Reagan's quick disappearance once his job was done should surprise no one who attended to the role he was assigned. It is, nonetheless, important to bear in mind that while the substance of democracy was successfully reduced during the Reagan era, still the public remained substantially out of control, raising serious problems for the exercise of power. The Reagan administration faced these problems with a dual strategy. First, it developed the most elaborate agitprop apparatus in American history, its Office of Public Diplomacy, one major goal being to demonize the Sandinistas and organize support for the terror states of Central America. This mobilization of state power to control the public mind was illegal, as a congressional review irrelevantly observed, but entirely in keeping with the advocacy of a powerful and intrusive state that is a fundamental doctrine of what is called conservatism. The second device was to turn to clandestine operations, at an unprecedented level. The scale of such operations is a good measure of popular dissidence. Clandestine operations are typically a secret only from the general population at home, not even from the media and Congress, pretense aside. For example, as the Reagan administration turned to the task of dismantling the Central American peace accords immediately after they were signed in August 1987, the media and Congress chose not to know that illegal supply flights to the Contras almost tripled from the already phenomenal level of 1 a day as Washington sought desperately to keep its proxy forces in the field in violation of the accords. so as to maximize violence and disruption, and to bring the people of Nicaragua to understand that removal of the Sandinistas was a prerequisite to any hope for decent survival. A year later, the media and Congress chose not to know that CIA supply flights from the Ilopango Air Base near San Salvador to Contras within Nicaragua were being reported by the same sources that had been ignored in the past, then proven accurate, as finally conceded, the Hasenfuss publicized at last when an American mercenary was shot down in October 1986 and the long-known facts could no longer be suppressed for a few weeks. 12. Similarly, the media, like Congress, pretended not to understand the absurdity of the historic agreement between the Bush administration and congressional liberals committing the administration and Congress to aid for the Nicaraguan rebels and support for the Central American peace efforts. Bernard Weinraub, New York Times, a flat and transparent self-contradiction, since the peace efforts explicitly bar the aid. A Times editorial solemnly explained that U.S. goals are now consistent with the regional pact that was flagrantly violated by the agreement that the editors hailed. The historic agreement reaffirms the policy that the strong may do whatever they wish, regardless of the will of others, exactly as Daniel Ortega was reported to have said on the same day as the Times editorial. 13. The practice was uniform as the media followed their marching orders, quite oblivious to the fact that explicitly, and without ambiguity, the Central America peace efforts ruled out any form of aid for the US-run forces except for resettlement, and that the aid provided did not qualify as humanitarian by any standards, as was unequivocally determined by the World Court in a ruling that displeased US elite opinion and therefore was never mentioned in the long and vigorous debate or what passed for such over humanitarian aid. The blatant self-contradiction in the, quite typical, statement quoted from the Times is evident and transparent, whether we consider the terms of the Escapulus II Accord of August 1987 that was successfully demolished by Washington and the media within a few months, the SOPOA ceasefire agreement of March 1988 which Congress and the administration immediately violated with the support of the media, or the February 1989 agreement of the Central American presidents. At once undermined by the administration and Congress with the usual support of the media, which exhibit a tolerance for fabrication, even direct self-contradiction, that would have impressed Orwell mightily. The facts are clear and unambiguous. The February 1989 declaration of the Central American presidents, Escapulus IV, was for the most part a reflection of the triumph of the U.S. government and the media in demolishing the August 1987 accords. Thus the crucial symmetry provisions were eliminated so that the U.S. terror states were exempt, and Nicaraguan efforts to restore the international monitoring of Escapulus II, eliminated under U.S. pressure in the session of January 1988, were once again rejected, allowing the U.S. and its clients full freedom to violate any agreement as they liked, confident, and rightly so, that the press would play along. But despite this capitulation to U.S. power, the agreement firmly repeated the request contained in numeral 5 of the Escapulus II Accord that regional and extra-regional governments, which either openly or secretly supply aid to irregular forces, the Contras or insurrectional movements, indigenous guerrillas in the area, immediately halt such aid, with the exception of humanitarian aid that contributes to the goals of this document, which are stipulated to be the voluntary demobilization, repatriation, or relocation in Nicaragua and in third countries of Contras and their families. The article of Escapulus II to which reference is made specified one indispensable element for peace, namely, a termination of open or covered aid of any form, military, logistical, financial, propagandistic, to the Contras or to indigenous guerrillas. The SOPOA ceasefire agreement of March 1988 reaffirmed the same principles, designating the Secretary General of the Organization of American States as the official in charge of monitoring compliance. His letter of protest to George Shultz as Congress at once voted to violate the agreement, while explicitly pledging to observe it, was excluded by the media as improper. It would hardly have been helpful to their task of uniting in applause for the congressional decision to advance the cause of peace by undermining the ceasefire agreement and contradicting the terms of Congress's own legislation. 14. Throughout, the media, and the Western intellectual community generally, successfully concealed what was happening before their eyes, operating much in the style of a totalitarian state, though without the excuse of fear. As regularly in the past, the cost is paid in blood and misery by the unimportant people. The basic principle, rarely violated, is that what conflicts with the requirements of power and privilege does not exist. Therefore it is possible simultaneously to violate and to support the Escapula's two accords, the March 1988 ceasefire, and the Central American peace efforts narrowed to satisfy Washington's demands in February 1989. The purpose of the government media campaign to undermine the peace process is not obscure. It was important to ensure that Nicaragua would remain under at least a low level of terrorist attack within and military threat at the borders, so that it could not devote its pitiful resources to the awesome and probably hopeless task of reconstruction from U.S. violence, and so that internal controls would allow U.S. commentators to bemoan the lack of freedom in the country targeted for attack. The same logic lay behind the Pentagon directives to the proxy forces, explicitly authorized by the State Department, and considered reasonable by liberal doves, to attack undefended soft targets. The reasoning was explained by a Contra defector who was so important that he had to be as rigorously avoided by the independent media as the Secretary General of the OAS, Horacio Arce, Chief of Contra, FDN, Intelligence, whose nom de guerre was mercenary, talk about freedom fighters and Democrats is for the educated classes at home. Contras were accorded ample media attention, more than the Nicaraguan government, but Arce received different treatment. Arce had a good deal to say when he was interviewed in Mexico in late 1988 after his defection. In particular, he described his illegal training in an Air Force base in the southern United States, identified by name the CIA agents who provided support for the Contras under an AID, Agency for International Development, cover in the U.S. Embassy in Tegucigalpa, outlined how the Honduran Army provided intelligence and support for Contra military activities, and reported the sale of CIA-supplied Soviet-style arms to the FMLN guerrillas in El Salvador, later offered as proof of Cuban and Nicaraguan arms shipments. Arce then explained, "We attack a lot of schools, health centers, and those sort of things. We have tried to make it so that the Nicaraguan government cannot provide social services for the peasants, cannot develop its project, that's the idea." Evidently, the careful U.S. training was successful in getting the basic idea across. It was never seriously in doubt that congressional liberals and media doves would support measures of economic strangulation and low-level terror guided by these principles until Nicaragua achieved democracy, that is, until political power passed to business and land-downing elites linked to the United States, who are Democrats for this reason alone. No further questions asked. 15 They can also be expected to lend at least tacit support to further Washington efforts to undermine and subvert any government that fails to place the security forces under effective U.S. control or to meet proper standards of subservience to domestic and foreign business interests. A government turns to clandestine terror and subversion, relatively inefficient modes of coercion, when it is driven underground by its domestic enemy, the population at home. As for the Reaganite propaganda exercises, they achieved the anticipated success among educated elites. It was scarcely possible to imagine any deviation from the basic principles of the party line, however absurd they might be, for example, that El Salvador and Guatemala are, perhaps flawed, democracies with elected presidents, while Nicaragua under the Sandinistas is a totalitarian dictatorship that never conducted an election approaching the impressive standards of the U.S. terror states. The 1984 elections did not exist by Washington edict, faithfully honored in respectable sectors. But the propaganda was less effective, it appears, among the general population. There is reason to believe that the substantial improvement in the general cultural and moral levels set in motion in the 1960s continued to expand, imposing conditions that any system of concentrated power must meet. 3. The achievements of economic management. The Reagan era largely extended the political program of a broad elite consensus. There was a general commitment in the 1970s to restore corporate profitability and impose some discipline on an increasingly turbulent world. In the U.S. variety of state capitalism, that means recourse to military Keynesian devices at home, now adapted to the decline in U.S. power and therefore with a right-wing rather than liberal slant, the Great Society programs being incompatible with the prior claims of the important people. Abroad, the counterpart is large-scale subversion and international terrorism, whatever term is chosen to disguise the reality. The natural domestic policies were transfer of resources to the rich, partial dismantling of the limited welfare system, an attack on unions and real wages, and expansion of the public subsidy for high-technology industry through the Pentagon system, which has long been the engine for economic growth and preserving the technological edge. Plans reflecting these general elite perceptions of the 1970s were proposed by Carter and implemented by the Reaganites, including military spending, which, overall, largely followed Carter projections. The method adopted was to sink the country into a deep recession to reduce inflation, weaken unions, and lower wages, then to lift it out through deficit spending while organizing the subsidy to high-tech industry and shaking a fist at the world, policy choices that commonly go hand in hand. It should be recognized that while talk about free trade is fine for editorials and after-dinner speeches, those with a stake in policy decisions do not take it too seriously. The historical evidence shows that the economies that developed and industrialized, including the United States, adopted protectionist measures when these were advantageous. The most successful economies are those with substantial state coordination, including Japan and its periphery, and Germany where, to mention only one feature, the IMF estimates that industrial incentives are the equivalent of a 30% tariff. In the United States, the two major components of the economy that are competitive internationally, capital-intensive agriculture and high-technology industry, are both heavily subsidized by the state, which also provides them a guaranteed market. These two sectors are also, not surprisingly, the villains behind the federal deficit, the Wall Street Journal observes. The other villain is the untouchable entitlements, correcting for statistical chicanery. If the Social Security surplus were removed from the budget, as it would be if properly devoted to capital formation for future needs, the deficit would rise by $50 billion, Franco Modigliani and Robert Solow estimate. 16. The right-wing military Keynesians were also highly protectionist, quite apart from the expansion of the protected state market for high-tech production under the euphemism of defense. The Reaganites initiated a Pentagon-based consortium for semiconductor research and development, and increasingly gave the Pentagon the task of functioning in the manner of Japan's state corporate planners, organizing R&D in chip and computer design, superconductivity, high-definition television, and other areas of advanced technology. Star Wars fantasies constituted only one of the methods concocted to induce the public to provide a subsidy to high-technology industry, which will reap the profits if there are commercial applications in accord with the doctrines of free enterprise. Reagan also introduced more import restrictions than the past 6 presidents combined. The percentage of total imports subjected to quota and restraint agreements doubled from 12 to 24% under Reaganite conservatism. 17. The results of these policies were apparent by the mid-1980s, and became increasingly so as the presidential transition approached. Expressing a fairly general consensus among economists and business elites, David Hale, chief economist of Kemper Financial Services, observed, "Seldom has a new American administration taken office against such a pervasive backdrop of economic gloom as that which now confronts President George Bush, with the country seemingly awash in a sea of red ink as the Reagan era ends." 18. There was a rapid increase in the federal deficit, and a 70-year climb to the status of the world's leading creditor nation was quickly reversed as the U.S. became the world's leading debtor. Hale estimates that by 1991 the United States will probably have a $1 trillion external debt, a transfer of well over $1 trillion in a decade, no mean feat on the part of those who regularly deride Sandinista mismanagement. The investment balance also swung radically in favor of foreign investors. Private and corporate savings deteriorated to a historic low, relative to GNP. Private wealth rose more slowly than in the late 1970s, and real wages stagnated. Income was sharply redistributed upwards, the rich gained, the poor suffered, as intended. Government economic management led to consumption by the rich, speculation and financial manipulation, but little in the way of productive investment. Investment is a smaller fraction of the GNP today than it was in the late 1970s, when we were not borrowing abroad, Lester Thurow observes, adding, "Our current international borrowing is going into either public or private consumption and will therefore eventually extract a reduction in the future American standard of living." U.S. net investment, relative to GNP, is now the lowest of the Big Seven industrial countries. Even that low level of investment was maintained only by the large increase in capital imports, Modigliani and Salo note. Military R&D rose from 46 to 67% of federal spending from fiscal years 1980 to 1988, another development that in the long run will severely harm the U.S. economy. These and other factors also contributed to the trade deficit, which may be ineradicable if U.S. investors shift their operations abroad. 19. For the first time in its history, the General Accounting Office issued a study on the perilous state of the economy left by an outgoing administration. 20. The report by the head of the GAO, the chief federal auditor and a Reagan appointee, outlined the staggering costs to be paid as a result of Reaganite economic mismanagement and environmental destruction. The GAO also noted the rapid rise in homelessness, the deterioration of the limited welfare net for the poor and the middle class, the lowered safety standards for workers, and numerous other consequences of the blind pursuit of short-term gain. There was an aura of prosperity thanks to the willingness of foreign investors to throw a party for the rich, not, of course, out of charity, they can call in their chips. The same is true of the wealthy at home. Tax reductions induced lending to government by the beneficiaries, who will gain the further benefits. In this way too, fiscal policy constitutes a long-term shift of resources to the wealthy. The staggering costs discussed by the federal auditors will be paid by the poor and the working class who have been left out of the consumption binge that economists now blame for the clouds on the horizon, just as the taxpayer is called upon to bail out speculators hoping to profit from deregulation of the savings and loan institutions, and probably, before too long, the banks that reaped enormous profits by lending to the wealthy classes and neo-Nazi military rulers who took over much of Latin America with U.S. backing from the early 1960s. The state managers were selective in the forms of state intervention in the economy that they adopted. Where deregulation could yield short-term profits, it was considered a worthy goal. The savings and loan fiasco is one dramatic consequence. The wild abandon of these years has had its effects more broadly in the deterioration of infrastructure, health, and education standards, the conditions of the environment, and the general state of the economy. Regulatory programs to encourage energy conservation went the way of plans to develop renewable energy resources, on the pretext that the price of oil would be lowered by the miracle of the free market. The price in practice has generally been administered by the U.S. client regime of Saudi Arabia and the major oil corporations, who maintain production at a level that will ensure prices high enough for rich profits but low enough not to encourage a search for alternatives, with U.S. government pressures in the 1980s to lower the price so as to sustain the recovery from the deep recession of 1982. This form of foolishness has ample precedent and, as in the past, is bound to have grave repercussions. 21. Reaganite foot-dragging on environmental protection is likely to have other long-term effects. The issues are addressed in a scientific study submitted at an October 1990 UN conference. The international panel reached virtual unanimity on the conclusion that global warming had occurred over the past century and that the risk of further warming is serious, ranging from significant to near catastrophic, largely a result of fossil fuel combustion. The U.S. press has focused on the outlying views that question the consensus without pressing hard on justifying them, one American scientist on the panel told Science magazine. A British scientist who is an author of the section on observed climate change added, "In America, a few extreme viewpoints have taken center stage. There are none like that elsewhere." Not a single member of the panel of 200 people agreed with the skeptical views that have received wide attention in the United States, gaining such headlines as U.S. data fail to show warming trend, New York Times, and The Global Warming Panic, a classic case of overreaction, cover of Forbes, and with television coverage structured to leave the impression that scientific opinion is uncertain and divided. 22. The British press reported that the scientists' consensus was overwritten by the UN political committees, under the pressure of the US and Japan. Even Thatcher's England finally abandoned free market fantasies, leaving Washington and its media in the forefront of the effort to delay a constructive response to what might prove to be a major catastrophe. The guiding principle, again, is that government policy should be designed for the short-term gain of the privileged, the basic doctrine of Reaganite conservatism. 23. A congressional study released in March 1989 shows that the average family income of the poorest fifth of the population declined by over 6% from 1979 through 1987, meanwhile rising by over 11% for the richest fifth. These statistics are corrected for inflation and include welfare benefits. For the poorest fifth, personal income declined by 9.8% while rising by 15.6% for the richest fifth of the population. One reason is that more jobs now pay poverty-level wages or below, the chief economist of the House Ways and Means Committee commented. The National Association of Children's Hospitals and Related Institutions released a study showing that health care for children in the U.S. had declined to its lowest point in 10 years, with appalling statistics. For example, the proportion of low birth weights, which contribute to the unusually high infant mortality rates, is 1.7 times as high as in Western Europe. For black children the proportion is far worse. 24. The consequences for one wealthy city are outlined by columnist Derek Jackson of the Boston Globe. He notes that UNICEF ranks the U.S. second to Switzerland in per capita GNP and 22nd in infant mortality, with a worse record than Ireland or Spain, a decline from its 1960 position of 10th. For African Americans, the rate is almost double the U.S. average. In the Roxbury section of Boston, populated largely by ethnic minorities, the rate is almost triple the U.S. average, which would rank Roxbury, supposedly part of the world's second richest nation, 42nd in infant mortality. Though Boston is one of the world's great medical centers, Roxbury's infant mortality rate is worse than that of Greece, Portugal, the Soviet Union and all of Eastern Europe, and much of the Third World. A Harvard Medical School expert on infant mortality, Paul Wise, commented, "The only place where you see social disparities like you see in the U.S. infant mortality rate is South Africa, the only other industrialized nation without guaranteed health care." Jackson continues. Long before pregnancy, women are outside the loop on nutrition and health education. While the leaders in Washington are puffing their chests this week over the tearing down of walls in Europe, vast and growing numbers of African Americans, Latinos, Cambodians, Haitians, and Vietnamese are blocked from hospitals and clinics by lack of money, health insurance or language. 25. Facts such as these, which can be duplicated throughout the country, provide a most remarkable commentary on the variety of state capitalism practiced in what should be by far the richest country in the world, with incomparable advantages, frittered away during the Reagan years even beyond the disgraceful norm. The spirit of these years is captured by Tom Wolfe, who depicts them as one of the great golden moments that humanity has ever experienced. So they doubtless were for the important people for whom he speaks. 26. The intended goals of domestic economic management were to a large extent achieved, just as the bipartisan Washington Consensus achieved its intended goal of deflecting the threat of democracy and social reform in Central America. 4. Restoring the faith. Reagan's greatest accomplishment is supposed to be that he made us feel good about ourselves, restoring the faith in authority, which had sadly flagged. As the editors of the Wall Street Journal put it, he restored the efficiency and morale of the armed services and demonstrated the will to use force in Grenada and Libya, two military fiascos, but no matter. We were able to kill a sufficient number of people and are once again standing tall, towering over the upstarts who had sought to overcome us but succumbed to the cool courage and the strength of the cowboy, the words of British journalist Paul Johnson, while swooning over the manliness of his idol Ronald Reagan, who had in reality shown the courage of a mafia don who sends a goon squad to break the bones of children in a kindergarten. With these achievements, Reagan overcame our sickly inhibitions against the use of military force, Norman Podhoretz intoned. Point 27. Actually, all of this is sham. Frightened little men may strut about in awe of their cowboy hero, but the general public seems more opposed to violent intervention than before, and I hope, though I do not know, more committed to acting to block it. 5. Public vices. Sponsorship of state-guided international terrorism and economic management designed for short-term gain for the wealthy are the most notable features of the Reagan era, but there are others. In this brief review, I have not even mentioned what may be the most dangerous legacy of Reagan, Thatcher, and the rest. Coming generations are going to face problems that are quite different in scale and complexity from any that have arisen before. The possible destruction of a physical environment that can sustain human life in anything like its present mode is one of the most dramatic of these, along with the proliferating threat of weapons of mass destruction and continuing conflicts among adversaries with increasing capacity to cause terrible damage. That these problems have a solution is not so obvious. That exaltation of greed to the highest human value is not the answer is quite obvious. Tales about private vices yielding public benefits could be tolerated in a world living less close to the margin, but surely can no longer. By celebrating the ugliest elements of human nature and social life, the Reaganites have set back, by some uncertain measure, the prospects for coming to terms with grave dilemmas and possible catastrophes. Coming generations will pay the costs. That is the legacy of these years, even if we permit ourselves not to see the misery and torture of our victims throughout much of the world. 3. The global system. 1. Separation anxieties. A political cartoon depicts a snowman with a helmet and a rifle, melting under a bright sun while an anxious George Bush holds an umbrella over him to deflect its rays. The snowman is labeled Cold War, and the caption reads, "Not permanent. What'll we do?" 1. The dilemma is real. As discussed in Chapter 1, the Cold War has served important functions for state managers. When a government stimulus was needed for a faltering economy or to foster new and costly technologies, state managers could conjure up Russian hordes on the march to induce the public to expand the subsidy to advanced industry via the Pentagon. Forceful intervention and subversion to bar independent nationalism in the Third World could be justified in the same terms, and there were ancillary benefits in maintaining U.S. influence over its allies. Quite generally, the evil empire has been invoked when needed for domestic economic management and for controlling the world system. A replacement will not be easy to find. These are serious concerns. Intervention carries material and moral costs that the population may not be willing to bear. With an obedient population and quite different cultural patterns, such economic powerhouses as Japan can conduct state corporate economic planning on the assumption that people will follow orders. In a less disciplined society, it is necessary to manufacture consent. To a non-trivial extent, current U.S. economic problems derive from the relatively free and open character of the society, which precludes the more efficient fascist-style methods that are now hailed as a triumph of free enterprise and democracy. Thus, to cite typical cases, the New York Times proclaims that as an economic mechanism, democracy demonstrably works, as illustrated in the newly industrializing countries, NICs, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and Hong Kong. And sociologist Dennis Wrong, writing in the democratic socialist journal Dissent, describes the striking capitalist successes of these four countries under capitalist economies free from control by rickety authoritarian governments as compared to the economic failures of Cuba, North Korea, Vietnam, and, more recently Nicaragua, all attributable solely to Marxist-Leninist dogma. What is valid in the comparison is that the authoritarian governments were efficient, not rickety, in organizing economic growth. 2 Short of a real counter-revolution, reversing many social and political gains of the past and imposing novel repressive patterns, the United States cannot adopt these forms of authoritarian state corporate rule. 3 Faced with such problems, the traditional method of any state is to inspire fear. Dean Acheson warned early on that it would be necessary to bludgeon the mass mind of top government with the communist threat in order to gain approval for the planned programs of rearmament and intervention. The Korean War, shortly after, provided an excellent opportunity to disrupt the Soviet peace offensive, which is assuming serious proportions and having a certain effect on public opinion, he explained further. In secret discussion of Truman's proposal for intervention in Greece and Turkey, the Truman Doctrine, Senator Walter George observed that Truman had put this nation squarely on the line against certain ideologies, a stance that would not be easy to sell to the public. Senator Arthur Vandenberg added that unless we dramatize this thing in every possible way, the public would never understand. It would be necessary to scare hell out of the American people, he advised. The public was fed tales much like those used to bludgeon the mass mind of recalcitrant officials, in a style that was clearer than truth, as Dean Acheson later said approvingly. As a new crusade was being launched in 1981, Samuel Huntington explained, "You may have to sell intervention or other military action in such a way as to create the misimpression that it is the Soviet Union that you are fighting. That is what the United States has done ever since the Truman Doctrine." An important insight into the Cold War system, which applies to the second-rank superpower as well. By the same logic, it follows that Gorbachev's public relations can be as much a threat to American interests in Europe as were Brezhnev's tanks, Huntington warned 8 years later. 4. One persistent problem is that the enemy is hard to take seriously. It takes some talent to portray Greece, Guatemala, Laos, Nicaragua, or Grenada as a threat to our survival. This problem has typically been overcome by designating the intended victim as an agent of the Soviet Union, so that we attack in self-defense. The Soviet threat itself has also required some labors, ever since the first major call for post-war rearmament, and rollback and breakup of the Soviet Union, in NSC 68. The basic problems are institutional, and will not fade away. 2. The changing tasks. In the early post-World War II period, U.S. planners hoped to organize most, if not all, of the world in accord with the perceived needs of the United States economy. With 50% of the world's wealth and a position of power and security without historical parallel, the real task for the U.S. was to maintain this position of disparity, by force if necessary, State Department Policy Planning Chief George Kennan explained. The vision was partially achieved, but over time the U.S. position of dominance was bound to erode. The Kennedy administration attempted a grand design to remedy the growing problem, expecting that Britain would act as our lieutenant. The fashionable word is partner, in the words of one senior Kennedy advisor who carelessly let slip the true meaning of the lofty phrases about partnership. 5 By that time it was becoming difficult to manage and control Europe, the major potential rival. The problems mounted as U.S. allies enriched themselves through their participation in the destruction of Indochina, which proved costly to the U.S. economy. Both superpowers have been declining in their power to coerce since the late 1950s. Now Washington's real task is to maintain a position of dominance that is seriously challenged. These long-term developments in the international system continued during the 1980s, accelerated by Reaganite social and economic mismanagement with its deleterious effects, which some regard as a crippling blow to a decaying America. Senator Ernest Hollings. 6 For years, the world has been drifting towards 3 major economic blocks: a dollar bloc, a yen bloc based on Japan and its periphery, and a German-centered European bloc, moving towards further unity in 1992. The incorporation of Canada within a US-dominated free trade system in 1988 is a step towards consolidation of the dollar bloc, which is also intended to incorporate northern Mexico with its supply of cheap labor for assembly plants and parts production, and whatever else may be viable economically in Latin America. The Caribbean Basin Initiative is a halting step in the same direction. Europe and Japan have different ideas, however, not to speak of the region itself. These tendencies towards the formation of conflicting power blocs may be heightened by Washington's efforts to induce Europe and Japan to bail the U.S. out of its trade deficit and other economic problems, and by the impact on third world exporters if the US abandons the role as consumer of last resort for the countries that adopted an export-oriented development model under US pressure. 7. The Kennedy Grand Design was an effort to ward off the growing danger of an independent European bloc with its own global designs. In Henry Kissinger's Year of Europe speech in 1973, he admonished the Europeans to keep to regional interests within an overall framework of order managed by the United States, and refrain from developing a larger trading bloc to which the US would be denied privileged access. The conflicts with Japan are by now front-page news. In earlier eras such developments have led to serious conflict, even major wars. Presumably, the interpenetration of the global economies and the awesome nature of means of destruction will avert direct confrontation, but the seeds are there. What role will the Soviet Union play in this world system? The Cold War had a regular rhythm of confrontation and détente, influenced heavily by domestic factors within each superpower and its need to exert force within its own international system, for us, most of the world. The Soviet Union made a number of efforts to extricate itself from a confrontation that it lacked the economic power to sustain. Since they were rebuffed, we cannot know how serious they were, see Chapter 1, pages 24f. The present case, however, is qualitatively different. Gorbachev's moves towards détente had little to do with US table-pounding, militarization of the economy, or the expansion of international terrorism under the Reagan Doctrine. They were undertaken in an effort to drive the cruel and inefficient centralized state constructed by Lenin and his successors towards economic and social change, an effort at reform from above that has given rise to a wide range of popular responses and initiatives with exciting but uncertain prospects, and to much uglier features as well, from deterioration of the economy to chauvinist, racist, and anti-Semitic excesses. Fortuitously, these moves towards détente and internal reform coincided with the natural flow of American politics. By the mid-1980s, the task for the U.S. political leadership was not to terrify the public into paying for military programs it did not want, but rather to deal with the costs of the Reaganite welfare state measures for the wealthy. As early as 1982, 83% of top corporate executives surveyed in a Wall Street Journal/Gallup poll favored a reduction in military spending in order to reduce the rapidly mounting federal deficit. And within a few years it was clear that under the conditions of the 1980s, with the United States having lost its position of overwhelming dominance over its industrial rivals, the old devices of state intervention in the economy were no longer feasible. For purely domestic reasons, then, the international environment came to be portrayed as less threatening. With the imaginary window of vulnerability no longer needed and therefore closed, the evil empire was not quite on the verge of swallowing us up after all, and international terrorists were no longer lurking behind every corner. The world had become a safer place not so much because the world itself had changed, but because new problems were arising at home. A statesman-like pose became mandatory. Reagan even revealed himself to be a closet Leninist. In this context, it was possible to be at least somewhat receptive to Gorbachev's moves, undertaken for independent reasons. Nevertheless, the decline of the Soviet threat is a dark cloud on the horizon for the reasons already mentioned. Long before the Cold War, H.L. Mencken commented, "The whole aim of practical politics is to keep the populace alarmed, and hence clamorous to be led to safety, by menacing it with an endless series of hobgoblins, all of them imaginary." The Soviet hobgoblin has served admirably for the domestic and international designs of US elites, who are far from overjoyed to see it fade from view. The question of the Soviet role in the emerging international system is also casting a shadow over planning. On the surface, disputes with the Allies concern technical issues, such as the US demand that Lance missiles be upgraded to just below the level of those dismantled by the Russians under the INF Treaty. In Soviet eyes, a tacit abandonment of the treaty. But these matters were of little moment, serving as a cover for the more serious issue of relaxation of East-West tensions. The real problem is that the United States' major rivals are exploring closer relations with the Soviet Union, which is eager to obtain capital and technology and to forge closer economic links with the West, re-establishing something like the quasi-colonial relations of earlier years. Germany and Japan particularly have capital and technology that the USSR and its satellites badly need. In turn, they offer resources to be developed and exploited, markets for excess production, and perhaps cheap labor and opportunities for export of pollution and waste, as expected of well-behaved semi-developed dependencies. Germany and other European countries are eagerly exploring these prospects. Before too long, there may even be a free trade zone for Japan in Vladivostok and Japanese exploitation of oil and other resources in Siberia, developments which, if realized, could materially alter the structure of the world order. A drift towards closer links between the industrial rivals of the United States and the Soviet bloc would awaken the worst nightmares of U.S. geopolitical thinking, which sees the United States as an island power standing off the Eurasian landmass, just as committed to prevent its unification as England was with regard to continental Europe in the era of its more limited hegemony. For such reasons, Washington has been distinctly uneasy about the growing ties with the Soviet Union. Throughout the 1980s, it sought to block expanding economic relations that would have eased Cold War tensions and furthered the integration of the Soviet economy into the Western zone. In late 1989, the U.S. was isolated in opposing high-technology exports to the USSR, alleging security concerns, though these were hardly even a joke by that time. In an October 1989 meeting of COCOM, the Committee of 15 NATO nations, Japan and Australia, which regulates trade with the Soviet bloc, the United States stood alone in seeking to prevent high-technology sales. COCOM partners accused the U.S. of trying to stifle foreign competitors of American manufacturers, who could profit from these trade relations. AP reported. 10 The U.S. has since continued to try to erect impediments to aid to the USSR, aid being understood as an export promotion device that the U.S. is now ill-equipped to employ, in comparison with its rivals, particularly after the Reaganite blows to the domestic economy. 3. Containing Gorby fever. In this context, one can appreciate the concerns aroused in the late 1980s by Gorbachev's moves, which require a new form of containment, a cure for Gorby fever in Western Europe, or at least confinement of the disease. A headline in the Wall Street Journal reads, "Anti-nuclear fever presents a dilemma for Bush as Soviets ease confrontation." The article goes on to outline one of Bush's most thankless but important jobs, to defend the virtue of nuclear weapons in the face of a relentless and sometimes brilliant Soviet crusade to rid Europe of them. This new Soviet strategy has deprived Western hardliners of their best weapon, and appears to be working among the disobedient Europeans, though European elites are also concerned that relaxation of tension might free their own populations from the controls of Cold War confrontation. Dan Rather reported from Germany that Helmut Kohl might be about to make the same mistake that Chamberlain made in 1939, believing Gorbachev just as Chamberlain believed Hitler and succumbing to fantasy about peace in our time. Americans can help keep Germany from making that mistake, he advises. Liberal Sovietologist Jerry Hoff of the Brookings Institution warned that the U.S. had given in too readily to the complacent optimism that Gorbachev cannot possibly succeed. Perhaps this optimism will be justified, he writes, but we cannot be sure, and must be more cognizant of the looming difficulties and challenges. 11. One problem has been Europe's failure to see the moves towards détente in the proper terms, as a victory for capitalist democracy achieved by the courage of Ronald Reagan, then his skills as a peacemaker after his firm resolve compelled the enemy to throw in the towel. The London Financial Times welcomed the rosy glow of the new détente, adding, however, that everybody knows that the architect of that détente is not Ronald Reagan but Mikhail Gorbachev. As for Reagan, his contribution to the gaiety of nations includes the evil empire, Star Wars, the invasion of Grenada, the bombing of Libya, the 1986 Reykjavik summit at which he almost agreed to give away America's nuclear arsenal, and Iran Gate. Plus, of course, the steady piling up of the budget and trade deficits, and when they are eventually paid for, the price to the American people will be very high. Public opinion polls showed Gorbachev to be more popular than Reagan, Gorbachev's initiatives are playing havoc with West European politics, the New York Times reports, and his charm has so captivated European public opinion that it could inhibit NATO's room for maneuver, a senior U.S. government official laments. Point 12. A more comforting view of the matter was crafted by former Times executive editor A.M. Rosenthal. Nobody is telling the truth, he writes, not implausibly, for once. The truth, he proceeds, is that Western Europe is terrified by West Germany's unwillingness to upgrade NATO missiles as the US demands. Germany's intransigence on this critical matter and its moves towards accommodation with the USSR arouse European fears of a mighty Germany working in tandem with a rejuvenated Soviet Union, with echoes of the Hitler-Stalin Pact. But the Europeans, again, refuse to see matters as they were told they did, which is not to deny that there are fears of a mighty Germany and its ambitions. As Rosenthal was expounding European concerns over Germany's intransigence, public support for Germany's position mounted through most of Europe, while Poles showed little fear of the USSR. Such results are not new. To cite one of many prior cases, classified U.S. Information Agency, USIA, opinion polls leaked in Europe, but apparently unpublished in the U.S. media, revealed that Europeans blamed Reagan by wide margins for the breakdown of the 1986 Reykjavik summit. In the conflict over missiles, the London Guardian observed, the US and Britain, the two island powers, are isolated in NATO, and not the Germans, who are supported by most of the alliance. The Guardian adds correctly that the issue is not missiles, but Germany's ambition to lead Western Europe into a rapprochement with the Soviet Union, one out of which could flow much mutual economic and political benefit, exactly the concern of American planners and, for the present, their British lieutenant with its enduring illusions of partnership. Point 13. For the community of nations. Putting a bold face on the matter, George Bush, arriving in Europe for NATO consultations, said that the US is prepared to move beyond containment toward a policy that works to bring the Soviet Union into the community of nations. 14. A worthy objective, doubtless, but some queries remain. There is a community of nations, with an organized forum in which the world community has expressed some opinions on the matters of disarmament and détente, about which Bush now offers his kind tutelage to the errant Soviet Union. Thus, while Reagan was being extolled, in the United States, for leading the world towards peace at the December 1987 Washington summit, where the INF Treaty was signed, the United Nations General Assembly, speaking for the community of nations, voted a series of disarmament resolutions. It voted 154-1, with no abstentions, opposing the build-up of weapons in outer space, Reagan's Star Wars, and 135-1 against developing new weapons of mass destruction. The Assembly voted 143-2 for a comprehensive test ban, and 137-3 for a halt to all nuclear test explosions. The US voted against each resolution, joined in two cases by France and one by Britain. None of this was reported in the free press, the community of nations being irrelevant when it fails to perceive the truth. Point 15. The US alone boycotted a UN disarmament conference in New York in 1987 to consider how a reduction of armaments might release funds for economic development, particularly in the Third World. Shortly before, the US was alone at the General Assembly in opposing a South Atlantic zone of peace, voted 124-1. By that time, Gorbachev's proposal that the US join the unilateral test ban, largely suppressed in the US, his call for steps towards dismantling the pacts, removal of US and Soviet fleets from the Mediterranean, outlawing sea-launched cruise missiles, and other annoying actions had become an acute embarrassment, so much so that George Shultz was compelled to call upon him to end public diplomacy, drawing sober approval from media pundits. The White House complained that Gorbachev was behaving like a drugstore cowboy with his depressingly popular scattershot proposals. On numerous other issues, among them, observance of international law, terrorism, South Africa, a Middle East political settlement, the US has been alone or in a small minority, and it is far in the lead in recent years in Security Council vetoes. The deviant behavior of the world community has elicited some anxious commentary in the media, which are naturally concerned over the failure of the community of nations to comprehend truths that are simple and uncontroversial, as is demonstrated, conclusively, by the fact that they are put forth by U.S. power. This thoughtful concern over the deficiencies of the world community coexists, somewhat uneasily perhaps, with our earnest efforts to uplift and civilize the evil empire and bring it into the community of nations. 16. 5. The Silver Lining. In its final think piece for 1988 on the Cold War, the New York Times features Dimitri Simes, senior associate at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. He begins with conventional doctrine. For more than 40 years, America's international strategy has been subordinated to one overriding concern: deterring Soviet global designs against the West. But if Gorbachev really is reducing these threats, there may be sizable advantages to exploring the Kremlin's opening, uncertain as it may be, in order to liberate American foreign policy from the straitjacket imposed by superpower hostility. 17. Simes identifies 3 national security challenges that can be addressed if Gorbachev's words are followed by appropriate deeds. First, the U.S. can shift NATO costs to its European competitors, one element of the larger problem of competing blocs already discussed. Second, we can end the manipulation of America by Third World nations. The U.S. will be able to resist unwarranted Third World demands for assistance and will be in a stronger bargaining position vis-a-vis defiant Third World debtors. The problem of the manipulation of America by the undeserving poor is particularly acute with regard to Latin America, which transferred some $150 billion to the industrial West from 1982 to 1987. In addition to $100 billion of capital flight, the capital transfer amounts to 25 times the total value of the Alliance for Progress and 15 times the Marshall Plan, Robert Pastor writes. The Bank for International Settlements in Switzerland estimates that between 1978 and 1987, some $170 billion in flight capital left Latin America, not including money hidden by falsified trade transactions. The New York Times cites another estimate that anonymous capital flows, including drug money and flight capital, total $600 billion to $800 billion. This huge hemorrhage is part of a complicated system whereby Western banks and Latin American elites enrich themselves at the expense of the general population of Latin America, saddled with the debt crisis that results from these manipulations, and taxpayers in the Western countries who are ultimately called upon to foot part of the bill. And now we can tighten the screws further on the poor majority. The second advantage accruing to us from Gorbachev's capitulation, according to Simes's analysis. 18. The third and most significant opportunity afforded us, Simes continues, is that the apparent decline in the Soviet threat makes military power more useful as a United States foreign policy instrument, against those who contemplate challenging important American interests, considering them easy prey. The U.S. need no longer be inhibited by fear of triggering counter-intervention if it resorts to violence to suppress such challenges. Had it not been for these inhibitions, the U.S. could have used force to prevent the 1973 oil embargo. In reality, the U.S. found the price rise not unwelcome as a weapon against Europe and Japan, and the Sandinistas and their Cuban sponsors will be a little nervous that Gorbachev may not react if America finally lost patience with their mischief. America's hands will be untied if concerns over Soviet counteraction decline. This will permit Washington greater reliance on military force in a crisis. Things may be looking up, then, despite Gorbachev's maneuvers and the erosion in clarity they have caused. The clouds have a silver lining, and we may yet benefit from the Gorbachev maneuvers, if we handle them properly. As this analysis reveals, Gorbachev's initiatives have had the salutary effect of clearing the air and sharpening the distinction between rhetoric and policy. At the rhetorical level, the U.S. contains the Soviet Union and deters its global designs. But in practice, as more acute analysts have long understood, fear of Soviet counteraction has deterred the pursuit of U.S. global designs. Since these designs require periodic resort to force and subversion in far-flung areas where the U.S. lacks conventional force advantage, Washington has been compelled to maintain an intimidating military posture. One reason why a policy of Third World intervention has led to the demand for continual expansion of strategic weapons capacities. As all recognize, a major Soviet crime has been Moscow's assistance to Third World countries or movements that the United States intends to subvert or crush. The hopeful element in Gorbachev's initiatives is that now the Soviet Union may remove the barriers to Washington's resort to violence to achieve its global designs and punish the mischief of those who do not properly understand their subordinate role. 19. For the ideologist, there is indeed an erosion in clarity as it becomes more difficult to manipulate the Soviet threat in a manner clearer than truth. But for people who want to escape the bludgeoning of the mass mind, there is an increase in clarity. It is helpful to read in the pages of the Times that the problem all along has been Soviet deterrence of US designs, though admittedly the insight is still masked. It is also useful to read in Foreign Affairs that the détente of the 1970s foundered on the Soviet role in the Arab-Israeli War of 1973, Soviet assistance to the Vietnamese Communists in their war of conquest in Indochina, and Soviet sponsorship of Cuban intervention in Angola and Ethiopia. Michael Mandelbaum. Those familiar with the facts will be able to interpret these charges properly. The Soviet Union supported indigenous elements resisting the forceful imposition of US designs, a criminal endeavor, as any right-thinking intellectual comprehends. It is even useful to watch the tone of hysteria mounting among the more accomplished comic artists, for example Charles Krothammer, who welcomes our victory in turning back the Soviet program of unilaterally outflanking the West, economically or geopolitically, by establishing new outposts of the Soviet Empire in the 1970s, Afghanistan, Nicaragua, Cambodia, and, just for spite, Grenada. Putting aside the actual facts, it is doubtless a vast relief to have liberated ourselves from these awesome threats to the very survival of the West. 20. 6. The Soviet threat. Deceit and manipulation aside, the Soviet Union has always been considered a major threat to the US and its allies, and for good reason. In part this follows from its very existence as a great power controlling an imperial system that could not be incorporated within the Grand Area, in part from its occasional efforts to expand the domains of its power, as in Afghanistan, and the alleged threat of invasion of Western Europe, if not world conquest. But it is necessary to understand how broadly the concept of defense is construed if we wish to evaluate the assessment of Soviet crimes. As we have seen, leading scholars consider the Western invasion of the Soviet Union to have been justified on defensive grounds because of the Bolsheviks' revolutionary intentions, cp. 14. Thus an appeal for social change justifies aggression in self-defense, though the intellectual community does not draw the further consequence that the Soviet Union and many other states would always have been entirely justified in carrying out attacks against the United States, given its declared intention to change their social order. Since 1917, and particularly after World War II, intervention abroad and repression at home have been cloaked in the guise of defense against the Kremlin design for world domination, NSC 68, a concept broad enough to include aggression by allies, once the US decides to support it. John Lewis Gaddis refers blandly to the Eisenhower administration's strategy of deterring aggression by threatening the use of nuclear weapons in Indochina in 1954, where French forces found themselves facing defeat at Dien Bien Phu at the hands of the Communist Viet Minh, the aggressors who attacked our French ally defending Indochina. In his History of Nuclear Weapons, McGeorge Bundy notes that the first operational test of the Eisenhower administration's new policy on the use of nuclear weapons came in the climactic months of the French effort to defend against communist insurgency in Vietnam at Dien Bien Phu, where France was defending Indochina from its population, in Western parlance, from the Russians and their minions. 21. We need not suppose that the appeal to alleged security threats is mere deceit. The authors of NSC 68 may have believed their hysterical flights of rhetoric, though some understood that the picture they were painting was clearer than truth. In a study of policymakers' attitudes, Lars Skultz concludes that they were sincere in their beliefs, however outlandish, for example, that Grenada with its population of 100,000 and influence over the world nutmeg trade posed such a threat to the United States that an invasion was essential to U.S. security. 22 The same may be true of those who, recalling our failure to stop Hitler in time, warned that we must not make the same mistake with Daniel Ortega, poised for world conquest. And Lyndon Johnson may have been sincere in his lament that without overwhelming force at its command, the United States would be easy prey to any yellow dwarf with a pocket knife, defenseless against the billions of people of the world who would sweep over the United States and take what we have. Eisenhower and Dulles may have believed that the self-defense and self-preservation of the United States were at stake in the face of the terrible threat posed by Guatemala in 1954, though it is interesting that in the secret planning record the only example cited to justify their desperate anxiety is a strike situation in Honduras that might have had inspiration and support from the Guatemalan side of the Honduran border. 23 The same may even be true of those who instituted and maintained a national emergency from 1985 to defend us from the unusual and extraordinary threat to our national security posed by Nicaragua under the Sandinistas. In such cases, we need not conclude that we are sampling the productions of psychotics. That is most unlikely, if only because these delusional systems have an oddly systematic character and are highly functional, satisfying the requirements stipulated in the secret documentary record. Nor need we assume conscious deceit. Rather, it is necessary only to recall the ease with which people can come to believe whatever is convenient to believe, however ludicrous it may be, and the filtering process that excludes those lacking these talents from positions of state and cultural management. In passing, we may note that while such matters may be of interest to those entranced by the personalities of leaders, for people concerned to understand the world, and perhaps to change it, they are of marginal concern at best, on a par with the importance for economists of the private fantasies of the CEO while he, or rarely she, acts to maximize profits and market share. Preoccupation with these matters of 10th-order significance is one of the many devices that serve to divert attention from the structural and institutional roots of policy, and thus to contribute to deterring the threat of democracy, which might be aroused by popular understanding of how the world works. In so far as one chooses to dwell on these insignificant questions, answers are highly uncertain. Thus, Schultz may be right in supposing that policy-makers were quaking in their boots in fear of Grenada. But a different conclusion is surely suggested by his discussion of the background, the immediate hostility aroused by the progressive social programs of the Bishop government in 1979, meanwhile continuing the repressive politics that aroused great outrage in the U.S., unlike vastly worse repression by client states, and the harsh measures taken by the Carter administration, escalated by the Reaganites, to punish the criminals. Such doubts can only be enhanced by a look at the tales spun by the White House, then retailed by a new cadre of Latin America experts constructed by the media when the professional scholars refused to play the game, for example, that the Cubans surely appreciate that Grenada is strategically located by the route over which about one-half of U.S. imported oil passes. Robert Lycan, doubtless a threat before which the U.S. could only quiver in helplessness. Schultz himself concludes that the claims of General Vernon Walters and other administration officials about the need to protect, non-existent, southern sea lanes were nothing more than a device to justify close relations with Pinochet and the Argentine generals, prime examples of how a national security consideration can be employed to manipulate U.S. foreign policy debates. The same conclusion is no less plausible in a wide range of other cases, if one chooses to explore the, basically uninteresting, question of whether the doctrines that serve interest are, or are not, sincerely believed once constructed for that end. 24. Throughout, we find that more intelligent elements are aware of the fraud used to beguile others and to defend oneself from unpleasant reality. As it prepared to overcome the danger of independent capitalist democracy in Guatemala, the U.S. cut off military aid and threatened attack, so that Guatemala turned to the Soviet bloc for arms, other sources having been barred by U.S. power. Guatemala City Embassy officer John Hill advised that the U.S. could now take steps to bar movement of arms and agents to Guatemala, stopping ships in international waters to such an extent that it will disrupt Guatemala's economy. This would in turn encourage the army or some other non-communist elements to seize power, or else the communists will exploit the situation to extend their control, which would justify the American community, or if they won't go along, the US to take strong measures. 25 We thus compel Guatemala to defend itself from our threatened attack, thereby creating a threat to our security which we exploit by destroying the Guatemalan economy so as to provoke a military coup or an actual communist takeover which will justify our violent response in self-defense. Here we see the real meaning of the phrase security threat, spelled out with some insight. The Soviet Union has been a threat to world order when it supported anyone opposing US designs. South Vietnamese engaged in internal aggression against their selfless American defenders, Guatemalan Democrats committed to independent nationalism, or Nicaraguans illegitimately defending themselves against us-run terrorist forces. Such support proves that Soviet leaders are not serious about détente and cannot be trusted, commentators soberly observe. Nicaragua will be a prime place to test the sanguine forecast that Gorbachev is now turning down the heat in the Third World, the Washington Post editors proposed in 1987, placing the onus for the US attack against Nicaragua on the Russians while warning of the threat of this Soviet outpost to overwhelm and terrorize its neighbors while the US stands helplessly by. 26 The US has won the Cold War, from this point of view, when it is free to exercise its will in the rest of the world, without Soviet interference. The post-test of Gorbachev's seriousness was standard fare. A front-page story by Times chief diplomatic correspondent Thomas Friedman reported that the Bush administration was urging Gorbachev to cut Soviet assistance to Nicaragua or to condition future aid on steps by Managua to make democratic reforms unnecessary in neighboring countries where U.S. clients maintain power by violence. Buried at the end of his report is Washington's rejection of the Soviet offer to cut aid if Washington cut its military assistance to its allies in the region, an utter absurdity, as outlandish as a hypothetical Soviet request that the U.S. condition its military aid to Turkey on democratic reforms or reduce its offensive military forces there, with missiles on alert status aimed at the Russian heartland. As Post columnist Stephen Rosenfeld helpfully explained, Gorbachev fails to distinguish between foreign interference on the U.S. model intended to bestow the opportunity for choice and, on the other hand, Soviet-style foreign interference, undertaken to make or sustain a minority regime that could exist only by armed power. In predictable accord with White House dictates, he cites Nicaragua under the Sandinistas as an example of the latter, since it never permitted a free vote, for example in the 1984 elections, which did not occur in state-sanctioned history, while El Salvador, Guatemala, and other beneficiaries of U.S. intervention illustrate our fervent commitment to bestow the opportunity for choice without any resort to armed power. Friedman later reported Secretary of State Baker's test of Gorbachev's new thinking: if the USSR will eliminate military aid to Nicaragua and press the Sandinista government on Central American peace, Washington will promise not to plan any military attacks against Managua and hold out the prospect of economic aid. Surely a fair and forthcoming offer, at once lauded as such by the Post editors and others. 27. Jonathan Swift, where are you when we need you? To satisfy the demands of respectable thought, Gorbachev's new thinking must permit free rein for the U.S. resort to violence. The point is obvious enough. Hugh O'Shaughnessy writes in the British press that as Gorbachev has moved closer to the Washington viewpoint with regard to Central America, he gave the impression that the guilty party is Nicaragua, not the governments of El Salvador and Guatemala, whose political and human rights records are sickening, or the government of Honduras, the base for the offensive against Nicaragua, all of which Gorbachev failed to criticize when visiting Cuba to exhibit his new thinking. Similarly, as Moscow tries to minimize causes of friction with Washington, Soviet aid to the South African liberation movements and to the front-line states appears to be faltering, and more generally, the time when a third world government could often benefit itself handsomely by playing off East and West against each other appears to be over. 28. Such Soviet moves might be beneficial if accompanied by comparable steps in Washington or, better yet, by support for democracy and social reform and constructive aid programs geared to the real needs of the people of the Third World. These are idle dreams, however. Scarcely concealed behind a thin rhetorical cover is the fact that US elites want to see the Third World turned over to Washington's whims, not liberated to pursue independent goals. 4. Problems of population control. The last two chapters were concerned with the political, economic, and cultural effects of the so-called Reagan Revolution, and the global system taking shape with the decline of the two superpowers and the erosion of the Cold War confrontation that had proven so useful for mobilizing the domestic population in support of intervention abroad and privilege at home. Since these remain core policy objectives, some new thinking is required. For US elites, the easing of Cold War tensions was a mixed blessing. True, the decline of the Soviet deterrent facilitates US resort to violence and coercion in the Third World, and the collapse of the Soviet system paves the way to integration of much of East and Central Europe into the domains that are to complement the industrial economies of the West. But problems arise in controlling the ever-threatening public at home and maintaining influence over the Allies, now credible rivals in terms of economic power and ahead in the project of adapting the new Third World to their needs. Here lie many problems, of a potentially serious nature. It was therefore hardly surprising that Gorbachev's initiatives should have elicited such ambivalent reactions, tinged with visible annoyance and thoughts as to how they could be exploited to Washington's advantage, or that his unilateral concessions and offers were so commonly interpreted as moves in a game of PR one-upmanship, in which our side unfortunately lacked the talent to compete. 1. The unsettling specter of peace. The unsettling specter of peace raises knotty peace questions. The Wall Street Journal observes. Point 1 Crucially, it threatens the regular resort to the military Keynesian programs that have served as the major device of state economic management through the post-war years. The journal quotes former Army Chief of Staff General Edward Meyer, who thinks that a more capital-intensive and high-tech military will ensure a big business out there for industry, robot tanks, unmanned aircraft, sophisticated electronics, all of dubious use for any defensive, or probably any, military purpose, but that is not the point. It is, however, a rather lame hope. How will the public be bludgeoned into paying the costs, without a plausible red menace on the horizon? Concerns deepened as the shadow of the specter lengthened. Doom and gloom pervaded one of the first congressional forums for the Economic Stabilization, Adjustment, and Defense Industry Conversion Act of 1990, the press reported from Washington, under the headline "How Smalls Ways to Soften the Blow as Peace Breaks Out." Appearing before a House Armed Services Subcommittee a few days earlier, Matthew Coffey, president of the National Tooling and Machining Association, testified, "We've got a serious, wrenching experience that we're going to go through if the military budget declines. There is broad agreement that the state will have to provide export credits and other benefits to industry. Unless there's a fallback position, it will be impossible to cut weapons systems," New York liberal Democrat Ted Weiss commented. Ohio Republican John Kasich agreed, while grumbling about corporate welfare, an unusual concession to the real world. Point 2. The problem is not new, though it is arising in a more severe form than heretofore. Peace scares have given rise to uneasiness and anxiety from the early days of the Cold War. Business circles have long taken for granted that the state must play a major role in maintaining the system of private profit. They may welcome talk about free enterprise and laissez-faire, but only as a weapon to prevent diversion of public resources to the population at large, or to facilitate the exploitation of the dependencies. The assumption has been that a probable alternative to the Pentagon system is investment for social needs. While perhaps technically feasible by the abstract standards of the economist, this option interferes with the prerogatives of owners and managers and is therefore ruled out as a policy option. But unless driven by fear, the public will neither choose the path that best serves corporate interests nor support foreign adventures undertaken to subordinate the Third World to the same demands. Problems of social control mount insofar as the state is limited in its capacity to coerce. It is, after all, hardly a law of nature that a few should command while the multitude obey, that the economy should be geared to ensuring luxuries for some instead of necessities for all, or that the fate even the survival of future generations be dismissed as irrelevant to planning. If ordinary folk are free to reflect on the causes of human misery, in Barrington Moore's phrase, they may well draw all the wrong conclusions. Therefore, they must be indoctrinated or diverted, a task that requires unremitting efforts. The means are many. Engendering fear of a threatening enemy has always been a powerful tool in the kit. The Vietnam years awakened many minds. To counter the threat, it was necessary to restore the image of American benevolence and to rebuild the structure of fear. Both challenges were addressed with the dedication they demand. The Congressional Human Rights Campaign, itself a reflection of the improvement in the moral and intellectual climate, was skillfully exploited for the former end. In the featured article of the Foreign Affairs Annual Review of the World, Robert Tucker comments, cynically but accurately, that since the mid-1970s human rights have served to legitimize a part of the nation's post-Vietnam foreign policy and to give policy a sense of purpose that apparently has been needed to elicit public support. He adds the simple truth that human rights is little more than a refurbished version of America's historic purpose of advancing the cause of freedom in the world, as in Vietnam, a noble effort undertaken in defense of a free people resisting communist aggression. 3 such State Department handouts are all that one can expect about Vietnam in respectable circles. The plain truth is far too threatening to be thinkable. But the comments on America's historic purpose, also conventional, do merit some notice. Such rhetoric would elicit only ridicule outside of remnants of pre-Enlightenment fanaticism, perhaps among the mullahs in calm, or in disciplined Western intellectual circles. Point 4. In the Reagan years, a yearning for democracy was added to the battery of population control measures. As Tucker puts it, under the Reagan doctrine the legitimacy of governments will no longer rest simply on their effectiveness, but on conformity with the democratic process, and there is a right of intervention against illegitimate governments, a goal too ambitious, he feels, but otherwise unproblematic. The naive might ask why we failed to exercise this right of intervention in South Korea, Indonesia, South Africa, or El Salvador, among other candidates. There is no inconsistency, however. These countries are committed to democracy in the operative meaning of the term, unchallenged rule by elite elements, business, oligarchy, military, that generally respect the interests of U.S. investors, with appropriate forms for occasional ratification by segments of the public. When these conditions are not satisfied, intervention is legitimate to restore democracy. To take the fashionable case of the 1980s, Nicaragua under the Sandinistas was a totalitarian society, Secretary of State James Baker, and a communist dictatorship, the media generally, where we must intervene massively to assure that elites responsive to U.S. interests prevail as elsewhere in the region. Point 5. Colombia, in contrast, is a democracy with a level playing field, in current jargon, since these elements rule with no political challenge. A closer look at Colombia is directly relevant to what follows, and provides further insight into what counts as democracy. In Colombia, the New York Times informs us, courageous people threatened by violence from cocaine gangs are struggling to preserve democratic normalcy and to keep democratic institutions alive. The reference is not to peasants, union leaders, or advocates of social justice and human rights who face the violence of the military and the oligarchy. And crucially, democratic normalcy has never been threatened by the fact that the two parties that share political power are two horses with the same owner, former President Alfonso López Michelson, not exactly a circumstance unfamiliar to us. Nor does a problem arise from the actual conditions of this democratic normalcy. To mention a few, death squads have killed about 1,000 members of the one party not owned by the oligarchy, the Patriotic Union, UP, since its founding in 1985,6, leaving the unions and popular organizations with no meaningful political representation. Disappearance and execution of labor, Indian, and community leaders is a regular part of daily life, while many Colombians insist that army troops often act as though they were an occupation force in enemy territory. America's Watch. These death squads dedicated to extermination of subversives are in league with the security forces, Amnesty International. An official government inquiry made public in 1983 found that over a third of members of paramilitary groups engaged in political killings and other terror were active duty officers, a pattern that continues to the present, along with alliances with drug dealers, according to human rights inquiries. Alfredo Vázquez Carrizosa, president of the Colombian Permanent Committee for Human Rights and former Minister of Foreign Affairs. The death squads sow an atmosphere of terror, uncertainty, and despair, and all families in which even one member is somehow involved in activities directed towards social justice are under constant threat of disappearance and torture, conducted with impunity by the military and their allies, Pax Christi Netherlands, including cocaine gangs and the owner of the two horses. Political killings in 1988 and 1989 averaged 11 a day, Andean Commission of Jurists, Bogotá office, 0.7. All of this leaves the playing field level and poses no threat to democratic institutions, no challenge to America's historic purpose. Similarly, the growth of the drug cartels in Guatemala has sparked sharp concern for the survival of the country's nascent democracy, Lindsey Grosson warns in the New York Times. Guatemala's emergence as a major player in the international drug bazaar along with Honduras and Costa Rica, now routinely used for drug transshipment, has sparked concern among United States diplomats that it will lead to a bitter congressional debate over aid to this country, which is just emerging from international isolation after years of military rule aid. But events a few days earlier, routine for many years and too insignificant to reach the Times, aroused no qualms about the nascent democracy and did not threaten the flow of U.S. military and other aid. Wire services reported that, terrified by a new wave of political violence, the family of an abducted human rights activist fled this country on September 23 after spending nearly 6 weeks holed up in a room at the Red Cross. The Deputy Federal Attorney General for Human Rights says it is incredible how this family has been persecuted because of the human rights activities of Maria Romalda Cami, a member of the mutual support group of relatives of the disappeared. She was kidnapped by armed men in August, the fourth person in her family to disappear in 10 months, the others eventually turned up all shot dead and dumped on roadsides. The family fled to the Mutual Support Group office in Guatemala City, but were evacuated by the Red Cross when a grenade was lobbed through the window half an hour after their arrival. In the last 2 months, the report continues, there has been a surge of killings and bombings, with mutilated bodies left by roadsides as warnings. This surge is beyond the normal level of atrocities by security forces and their unofficial wings and associates. Thus, on September 15, the Guatemalan press reported 15 bodies bearing signs of torture found in one 24-hour period in one southwestern province. Before the men were abducted, they had been followed by an army vehicle from a nearby military base, according to a survivor. A few days later, the body of a student was found, the 7th of 12 recently disappeared in the classic style of the security forces of the U.S. client states. Other bodies were found with parts cut off and signs of torture. Thousands of peasants who returned from Mexico after promises of land and security are planning to flee to Mexican refugee camps as a result of the violence and the government's failure to honor its promises, the local press reports. 9. The targets are peasants, activists, and organizers. Hence the nascent democracy suffers at most minor flaws, and is secure from international isolation or funding cut off, at least, as long as it does not offend the master's interests. 10. By such means as skillful manipulation of human rights concerns and a finely tuned yearning for democracy, the ideological institutions labored to reconstruct the image of benevolence, and among articulate elites at least, their success has been remarkable. The complementary task was to reconstruct the climate of fear. To this end, it was necessary to bewail the triumphs of the Soviet enemy, marching from strength to strength, conquering the world, building a huge military system to overwhelm us. The effort achieved a brief success, though by the mid-1980s it had to be abandoned as the costs of defense against these fearsome challenges became intolerable. We may therefore concede that it is now clear that the gravity of developments in 1980 was exaggerated, Robert Tucker. The threat to our existence posed by Soviet influence in South Yemen, Laos, Grenada, and other such powerhouses was not quite so grave as he and other sober analysts had thought. By 1983, the CIA conceded that since 1976 the growth rate of Soviet defense spending had dropped from 4–5% to 2%, and the growth rate of weapons procurement had flattened, exactly contrary to the claims advanced to justify the Carter program of rearmament that was implemented in essentials in the Reagan years. In a careful reanalysis of the data, economist Franklin Halsman concludes that the ratio of Soviet military expenditures to GNP scarcely changed after 1970, and the total appears to be considerably less than U.S. expenditures, not to speak of the fact that U.S. NATO allies outspend Soviet Warsaw Pact allies by more than 5–1, that 15–20% of Soviet expenditures are devoted to the China front, and that its allies have hardly been reliable. The Soviet military spending gap, he concludes, like the bomber gap of the 1950s and the missile gap of the 1960s, turns out to be a myth. 11. From the early years of the Cold War, the real menace has been Soviet political aggression, Eisenhower, and what Adlai Stevenson and others called internal aggression. A powerful NATO military alliance, Eisenhower held, should convey a feeling of confidence which will make its members sturdier, politically, in their opposition to communist inroads, that is, to political aggression from within by communists, a term understood broadly to include labor, radical Democrats, and similar threats to democracy. Citing these remarks in his History of Nuclear Weapons, McGeorge Bundy adds that Eisenhower did not believe the Russians either wanted or planned any large-scale military aggression. 12. This understanding was common among rational planners, which is not to deny that they readily convinced themselves that Soviet hordes were on the march when such doctrines were useful for other ends. Part of the concern over the fading of the Soviet threat is that the appropriate images can no longer be conjured up when we must again rush to the defense of privileged sectors against internal aggression. In the early Reagan years, the Soviet threat was manipulated for the twin goals of Third World intervention and entrenching the welfare state for the privileged. Transmitting Washington's rhetoric, the media helped to create a brief period of public support for the arms build-up while constructing a useful myth of the immense popularity of the charismatic great communicator to justify the state-organized party for the rich. Other devices were also used. Thanks to the government media campaign, 60% of the public came to perceive Nicaragua as a vital interest of the United States by 1986, well above France, Brazil, or India. By the mid-1980s, international terrorism, particularly in the Middle East, assumed center stage. To appreciate the brilliance of this propaganda feat, one must bear in mind that even in the peak years of concern, 1985–6, the US and its Israeli ally were responsible for the most serious acts of international terrorism in this region, not to speak of the leading role of the United States in international terrorism elsewhere in the world, and in earlier years. The worst single terrorist act in the region in 1985 was a car bombing in Beirut that killed 80 people and wounded 250. It was graphically described, but did not enter the canon, having been initiated by the CIA. To cite another striking example, in 1987 it was revealed that one of the many terrorist operations mounted against Cuba took place at a particularly tense moment of the missile crisis. A CIA-dispatched terrorist team blew up a Cuban industrial facility with a reported death toll of 400 workers, an incident that might have set off a nuclear war. I found not a single reference in the media in the midst of the continuing fury over the plague of international terrorism spread by crazed Arabs backed by the KGB in the effort to undermine the West. Respected scholarly work also keeps strictly to the official canon. 13. Such menaces as Nicaragua and international terrorists have the advantage that they are weak and defenseless. Unlike the Soviet enemy, Grenada and Libya can be attacked with impunity, eliciting much manly posturing and at least a few moments of rallying round the flag. In contrast, we could rail against the Soviet enemy, but no more. But for the same reason, the menace is difficult to sustain. To enhance credibility, the selected targets have regularly been linked to the evil empire, evidence having its usual irrelevance. But these charges too have lost their force, and new monsters are badly needed to keep the population on course. Enter the Medellin cartel. 2. The drug war. To fit the part, a menace must be grave, or at least portrayable as such. Defense against the menace must engender a suitable martial spirit among the population, which must accord its rulers free rein to pursue policies motivated on other grounds and must tolerate the erosion of civil liberties, a side benefit of particular importance for the statist reactionaries who masquerade as conservatives. Furthermore, since the purpose is to divert attention away from power and its operations from federal offices, corporate boardrooms, and the like, a menace for today should be remote, the other, very different from us, or at least what we are trained to aspire to be. The designated targets should also be weak enough to be attacked without cost, the wrong color helps as well. In short, the menace should be situated in the third world, whether abroad or in the inner city at home. The war against the menace should also be designed to be winnable, a precedent for future operations. A crucial requirement for the entire effort is that the media launch a properly structured propaganda campaign, never a problem. A war on drugs was a natural choice for the next crusade. There is, first of all, no question about the seriousness of the problem, we turn to the dimensions directly. But to serve the purpose, the war must be narrowly bounded and shaped, focused on the proper targets and crucially avoiding the primary agents. That too was readily accomplished. The war is also structured so that in retrospect, it will have achieved some of its goals. One major objective of the Bush-Bennett strategy was a slow regular reduction in reported drug use. The test is to be the Federal Household Survey on Drug Abuse, which, a few weeks before the plan was released, showed a decline of 37% from 1985 to 1988.14. The stated objective thus seemed a rather safe bet. The war was declared with proper fanfare by President Bush in early September 1989, or rather, redeclared, following the convention established 20 years earlier by President Nixon when he issued the first such dramatic declaration. To lay the ground properly for the current phase, drug czar William Bennett announced that there had been a remarkable doubling in frequent use of cocaine since 1985, terrible proof that our current drug epidemic has far from run its course and that we are faced with intensifying drug-related chaos and an appalling, deepening crisis. A few months later, the White House called a news conference to hail a new study as evidence that their national drug strategy was succeeding and that narcotics use was becoming unfashionable among young Americans, Richard Burke reported in the New York Times. So the drug warriors, in the truest American tradition, were stalwartly confronting the enemy and overcoming him. There are, however, a few problems. The decline in 1989 simply continues a trend that began in 1985-6 for cocaine and in 1979 for other illicit drugs, accompanied by a decline in alcohol consumption among the elderly, though there was no war on alcohol. Cocaine use declined sharply in 1989, with a drop of 24% in the third quarter, prior to the declaration of war, according to government figures. Bennett's doubling is a bit hard to reconcile with the figures on decline of cocaine use, but a few months after the shocking news was announced with proper fanfare and impact, the paradox was revealed to be mere statistical fakery. On the back pages, we read further that a study by the State Department Bureau of International Narcotics Matters contradicted Bennett's claims that the scourge is beginning to pass, thanks to his efforts. Point 15. As required, the war is aimed at them, not us. 70% of the Bush-Bennett drug budget was for law enforcement. If the underclass cannot be cooped up in urban reservations and limited to preying on itself, then it can be imprisoned outright. Countering criticism from soft-hearted liberals, Bennett supported tough policy over drug education programs. If I have the choice of only one, I will take policy every time because I know children. And you might say this is not a very romantic view of children, not a very rosy view of children. And I would say, you're right. Bennett is somewhat understating his position when he says that punishment is to be preferred if only one choice is available. In his previous post as Secretary of Education, he sought to cut drug education funds and has expressed skepticism about their value. 16. The flashiest proposal was military aid to Colombia after the murder of presidential candidate Luis Carlos Galán. However, as his brother Alberto pointed out, the drug dealers' core military power lies in paramilitary groups they have organized with the support of large landowners and military officers. Apart from strengthening repressive and anti-democratic forces, Galán continued, Washington's strategy avoids the core of the problem, that is, the economic ties between the legal and illegal worlds, the large financial corporations that handle the drug money. It would make more sense to attack and prosecute the few at the top of the drug business rather than fill prisons with thousands of small fish without the powerful financial structure that gives life to the drug market. 17. It would indeed make more sense, if the goal were a war on drugs. But it makes no sense for the goal of population control, and it is in any event unthinkable, because of the requirement that state policy protect power and privilege, a natural concomitant of the level playing field at home. As drugs are under the Reagan administration, George Bush was instrumental in terminating the main thrust of the real war on drugs. Officials in the enforcement section of the Treasury Department monitored the sharp increase in cash inflow to Florida, later Los Angeles, banks as the cocaine trade boomed in the 1970s, and connected it to the large-scale laundering of drug receipts. Treasury Department brief. They brought detailed information about these matters to the Drug Enforcement Agency, DEA, and the Justice Department. After some public exposes, the government launched Operation Greenback in 1979 to prosecute money launderers. It soon foundered, the banking industry is not a proper target for the drug war. The Reagan administration reduced the limited monitoring, and Bush wasn't really too interested in financial prosecution, the chief prosecutor in Operation Greenback recalls. The program was soon defunct, and Bush's new war on drugs aims at more acceptable targets. Reviewing this record, Jefferson Morley comments that the priorities are illustrated by the actions of Bush's successor in the war against drugs. When an $8 billion surplus was announced for Miami and Los Angeles banks, William Bennett raised no questions about the morality of their practices and initiated no inquiries, though he did expedite eviction notices for low-income, mostly black residents of public housing in Washington where drug use had been reported. 18. There may also be some fine-tuning. A small Panamanian bank was pressured into pleading guilty on a money laundering charge after a sting operation. But the U.S. government dropped criminal charges against its parent bank, one of Latin America's major financial institutions, based in one of the centers of the Colombian drug cartel. 19 There also appear to have been no serious efforts to pursue the public allegations by cartel money launderers about their contacts with major U.S. banks. The announced war on drugs has a few other gaps that are difficult to reconcile with the announced intentions, though quite reasonable on the principles that guide social policy. Drug processing requires ether and acetone, which are imported into Latin America. Rafael Pearl, drug policy advisor at the Congressional Research Service, estimates that more than 90% of the chemicals used to produce cocaine comes from the United States. In the 9 months before the announcement of the drug war, Colombian police say they seized 1.5 million gallons of such chemicals, many found in drums displaying U.S. corporate logos. A CIA study concluded that U.S. exports of these chemicals to Latin America far exceed amounts used for any legal commercial purpose, concluding that enormous amounts are being siphoned off to produce heroin and cocaine. Nevertheless, chemical companies are off limits. Most DEA offices have only one agent working on chemical diversions, a U.S. official reports, so monitoring is impossible. And there have been no reported raids by Delta Force on the corporate headquarters in Manhattan. 20. Reference to the CIA brings to mind another interesting gap in the program. The CIA and other U.S. government agencies have been instrumental in establishing and maintaining the drug racket since World War II, when mafia connections were used to split and undermine the French labor unions and the Communist Party, laying the groundwork for the French connection based in Marseilles. The Golden Triangle, Laos, Burma, Thailand, became a major narcotics center as Chinese nationalist troops fled to the region after their defeat in China and, not long after, as the CIA helped implement the drug flow as part of its effort to recruit a mercenary clandestine army of highland tribesmen for its counterinsurgency operations in Laos. Over the years, the drug traffic came to involve other U.S. clients as well. In 1989, General Ramon Montano, chief of the Philippine Constabulary, testified in a public hearing in Manila that drug syndicates operating in the Golden Triangle use the Philippines as a transshipment point to other parts of Asia and the West, and conceded that military officers are involved, as a Senate investigation had reported. The Philippines are on their way to becoming like Colombia, one senator observed. 21. The effect was the same as the CIA shifted its attention to the terrorist war against Nicaragua and the Afghan resistance against Soviet occupation. The complicity of the Reagan-Bush administrations in the drug rackets in Central America as part of their Contra support operations is by now well known. Pakistan is reported to have become one of the major international centers of the heroin trade when Afghan manufacturers and dealers found their operations restricted after the Soviet invasion in 1979, and moved the enterprise across the borders, south. The U.S. government has for several years received, but declined to investigate, reports of heroin trafficking by some Afghan guerrillas and Pakistani military officers with whom it cooperates, The Washington Post reported well after the drug war was charging full steam ahead. United States officials have received first-hand accounts of extensive heroin smuggling by the leading Afghan recipients of U.S. aid and the Pakistani military establishment, who gave detailed information to the press in Pakistan and Washington. Nevertheless, according to U.S. officials, the United States has failed to investigate or take action against some any of those suspected. U.S. favorite Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, the terrorist leader of the fundamentalist Hizb-e-Islami party, is reported to be deeply implicated in drug trafficking. Other reports indicate that the Afghan rebels are being debilitated by increasingly fierce local battles for the lucrative heroin trade. 22. As in Asia, U.S. allies in Central America are also caught up in the drug traffic. Only Costa Rica has a civilian government, despite pretenses, and its Legislative Assembly's Drug Commission has provided information about these matters. Former President Daniel Oduber was cited for accepting a campaign contribution from James Lionel Casey, a U.S. citizen in prison in Costa Rica on charges of drug trafficking. The commission recommended that Oliver North, Admiral John Poindexter, former Ambassador Louis Tams, former CIA Station Chief Joe Fernandez, and General Richard Secord never again be allowed to enter Costa Rica, the Costa Rican press reported in July 1989, blaming them for opening a gate for arms and drug traffickers as they illegally organized a southern front for the Contras in Costa Rica. A rural guard colonel was charged with offering security for drug traffickers using airstrips, probably including those used for supplying Contras in Nicaragua, the commission president told reporters. Oliver North was charged with setting up a supply line with General Noriega that brought arms to Costa Rica and drugs to the U.S. The commission also implicated U.S. rancher John Hull. Most serious, the commission reported, was the obvious infiltration of international gangs into Costa Rica that made use of the Contra organization, on requests initiated by Colonel North to General Noriega, which opened Costa Rica for trafficking in arms and drugs by this mafia, in part as an excuse to help the Contras. 23. There are good reasons why the CIA and drugs are so closely linked. Clandestine terror requires hidden funds, and the criminal elements to whom the intelligence agencies naturally turn expect a quid pro quo. Drugs are the obvious answer. Washington's long-term involvement in the drug racket is part and parcel of its international operations, notably during the Reagan-Bush administrations. One prime target for an authentic drug war would therefore be close at hand. These facts are too salient to have been ignored completely, but one has to look well beyond the media to become aware of the scale and significance of the Washington connection over many years. The public image conveyed is very different. A typical illustration is a story by New York Times Asia correspondent Stephen Erlanger, headed Southeast Asia is now #1 source of U.S. heroin. The story opens with the statement that the Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia, whose flow of drugs the United States has been trying to control for 25 years, is once again the single largest source of heroin coming into America. Why has the Golden Triangle been such a problem to U.S. officials since 1965, a year that carries some associations, after all? The question is not raised, and there is no mention of the role of the United States government and its clandestine terror agencies in creating and maintaining the problem that the United States has been trying to control. The U.S. figures merely as a victim and guardian of virtue. Discussion about drugs between U.S. and Thai officials is becoming more forthright and even, at times angry. Western diplomats say, Thailand having become the main smuggling and shipment center for the Golden Triangle. Not coincidentally, though no hint appears here, Thailand was also designated as the focal point for U.S. military, terror, and subversion operations in the secret planning to undermine the 1954 Geneva Accords a few weeks after they were adopted over U.S. objections, and after that, served as the major base for U.S. bombing operations and clandestine war, as well as a source of mercenary forces for Indochina. We're trying to get across to the Thais that drugs are an international problem and that Thailand is a target too, a diplomat said. That, however, is the limit of the U.S. role in Thailand generally, or the Golden Triangle drug operations specifically, as far as the Times is concerned. Point 24. The media rallied to the narrowly conceived drug war with their usual efficiency and dispatch. The president's decision to send military aid to Colombia and the September 5 declaration of war against the toughest domestic challenge we've faced in decades set off a major media blitz, closely tailored to White House needs, though the absurdities of the program were so manifest that there was some defection at the margins. Several, unscientific, samples of wire service reports through September showed drug-related stories surpassing Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East combined. Media obedience reached such comical proportions as to elicit sarcastic commentary in the Wall Street Journal, where Harding Carter observed that the president proceeded on the basis of one lead pipe cinch, that the media would march in step. The mass media in America, he went on, have an overwhelming tendency to jump up and down and bark in concert whenever any White House snaps its fingers. 25. The short-term impact was impressive. Shortly after the November 1988 elections, 34% of the public had selected the budget deficit as George Bush's #1 priority once he takes office. 3% selected drugs as top priority, down from previous months. After the media blitz of September 1989, a remarkable 43% say that drugs are the nation's single most important issue, the Wall Street Journal reports, with the budget deficit a distant second at 6%. In a June 1987 poll of registered voters in New York, taxes were selected as the #1 issue facing the state, 15%, with drugs far down the list, 5%. A repeat in September 1989 gave dramatically different results. Taxes were selected by 8% while the drug problem ranked far above any other, at a phenomenal 46%. The real world had hardly changed, its image had, as transmitted through the ideological institutions, reflecting the current needs of power. Point 26. A martial tone has broader benefits for those who advocate state violence and repression to secure privilege. The government media campaign helped create the required atmosphere among the general public and Congress. In a typical flourish, Senator Mark Hatfield, often a critic of reliance on force, said that in every congressional district the troops are out there. All they're waiting for is the orders, a plan of attack, and they're ready to march. The bill approved by Congress widens the application of the death penalty, limits appeals by prisoners, and allows police broader latitude in obtaining evidence, among other measures. The entire repressive apparatus of the state is looking forward to benefits from this new war, including the intelligence system and the Pentagon, which, however, is reluctant to be drawn into direct military actions that will quickly lose popular support. Military industry, troubled by the unsettling specter of peace, scents new markets here, and is pushing swords as weapons in the drug war, Frank Grieve reports from Washington. Analysts say sales for drug war work could spell relief for some sectors, such as commando operations, defense intelligence, and counterterrorism, and federal military laboratories may also find a new role. Army Colonel John Wagelstein, a leading counterinsurgency specialist, suggested that the narco-guerrilla connection could be exploited to mobilize public support for counterinsurgency programs and to discredit critics. A melding in the American public's mind and in Congress of this connection would lead to the necessary support to counter the guerrilla/narcotics terrorists in this hemisphere. Generating that support would be relatively easy once the connection was proven and an all-out war was declared by the National Command Authority. Congress would find it difficult to stand in the way of supporting our allies with the training, advice, and security assistance necessary to do the job. Those church and academic groups that have slavishly supported insurgency in Latin America would find themselves on the wrong side of the moral issue. Above all, we would have the unassailable moral position from which to launch a concerted offensive effort using Department of Defense, DOD, and non-DOD assets. 27. In short, all proceeded on course. 3. The contours of the crisis. A closer look at the drug crisis is instructive. There can be no doubt that the problem is serious. Substance abuse, to use the technical term, takes a terrible toll. The grim facts are reviewed by Ethan Nadelmann in Science magazine. 28 Deaths attributable to consumption of tobacco are estimated at over 300,000 a year, while alcohol use adds an additional 50,000 to 200,000 annual deaths. Among 15 to 24-year-olds, alcohol is the leading cause of death, also serving as a gateway drug that leads to use of others, according to the National Council on Alcoholism. 29 In addition, a few thousand deaths from illegal drugs are recorded. 3,562 deaths were reported in 1985, from all illegal drugs combined. According to these estimates, over 99% of deaths from substance abuse are attributable to tobacco and alcohol. There are also enormous health costs, again primarily from alcohol and tobacco use. The health costs of marijuana, cocaine, and heroin combined amount to only a small fraction of those caused by either of the two licit substances, Nadelmann continues. Also to be considered is the distribution of victims. Illicit drugs primarily affect the user, but their legal cousins seriously affect others, including passive smokers and victims of drunken driving and alcohol-induced violence. No illicit drug is as strongly associated with violent behavior as is alcohol, Nadelmann observes, and alcohol abuse is a factor in some 40% of roughly 50,000 annual traffic deaths. The Environmental Protection Agency estimates that 3,800 non-smokers die every year from lung cancer caused by breathing other people's tobacco smoke, and that the toll of passive smoking may be as many as 46,000 annually if heart disease and respiratory ailments are included. Officials say that if confirmed, these conclusions would require that tobacco smoke be listed as a very hazardous carcinogen, Class A, along with such chemicals as benzene and radon. University of California statistician Stanton Glantz describes passive smoking as the third leading cause of preventable death, behind smoking and alcohol. 30. Illegal drugs are far from uniform in their effects. Thus, among the roughly 60 million Americans who have smoked marijuana, not one has died from a marijuana overdose, Nadelmann reports. As he and others have observed, federal interdiction efforts have helped to shift drug use from relatively harmless marijuana to far more dangerous drugs. One might ask why tobacco is legal and marijuana not. A possible answer is suggested by the nature of the crop. Marijuana can be grown almost anywhere, with little difficulty. It might not be easily marketable by major corporations. Tobacco is quite another story. Questions can be raised about the accuracy of the figures. One would have to look into the procedures for determining cause of death, the scope of these inquiries, and other questions, such as the effects on children of users. But even if the official figures are far from the mark, there is little doubt that William Bennett is right in speaking of drug-related chaos and an appalling, deepening crisis largely attributable to alcohol and tobacco, so it appears. Further human and social costs include the victims of drug-related crimes and the enormous growth of organized crime, which is believed to derive more than half of its revenues from the drug trade. In this case, the costs are associated with the illicit drugs, but because they are illicit, not because they are drugs. The same was true of alcohol during the Prohibition era. We are dealing here with questions of social policy, which is subject to decision and choice. Nadelman advocates legalization and regulation. Similar proposals have been advanced by a wide range of conservative opinion, the London economist, Milton Friedman, and so on, and by some others. Responding to Friedman, William Bennett argues that after repeal of prohibition, alcohol use soared. Hence legalization cannot be considered. Whatever the merits of the argument, it is clear that Bennett doesn't take it seriously, since he does not propose reinstituting prohibition or banning tobacco or even assault rifles. His own argument is simply that drug use is wrong and therefore must be barred. The implicit assumption is that use of tobacco, alcohol, or assault rifles is not wrong, on grounds that remain unspoken, and that the state must prohibit and punish what is wrong. Deceit, perhaps. 31. Radical statists of the Bennett variety like to portray themselves as humanists taking a moral stance, insisting on the difference between right and wrong. Transparently, it is sheer fraud. For the narco-traffickers, social policies implemented in Washington contribute to the toll of victims in other ways, a fact illustrated dramatically just as the vast media campaign orchestrated by the White House peaked in September 1989. On September 19, the U.S. Trade Representative, USTR, panel held a hearing in Washington to consider a tobacco industry request that the U.S. impose sanctions on Thailand if it does not agree to drop restrictions on import of U.S. tobacco. Such U.S. government actions had already rammed tobacco down the throats of consumers in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, with human costs of the kind already sketched. This huge narco-trafficking operation had its critics. A statement by the American Heart Association, American Cancer Society and American Lung Association condemned the cigarette advertising in countries that have already succumbed to the USTR crowbar of trade threats, a campaign patently designed to increase smoking by young Asian men and women who see young U.S. men and women as role models. U.S. Surgeon General Everett Koop testified at the USTR panel that when we are pleading with foreign governments to stop the flow of cocaine, it is the height of hypocrisy for the United States to export tobacco. Denouncing the trade policy to push addicting substances into foreign markets regardless of health hazards, he said, "Years from now, our nation will look back on this application of free trade policy and find it scandalous." Koop told reporters that he had not cleared his testimony with the White House because it would not have been approved, and said he also opposed actions under the Reagan administration to force Asian countries to import U.S. tobacco. During his 8 years in office, ending a few days after his testimony, Koop backed reports branding tobacco a lethal addictive drug responsible for some 300,000 deaths a year. Thai witnesses also protested, predicting that the consequence would be to reverse a decline in smoking achieved by a 15-year campaign against tobacco use. They also noted that U.S. drug trafficking would interfere with Washington's efforts to induce Asian governments to halt the flow of illegal drugs. Responding to the claim of U.S. tobacco companies that their product is the best in the world, a Thai witness said, "Certainly in the Golden Triangle we have some of the best products, but we never ask the principle of free trade to govern such products. In fact we suppress them." Critics invoked the analogy of the Opium War 150 years ago, when the British government compelled China to open its doors to opium from British India, sanctimoniously pleading the virtues of free trade as they forcefully imposed large-scale drug addiction on China. As in the case of the US today, Britain had little that it could sell to China, apart from drugs. The US sought for itself whatever privileges the British were extracting from China by violence, also extolling free trade and even the great design of Providence to make the wickedness of men subserve his purposes of mercy toward China, in breaking through her wall of exclusion, and bringing the empire into more immediate contact with Western and Christian nations. American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions. John Quincy Adams denounced China's refusal to accept British opium as a violation of the Christian principle of love thy neighbor and an enormous outrage upon the rights of human nature, and upon the first principles of the rights of nations. The tobacco industry and its protectors in government invoke similar arguments today as they seek to relieve this triumph of Western civilization and its historic purpose. 32. Here we have the biggest drug story of the day, breaking right at the peak moment of the government media campaign. The US government is perhaps the world's leading drug peddler, even if we put aside the US role in establishing the hard drug racket after World War II and maintaining it since. How did this major story fare in the media blitz? It passed virtually unnoticed and, needless to say, without a hint of the obvious conclusion. 33. The drug traffic is no trivial matter for the US economy. Tobacco exports doubled in annual value in the 1980s, contributing nearly $25 billion to the trade ledger over the decade according to a report of the Tobacco Merchants Association, rising from $2.5 billion in 1980 to $5 billion in 1989. Tobacco provided a $4.2 billion contribution to the trade balance for 1989, when the deficit for the year was $109 billion. Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky took due note of these figures while testifying in support of the tobacco companies at a Senate hearing. The president of the American Farm Bureau Federation, commenting on the benefits to the U.S. economy from tobacco exports, cited the removal of overseas trade barriers, primarily in Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea as a contributory factor. 34. We see that it is unfair to blame the huge trade deficit on the policies of the Reagan-Bush administrations without giving them credit for their efforts to overcome it by state intervention to increase the sale of lethal addictive drugs. As the drug war proceeded, opposition to tobacco exports began to receive some attention. In April 1990, Dr. James Mason, Assistant Secretary for Health, declared that it was unconscionable for the mighty transnational tobacco companies, and 3 of them are in the United States, to be peddling their poison abroad, particularly because their main targets are less developed countries. A few weeks later, however, he canceled a scheduled appearance before a congressional hearing on the matter, while the Department of Health and Human Services backed away from its past criticism of efforts to open new markets for American cigarettes around the world. The department said that the issue was one of trade, not health, Philip Hiltz reported in the New York Times. A department spokesman explained that Dr. Mason's appearance was cancelled for that reason. Citing the trade figures, another official described Mason's criticism of tobacco exports as an unwelcome intrusion on the administration's efforts to open new cigarette markets, particularly in Thailand, Hiltz reported further. Meanwhile, U.S. Trade Representative Carla Hills dismissed Thai protests about U.S. imperialists thrusting cancer sticks upon them, saying, "I don't see how health concerns can enter the picture if the people are smoking their own cigarettes." 35. Or, by the same logic, smoking their own crack. In our passion for free trade, then, we should surely allow the Medellin cartel to export cocaine freely to the United States, to advertise it to young people without constraint, and to market it aggressively. Others continued to voice objections. In an open letter to Colombian President Virgilio Barco, Peter Bourne, who was director of the Office of Drug Abuse Policy in the Carter administration, wrote, "Perhaps nothing so reflects on Washington's fundamental hypocrisy on the drug issue as the fact that while it rails against the adverse effects of cocaine in the United States, the number of Colombians dying each year from subsidized North American tobacco products is significantly larger than the number of North Americans felled by Colombian cocaine." The Straits Times in Singapore found it hard to reconcile the fact that the Americans are threatening trade sanctions against countries that try to keep out U.S. tobacco products with U.S. efforts to reduce cigarette smoking at home, let alone its efforts to bar import of illicit drugs, a surprising failure to perceive the clear difference between significant and insignificant nations, to borrow some neoconservative rhetoric. 36. The American Medical Association also condemned trade policies that ignore health problems, estimating that some 2.5 million excessive or premature deaths per year are attributable to tobacco, about 5% of all deaths. At a World Conference on Lung Health in May 1990, former Surgeon General Koop, noting that U.S. tobacco exports had risen 20% the preceding year while smoking dropped 5% in the U.S., again called the export of tobacco a moral outrage and denounced it as the height of hypocrisy to call on other governments to stop the export of cocaine while at the same time we export nicotine, a drug just as addictive as cocaine, to the rest of the world. In Taiwan, Koop said, the government had been able to cut smoking drastically by an anti-smoking campaign, until Washington threatened trade sanctions in 1987, leading to a 10% rise in smoking. America better stop being a drug pusher if we expect to have any credibility in our war on drugs, Congressman Chester Atkins said at a news conference. Public health experts warned of a global epidemic from tobacco-related deaths as a result of the surge in overseas sales, now 1/6 of U.S. production, predicting that the death toll will rise to 12 million annually by mid-21st century. Speaking for the government, the USTR spokesman repeated that the matter is simply one of free trade, our question is basically one of fairness. Coverage was again slight. 37. Thatcher's England was not far behind. The alternative press reported a London Sunday Times expose of a multimillion-dollar marketing drive by British American Tobacco, BAT, to sell cheap and highly addictive cigarettes in Africa, an easy, regulation-free market with levels of tar and nicotine far above those permitted in the West. A corporation letter to the country's head of medical services stated that BAT Uganda does not believe that cigarette smoking is harmful to health. And we should not wish to endanger our potential to export to these countries which do not have a health warning on our packs. A British cancer specialist described the situation in the Third World as similar to that in England in the early years of the century, when 1 in 10 men was dying of lung cancer. He estimated that in China alone 50 million of today's children will die through tobacco-related diseases. 38. If such estimates are anywhere near accurate, the reference to the opium wars is not far from the mark, and it might be fair to warn of the blurring of the boundary between narco-trafficking and genocide. 5. Social policy and the drug crisis. Serious concern over the drug crisis would quickly lead to inquiry into a much wider range of government policies. U.S. farmers can easily be encouraged to produce crops other than tobacco. Not so Latin American peasants, who, with far fewer options, turned to cocaine production for survival as subsistence agriculture and profits from traditional exports declined. In the case of Colombia, for example, suspension of the International Coffee Agreement in July 1988, initiated by U.S. actions based on alleged fair trade violations, led to a fall of prices of more than 40% within 2 months for Colombia's leading legal export. 39. Furthermore, U.S. pressures over the years including the Food for Peace program have undermined production of crops for domestic use, which cannot compete with subsidized U.S. agricultural exports. U.S. policy is to encourage Latin America to consume the U.S. surplus while producing specialized crops for export, flowers, vegetables for yuppie markets or coca leaves, the optimal choice on grounds of capitalist rationality. The Council on Hemispheric Affairs comments that only economic growth in Latin America, the promotion of financing of alternate legal crops and a decrease in U.S. demand will provide a viable alternative to cocaine production. 40. As for U.S. demand for illegal drugs, middle-class use has been decreasing. But the inner city is a different matter. Here again, if we are serious, we will turn to deep-seated social policy. The cocaine boom correlates with major social and economic processes, including a historically unprecedented stagnation of real wages since 1973-41, an effective attack against labor to restore corporate profits in a period of declining U.S. global dominance, a shift in employment either to highly skilled labor or to service jobs, many of them dead-end and low-paying, and other moves towards a two-tiered society with a large and growing underclass mired in hopelessness and despair. Illegal drugs offer profits to ghetto entrepreneurs with few alternative options, and to others, temporary relief from an intolerable existence. These crucial factors receive occasional notice in the mainstream. Thus, A specialist quoted in the Wall Street Journal comments that what is new is large numbers of inner-city people, blacks and Hispanics, sufficiently disillusioned, a real level of hopelessness. Most Northern European countries have nothing remotely comparable. 42. In a British television film on drugs, a political figure draws the obvious conclusion: we cannot police the world. We cannot stop heroin supplies. We can only limit the demand for it by producing a decent society that people want to live in, not escape from. 43. With their contributions to the growth and punishment of the underclass, the Reagan-Bush administrations helped to create the current drug crisis, yet another fact that merits headlines. And the current war may well exacerbate the crisis. Meeting with congressional leaders, Bush outlined his proposals for paying the costs of the drug plan, including elimination of almost $100 million from public housing subsidies and a juvenile justice program. The National Center on Budget Priorities estimated that the Bush program would remove $400 million from social programs. 44 The misery of the poor is likely to increase, along with the demand for drugs and the construction of prisons for the superfluous population. 6. The usual victims. The Colombian operation illustrates other facets of the drug war. The military aid program for Colombia finances murderous and repressive elements of the military with ties to the drug business and landowners. As commonly in the past, the current U.S. drug programs are likely to contribute to counterinsurgency operations and destruction of popular organizations that might challenge elite conceptions of democracy. These prospects were illustrated at the very moment when the president made his grand declaration of an all-out war on the drug merchants, featuring aid to the Colombian military, in September 1989. As the media blitz peaked, the Andean Commission of Jurists in Lima published a report on the Colombian military entitled Excesses in the Anti-Drug Effort. Waiving as pretext the measures adopted against drug trafficking, the report begins: the military have ransacked the headquarters of grassroots organizations and the homes of political leaders, and ordered many arrests. A series of illustrations follow from the first 2 weeks of September 1989. On September 3, 2 days before President Bush's dramatic call to battle, the Army and the Department of Security Administration, DOS, ransacked homes of peasants in one region, arresting 40 laborers. The patrols are led by hooded individuals who identify targets for arrest, townspeople report. In a nearby area, house searches were aimed principally against members of the Patriotic Union, whose leaders and activists are regularly assassinated, and the Communist Party, some alleged to have subversive propaganda in their possession. In Medellin, 70 activists and civic leaders were arrested in poor neighborhoods. Elsewhere at the same time, 2 union leaders, one an attorney for the union, were assassinated and another disappeared. Other leaders received death threats. Hired assassins murdered 3 members of the National Organization of Indigenous People, injuring others, while unidentified persons destroyed a regional office. 45. These are examples of the regular behavior of the forces to whom President Bush pledged U.S. aid and assistance, published just at the moment of the domestic applause for his announcement but not available to the cheering section that pays the bills. Ample publicity was, however, given to the capture in mid-September of 28 people charged with being leftist guerrillas working with the drug cartel, and to claims by the Colombian military that guerrilla organizations had formed an alliance with the Medellin drug traffickers and carried out bombings for them. The Colombian military in Medellin charged that staff members of the Popular Education Institute, IPC, arrested in a raid by security forces, were members of a guerrilla organization hired as terrorists by the cartel. Unreported, however, was the conclusion of the Andean Commission of Jurists that the charges are clearly a setup by the military forces which are looking to discredit the popular work of the IPC, a community-based organization working in popular education, training, and human rights. The staff workers arrested all those present at the time, including the director, were held incommunicado and tortured, according to the Colombian section of the Andean Commission. The Colombian Human Rights Committee in Washington reported increasing harassment of popular organizations as new aid flowed to the military in the name of the war on drugs. Other human rights monitors have also warned of the near inevitability of these consequences as the U.S. consolidates its links with the Colombian and Peruvian military, both of whom have appalling records of human rights violations. 46. The New York Times reports that senior Peruvian military officers say that they will use the new U.S. money to intensify their campaign against the guerrillas and to try to prevent the smuggling of chemicals, mainly from U.S. corporations, which suggests another strategy that remains unmentioned. U.S. officials concur with the strategy, though they profess to be uneasy that it is steering clear of the growers and traffickers. In Bolivia, also a recipient of U.S. military aid and hailed as a great success story, the military does not match its Peruvian and Colombian colleagues in the scale of state terror, but there was no U.S. reaction to the declaration of a state of emergency by the President of Bolivia, followed by the jailing of hundreds of union leaders and teachers who he said threatened his government's anti-inflation policies with their wage demands. 47. This is not, after all, Nicaragua under the Sandinistas. So passionate concern over human rights issues would have no purpose. It should be borne in mind that human rights have only an instrumental function in the political culture, serving as a weapon against adversaries and a device to mobilize the domestic public behind the banner of our nobility, as we courageously denounce the real or alleged abuses of official enemies. In this regard, human rights concerns are very much like the facts of past and present history, instruments to serve the needs of power, not to enlighten the citizenry. Thus, one would be unlikely to find a discussion in the media of the background for the state terrorism in Colombia that the Bush administration intends to abet. The topic is addressed in a discussion of human rights in Colombia by Alfredo Vázquez Carrizosa, president of the Colombian Permanent Committee for Human Rights. Behind the facade of a constitutional regime, he observes, we have a militarized society under the state of siege provided by the 1886 Constitution. The Constitution grants a wide range of rights, but they have no relation to reality. In this context, poverty and insufficient land reform have made Colombia one of the most tragic countries of Latin America. Land reform, which has practically been a myth, was legislated in 1961, but has yet to be implemented, as it is opposed by landowners, who have had the power to stop it again, no defect of democracy, by Western standards. The result of the prevailing misery has been violence, including La Violencia of the 1940s and 1950s, which took hundreds of thousands of lives. This violence has been caused not by any mass indoctrination, but by the dual structure of a prosperous minority and an impoverished, excluded majority, with great differences in wealth, income, and access to political participation. The story has another familiar thread. But in addition to internal factors, Vázquez Carrizosa continues, violence has been exacerbated by external factors. In the 1960s, the United States, during the Kennedy administration, took great pains to transform our regular armies into counterinsurgency brigades, accepting the new strategy of the death squads. These Kennedy initiatives ushered in what is known in Latin America as the national security doctrine, not defense against an external enemy, but a way to make the military establishment the masters of the game. With the right to combat the internal enemy, as set forth in the Brazilian doctrine, the Argentine doctrine, the Uruguayan doctrine, and the Colombian doctrine, it is the right to fight and to exterminate social workers, trade unionists, men and women who are not supportive of the establishment, and who are assumed to be communist extremists. And this could mean anyone, including human rights activists such as myself. 48. The president of the Colombian Human Rights Commission is reviewing facts familiar throughout Latin America. Military-controlled national security states dedicated to internal security by assassination, torture, disappearance, and sometimes mass murder, constituted one of the two major legacies of the Kennedy administration to Latin America. The other was the Alliance for Progress, a statistical success and social catastrophe. The basic thrust of policy was established long before, and has been pursued since as well, with a crescendo of support for murderous state terror under the Reagan administration. The drug war simply provides another modality for pursuit of these long-term commitments. One will search far for any hint of these fundamental truths in the drum beating for a war of self-defense against the terrible crimes perpetrated against us by Latin American monsters. As the first anniversary of the drug war approached, the House Government Operations Committee released a study concluding that U.S. anti-drug efforts had made virtually no headway in disrupting the cocaine trade in Peru and Bolivia, largely because of corruption in the armed forces of both countries. This corruption is illustrated by the stoning of DEA agents and Peruvian police by local peasants led by Peruvian military personnel, and the firing by Peruvian military officers on State Department helicopters when they approached drug trafficker facilities. In short, by the well-known fact that the drug dealers' core military power lies in paramilitary groups they have organized with the support of large landowners and military officers, the beneficiaries of U.S. aid, exactly as Alberto Gallon pointed out at the moment when his brother's murder provided the pretext to set the latest drug war into high gear. 49. The domestic enemy is likely to be subjected to the same kind of treatment as the poor abroad. In keeping with the general commitments of neoconservatism, the drug war seeks to undermine civil liberties with a broad range of measures, such as random searches based on police suspicion, aimed primarily at young blacks and Hispanics. The attack on civil rights has aroused some concern, though not because of the increased abuse of the underclass. Rather, it is the threat to individual rights from the drug war as it shifts to middle-class whites who are casual drug users. John Dillon, reporting on the threat to civil liberties in the lead story of the Christian Science Monitor. As Middle America comes under scrutiny, Dillon continues, critics expect a growing outcry about violations of civil liberties. 50. Power can defend itself. In practice, the capitalist ethic treats freedom as a commodity, a lot is available in principle, and you have what you can buy. The links between the drug war and U.S. intervention sometimes reach a remarkable level of cynicism. Thus, Colombia requested that the U.S. install a radar system near its southern border to monitor flights from its neighbors to the south, which provide the bulk of the cocaine for processing by Colombian drug merchants. The U.S. responded by installing a radar system, but as far removed from drug flights to Colombia as is possible on Colombian territory, on San Andrés Island in the Caribbean, 500 miles from mainland Colombia and remote from the drug routes, but only 200 miles off the coast of Nicaragua. The Colombian government accused the Pentagon of using the fight against drugs as a ruse to monitor Nicaragua, a charge confirmed by Senator John Kerry's Foreign Affairs aide. He added that Costa Rica had requested radar assistance against small flights moving cocaine through the country and was given a proposal by the Pentagon. Lacking technical experts, Costa Rican officials asked for an evaluation from the British Embassy, which informed them that the U.S. proposal had no relevance to the drug traffic but was designed to monitor the Sandinistas. In its study of the drug cartel, Kerry's Senate Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics, and International Operations had reported that foreign policy concerns, including the war against Nicaragua, interfered with the U.S.'s ability to fight the war on drugs, delaying, halting and hampering law enforcement efforts to keep narcotics out of the United States, a polite way of saying that the Reagan administration was facilitating the drug racket in pursuit of its international terrorist project in Nicaragua and other imperatives, a standard feature of policy for decades. The current drug war adds another chapter to the sordid story. 51. This too escapes the front pages and prime-time television. In general, the central features of the drug crisis received scant notice in the media campaign. It is doubtful that the core issues reach beyond a fraction of 1% of media coverage, which is tailored to other needs. The counterinsurgency connection may also lie behind the training of Colombian narco-traffickers by Western military officers, which received some notice in August 1989 when, a few days after the Gallon assassination, retired British and Israeli officers were found to be training Colombian cocaine traffickers, including teams of assassins for the drug cartel and their right-wing allies. A year earlier, a July 1988 Colombian intelligence report, Department of Security Administration, DOS, entitled Organization of Hired Assassins and Drug Traffickers in the Magdalena Medio noted that at the training camps, the presence of Israeli, German, and North American instructors has been detected. Trainees at the camp, who are supported by cattle ranchers and farmers involved in coca production and by the Medellin cartel, apparently participated in peasant massacres in a banana region, the report continues. After the discovery of British and Israeli trainers a year later, the Washington Post, citing another DOS document, reported that the men taught in the training centers where British and Israeli nationals were identified are believed responsible for massacres in rural villages and assassination of left-leaning politicians. The same document states that one Israeli-run course was abbreviated when the instructors went to Honduras and Costa Rica to give training to the Nicaraguan Contras. The allegation that U.S. instructors were also present has not been pursued, or to my knowledge reported in the press. 52. Israel claimed that Colonel Yair Klein and his associates in the Spearhead security operation, who were identified as trainers in an NBC film clip, were acting on their own. But Andrew Coburn points out that Klein's company publicly insisted that they always worked with the complete approval and authorization of our Ministry of Defense. They also trained Contras in Honduras and Guatemalan officers. One associate of Klein's, an Israeli colonel, claims that they trained every Guatemalan officer above the rank of captain, working on a contract arranged by the state-owned Israel Military Industries. The Americans have the problem of public opinion, international image, the marketing director of Spearhead explained. We don't have this problem. Therefore, the dirty work of training assassins and mass murderers can be farmed out to our Israeli mercenaries. In the London Observer, Hugh O'Shaughnessy reported that in a letter of March 31, 1986 signed by Israeli Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin of the Labour Party, in the journal's possession, Rabin gave Spearhead official authorization for the export of military know-how and defense equipment, stipulating further that it is necessary to receive a formal authorization for every negotiation. 53. The Israeli press reports that Colonel Klein and his associates used a network of ultra-Orthodox American Jews to launder the money they received for their services in Colombia. It claims further that Klein held a position of high responsibility and sensitivity as commander of the war room of the Israeli General Staff. An Israeli reserve general reported to be involved in the Israel-Colombia affair attributed the flurry of publicity to U.S. government revenge for the Pollard spy caper and an American trick contrived in order to remove Israel from Colombia, so that the U.S. can run the arms supply there without interference. 54. Jerusalem Post columnist Menachem Shalev raised the question, why the moral outrage over this affair? Is it worse to train loyal troops of drug barons than it is to teach racist killers of Indians, blacks, communists, Democrats, etc.? A good question. The answer lies in the U.S. propaganda system. Current orders are to express moral outrage over the Colombian cartel, the latest menace to our survival. But Israel's role as a U.S. mercenary state is legitimate, part of the service as a strategic asset that earns it the status of the symbol of human decency in New York Times editorials. 55. 7. The best laid plans. When the Bush Plan was announced, the American Civil Liberties Union at once branded it a hoax, a strategy that is not simply unworkable but counterproductive and cynical. 56. If the rhetorical ends were the real ones, that would be true enough. But for the objective of population control and pursuit of traditional policy goals, the strategy has considerable logic, though its short-term successes are unlikely to persist. Part of the difficulty is that even the most efficient propaganda system is unable to maintain the proper attitudes among the population for long. The currently available devices have none of the lasting impact of appeal to the Soviet threat. Another reason is that fundamental social and economic problems cannot be swept under the rug forever. The temporarily convenient program of punishing the underclass carries serious potential costs for interests that really count. Some corporate circles are awakening to the fact that a third world within our own country will harm business interests. Brad Butler, former chairman of Procter & Gamble. According to Labor Department projections, over half the new jobs created between 1986 and the year 2000 must be filled by children of minorities, who are expected to constitute one-third of the workforce before too long. These jobs require skills including computer literacy and other technical knowledge that will not be gained in the streets and prisons and deteriorating schools. Point 57. As in South Africa, business will sooner or later come to realize that its interests are not well served under apartheid, whether legal or de facto. But a reversal of long-standing policies that reached the level of serious social pathology during the Reagan-Bush years will be no simple matter. 5. The post-Cold War era. The reactionary statist tendencies of the post-Vietnam period arose in response to a dual challenge: the decline of U.S. dominance of the international order and the popular activism of the 1960s, which challenged the dominance of the same privileged sectors at home. Neither Kennedy's grand design nor the efforts of the Nixon administration succeeded in restricting Europe to its regional interests within the overall framework of order managed by the United States, as Kissinger urged. There was no alternative to the trilateralism embraced by the Carter neoliberals, who, like their predecessors, were no less troubled by the popular democratic thrust at home, their crisis of democracy that threatened to bring the general population into the political arena in a meaningful way. As already discussed, these challenges inspired a campaign to restore the population to apathy and obedience and thus overcome the crisis of democracy, and to enhance business power generally. By 1978, UAW President Doug Fraser had seen the handwriting on the wall. Resigning from the labor management group, he denounced the leaders of the business community for having chosen to wage a one-sided class war in this country, a war against working people, the unemployed, the poor, the minorities, the very young and the very old, and even many in the middle class of our society, and having broken and discarded the fragile, unwritten compact previously existing during a period of growth and progress. A year later, in another recognition of reality, Cleveland's populist mayor Dennis Kucinich told a UAW meeting that there is only one political party in the United States, the pro-business Demopublicans won. The period of steady economic progress was over. The challenge of rival powers was real for the first time since World War II, and the fragile social compact could not be sustained. Programs designed through the 1970s were implemented, with an extra touch of crudity, during the Reagan years, with the general support of the other faction of the business party and the ideological apparatus. The historical and planning record and underlying institutional factors provide good reason to expect the post-Cold War era to be much like the past as far as relations between the United States and the Third World are concerned, apart from tactics and propaganda. Radical nationalism and experiments with independent development geared to domestic needs will raise the danger flags and call forth a reaction, varying with circumstances and the functions of the region. The same continuity is to be expected with regard to the concomitants of these policy goals, including the persistent support for human rights violations, the general hostility to social reform, and the principled antagonism to democracy. Democratic forms can be tolerated, even admired, if only for propaganda purposes. But this stance can be adopted only when the distribution of effective power ensures that meaningful participation of the popular classes has been barred. When they organize and threaten the control of the political system by the business landowner elite and the military, strong measures must be taken, with tactical variations depending on the ranking of the target population on the scale of importance. At the lowest rank, in the Third World, virtually no holds are barred. If the security forces are under control, the death squads can be unleashed while we wring our hands over our painful inability to instill our passion for human rights in the hearts of our unworthy allies. Other means are required when control of the security forces has been lost. Nicaragua, the obsession of the 1980s, was one such case, a particularly dangerous one because it was feared that the government in power was one that cares for its people, in the words of José Figueres, referring to the Sandinistas, who, he said, brought Nicaragua the first such government in its history, popularly elected in a free and fair election that he observed in 1984. It was for expressing such improper sentiments as these that the leading figure of Central American democracy had to be rigorously excluded from the U.S. media throughout the 1980s. 2. It is therefore not at all surprising that hostility to the Sandinistas was virtually uniform in media commentary and other elite circles. Point 3 The official reasons, human rights, democracy, the Soviet threat, and so on, are too far-fetched to take seriously, and were, in any event, thoroughly refuted so many times, with no effect, as to reveal the pointlessness of the exercise. The real issue is the one Figueres identified. Throughout, the only debatable question has been tactical: how to restore Nicaragua to the Central American mode and impose regional standards, those of the U.S. client states. Such matters as freedom of the press and human rights aroused profound libertarian and moral passions in Nicaragua, as distinct from the death squad democracies next door, or other states with vastly worse records but with the compensating merit that they too were properly respectful of U.S. priorities. For similarly, elections in the terror states revealed heartening progress towards democracy, but not in Nicaragua, where radically different standards were applied. The 1984 elections were intolerable to the United States because they could not be controlled. Therefore Washington did what it could to disrupt them, and they were dismissed and eliminated from history by the media, as required. In the case of the long-scheduled 1990 elections, the U.S. interfered massively from the outset to gain victory for its candidates, not only by the enormous financial aid that received some publicity, but far more significant and considered quite uncontroversial by White House announcements that only a victory by the U.S. candidate would bring an end to the illegal U.S. economic sanctions and restoration of aid. In brief, Nicaraguan voters were informed that they had a free choice: vote for our candidate, or watch your children starve. Point 5. These efforts to subvert the 1990 election in Nicaragua are highlighted by a comparison to the reaction at exactly the same time to elections in neighboring Honduras. Its November 1989 elections received scanty but generally favorable coverage in the U.S. media, which described them as a milestone for the United States, which has used Honduras as evidence that the democratically elected governments it supports in Central America are taking hold. President Bush, meeting with Honduran President Rafael Callejas after his election, called the Honduran government an inspiring example of the democratic promise that today is spreading throughout the Americas. 6. A closer look helps us to understand what is meant by democracy in the political culture. The November elections were effectively restricted to the two traditional parties. One candidate was from a family of wealthy industrialists, the other from a family of large landowners. Their top advisors acknowledge that there is little substantive difference between the two and the policies they would follow as president. We learn from the press report that hails this milestone in the progress of democracy. Both parties represent large landowners and industrialists and have close ties with the military, the effective rulers, who are independent of civilian authority under the Constitution but heavily dependent on the United States, as is the economy. The Guatemalan Central America report adds, in the absence of substantial debate, both candidates rely on insults and accusations to entertain the crowds at campaign rallies and political functions. If that sounds familiar to a U.S. audience, it is not mere coincidence. Popular participation was limited to ritual voting. The legal opposition parties, Christian Democratic and Social Democratic, charged massive electoral fraud. Human rights abuses by the security forces escalated as the election approached. In the preceding weeks there were attacks with bombs and rifle fire against independent political figures, journalists, and union leaders, condemned as a plan to repress popular organizations by the head of the Coordinating Committee of Popular Organizations, ex-rector of the National University Juan Almendares. In preceding months the armed forces conducted a campaign of political violence, including assassination of union leaders and other extrajudicial executions, leaving tortured and mutilated bodies by roadsides for the first time. The human rights organization CODE reported at least 78 people killed by the security forces between January and July, while reported cases of torture and beatings more than tripled over the preceding year. But state terror remained at levels low enough not to disturb U.S. elite opinion. Starvation and general misery are rampant, the extreme concentration of wealth increased during the decade of democracy, and 70% of the population are malnourished. Despite substantial US aid and no guerrilla conflict, the economy is collapsing, with capital flight and a sharp drop in foreign investment, and almost half of export earnings devoted to debt service. But there is no major threat to order, and profits flow. 7. In short, Honduras, like Colombia, is a praiseworthy democracy, and there is no concern over the level playing field for its elections, unlike those in Nicaragua. Even El Salvador and Guatemala, murderous gangster states run by the US-backed military, are considered democracies. Elite opinion expresses considerable pride in having established and maintained these charnel houses, with free elections permitted after a wave of slaughter, torture, disappearance, mutilation, and other effective devices of control. Physical destruction of the independent media and murder of editors and journalists by the security forces passes virtually without comment, often literally without report among their US colleagues, among many other atrocities. Occasionally, one hears an honest comment. Joaquim Matra of Boston University, one of the leading academic supporters of Reagan administration policies in Central America, observes that the US has installed democracies of the style of Hitler Germany in El Salvador and Guatemala. 8 But such candor is far from the norm. Nicaragua, however, was different, because of the threat of independent nationalism and social reform, heightened by the loss of US control of the security forces, a problem that has arisen elsewhere as well, and a serious one, because the standard device for repressing and eliminating undesirable tendencies is then no longer available. In the case of Guatemala and Chile, it was necessary to resort to economic strangulation, subversion, and military force to overthrow the democratic regimes and establish the preferred regional standards. In the case of the Dominican Republic in 1965, direct invasion was required to bar the restoration of a constitutional regime. The response to the Cuban problem was direct aggression at the Bay of Pigs, and when Soviet deterrence made further such attempts unfeasible, an unprecedented campaign of international terrorism along with unremitting economic and ideological warfare, again, surely not motivated by the reasons advanced in the official government media line, which are hardly credible. Other cases require different measures, including Panama, another long-term target of US intervention, to which we turn directly. 1. Creeping colonialism. We may continue to think of the Third World in the terms used in early post-World War II planning, as the region that is to fulfill its major function as a source of raw materials and a market for the Western industrial societies. 9. One long-standing source of international conflict was the Soviet Empire's failure to fulfill its function in the required way. This problem, it is hoped, will now be remedied as Eastern Europe advances towards the conditions of Mexico, Brazil, and the Philippines. The fear of creeping communism can then be put to rest, as the modern forms of colonialism expand towards their natural borders. The three major power groupings are eagerly swooping down upon the collapsing Soviet Empire, as on China, a few years earlier, in search of markets, resources, opportunities for investment and export of pollution, cheap labor, tax havens, and other familiar Third World amenities. These efforts to impose the preferred model of two-tiered societies open to exploitation and under business rule are accompanied by appropriate flourishes about the triumph of political pluralism and democracy. We can readily determine the seriousness of intent by a look at the reaction to popular movements that might actually implement democracy and pluralism in the traditional Third World countries, and to the crisis of democracy within the industrial societies themselves. The rhetoric need not detain us. We may also take note of the broad if tacit understanding that the capitalist model has limited application. Business leaders have long recognized that it is not for them. The successful industrial societies depart significantly from this model, as in the past. One reason why they are successful industrial societies. In the United States, the sectors of the economy that remain competitive are those that feed from the public trough, high-tech industry and capital-intensive agriculture, along with pharmaceuticals and others. Departures are still more radical in most of the other state capitalist systems, where planning is coordinated by state institutions and financial industrial conglomerates, sometimes with democratic processes and a social contract of varying sorts, sometimes not. The glories of free enterprise provide a useful weapon against government policies that might benefit the general population, and of course, capitalism will do just fine for the former colonies and the Soviet Empire. For those who are to fulfill their functions in service to the masters of the world order, the model is highly recommended. It facilitates their exploitation. But the rich and powerful at home have long appreciated the need to protect themselves from the destructive forces of free market capitalism, which may provide suitable themes for rousing oratory, but only so long as the public handout and the regulatory and protectionist apparatus are secure, and state power is on call when needed. 2. Bush's new thinking. What, then, is the probable evolution of U.S. policy towards the Third World in the post-Cold War era? The answer to this question, implicit in the earlier discussion, was announced loud and clear by the Bush administration on December 20, 1989, more of the same. But not precisely the same. One problem is that some adjustments are needed in the propaganda framework. The U.S. invasion of Panama is a historic event in one respect. In a departure from the routine, it was not justified as a response to an imminent Soviet threat. When the U.S. invaded Grenada 6 years earlier, it was still possible to portray the act as a defensive reaction to the machinations of the Russian bear, seeking to strangle us in pursuit of its global designs. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff could solemnly intone that in the event of a Soviet attack on Western Europe, Grenada might interdict the Caribbean sea lanes and prevent the U.S. from providing oil to its beleaguered allies, with the endorsement of a new category of scholars created for the purpose. 10 Through the 1980s, the attack against Nicaragua was justified by the danger that if we don't stop the commies there, they'll be pouring across the border at Harlingen, Texas, 2 days. Drive away. There are more sophisticated, and equally weighty, variants for the educated classes. But in the case of Panama, not even the imagination of the State Department and the editorial writers extended that far. Fortunately, the problem had been foreseen. When the White House decided that its friend Noriega was getting too big for his britches and had to go, the media took their cue and launched a campaign to convert him into the most nefarious demon since Attila the Hun, a repeat of the Gaddafi project a few years earlier. The effort was enhanced by the drug war, the government media hoax launched in an effort to mobilize the population in fear. Now that it is becoming impossible to invoke the Kremlin design, though for completeness, we should also take note of the official version, dutifully reported as fact in the New York Times. The campaign against drugs has increasingly become a priority for the administration as well as Congress, as a diminishing Soviet threat has given Washington an opportunity to turn to domestic issues. 11. The propaganda operation was a smashing success. Manuel Noriega belongs to that special fraternity of international villains, men like Gaddafi, Idi Amin, and the Ayatollah Khomeini, whom Americans just love to hate. Ted Koppel orated, "So strong public support for a reprisal sick was all but guaranteed." 12. Why did Americans hate Noriega in 1989, but not in 1985? Why is it necessary to overthrow him now, but not then? The questions that immediately come to mind were systematically evaded. With a fringe of exceptions, mostly well after the tasks had been accomplished, the media rallied around the flag with due piety and enthusiasm, funneling the most absurd White House tales to the public. 13. While scrupulously refraining from asking the obvious questions, or seeing the most obvious facts. There were some who found all this a bit too much. Commenting on the Panama coverage, David Nahan of the Boston Globe described the media as a docile, not to say bootlicking, lot, subsisting largely on occasional bones of access tossed into the press kennel, happy to respond to lies with worshipful prose. The Wall Street Journal noted that the 4 television networks gave the home team's version of the story. There was a scattering of skepticism in reporting and commentary, but most towed the line in their enthusiasm for what George Will called an exercise of the good neighbor policy, an act of hemispheric hygiene expressing our rights and responsibilities in the hemisphere, whatever the delinquents beyond our borders may think, as revealed by their near universal condemnation. 14. The Bush administration was, naturally, overjoyed. A State Department official observed that the Republican conservatives are happy because we were willing to show some muscle, and the Democratic liberals can't criticize because it's being so widely seen as a success. 15. The State Department follows standard conventions, contrasting conservatives, who advocate a powerful and violent state, with liberals, who sometimes disagree with the conservatives on tactical grounds, fearing that the cost to us may be too high. These salutary developments can't help but give us more clout, the same official continued. As for the general population, many doubtless were also enthusiastic about the opportunity to kick a little ass in Panama, to borrow some of the rhetoric designed by George Bush's handlers in their comical effort to shape an effete New England aristocrat into a Texas redneck. But it is interesting to read the letters to the editor in major newspapers, which tended to express hostility to the aggression, along with much shame and distress, and often provided information, analysis, and insights that the professionals were careful to avoid. A more professional reaction was given by the respected Washington Post correspondent David Broder. He notes that there has been some carping at the prudence of Bush's action from the left, meaning, presumably, the National Council of Churches and some centrist liberals, anything else being far beyond his horizons, as is the idea that there might be criticism on grounds other than prudence. But he dismisses this static on the left with scorn. What nonsense! Rather, the invasion of Panama helped to clarify the circumstances in which military intervention makes sense. The best single definition of the new national consensus, he goes on to explain, was given by Reagan's defense secretary, Caspar Weinberger, who outlined 6 well-considered and well-phrased criteria. 4 of them state that intervention should be designed to succeed. The other 2 add that the action should be deemed vital to our national interest and a last resort to achieve it. 16. Oddly, Broder neglected to add the obvious remark about these impressive criteria: they could readily have been invoked by Hitler. Broder believes that Democratic nominee Michael Dukakis, after floundering around on the question of military interventions, came up with a set of standards strikingly similar to Weinberger's during the 1988 presidential campaign. These standards, as outlined by his senior foreign policy advisor, were that U.S. force could be used to deter aggression against its territory, to protect American citizens, to honor our treaty obligations and take action against terrorists, after peaceful means had failed. The Panama invasion met all of those tests, Broder concludes with satisfaction. One can appreciate the joyful mood among State Department propagandists. Even they did not dare to claim to be deterring Panamanian aggression or taking action against terrorists. And while they did act out the usual routine about protecting American lives, it is unlikely that they anticipated more than polite smiles. There was also the ritual gesture towards international law, but it too was hardly intended seriously. The nature of the endeavor was indicated by UN Ambassador Thomas Pickering, who informed the United Nations that Article 51 of the Union Charter, which restricts the use of force to self-defense against armed attack until the Security Council acts, provides for the use of armed force to defend a country, to defend our interests and our people. It was clarified further by the Justice Department theory that the same provision of the Charter entitles the U.S. to invade Panama to prevent its territory from being used as a base for smuggling drugs into the United States, so that, a fortiori, Nicaragua would be entitled to invade and occupy Washington. 17. In fact, it is transparently impossible to reconcile the invasion with the supreme law of the land as codified in the UN Charter, the OAS Charter, or the Panama Canal Treaty. Even the pre-invasion efforts to topple Noriega are manifestly in conflict with our solemn obligations as a law-abiding nation, including the economic warfare that destroyed the economy, about as clear-cut an instance of direct or indirect intervention and coercive measures of an economic character as can be imagined, Charles Meekling observes, citing Articles 18 and 19 of the OAS Charter, which explicitly bar such measures for any reason whatever, and other equally clear proscriptions. The same obligations, of course, rule out the economic warfare against Nicaragua that was condemned by the World Court and the GATT Council, and supported across the U.S. political spectrum. U.S. measures against Panama were also condemned by the Latin American countries, routinely and irrelevantly. Thus, on July 1, 1987, the OAS condemned U.S. intervention in Panama by a vote of 17-1, the U.S. alone in opposition, and several client states abstaining or absent. Commenting on this, typically ignored, event, Adolfo Aguilar Zinser, Mexican political commentator and senior associate at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, observes, "We Latins believe that altruistic causes such as democracy and freedom and even economic assistance are often mere pretexts to hide illegitimate purposes, which is also why U.S. policies towards Nicaragua received no support in Latin America, even among Latins who do not like the Sandinistas and would prefer to see them turned out of power." 18. Broder is pleased that we have achieved a good deal of clarity in the nation on this question of the right of intervention, which divided us so badly during and after the Vietnam War. And this important achievement should not be obscured by a few dissident voices on the left, with their qualms about the prudence of the action. His evaluation recalls a comment by one of the more significant figures in 20th century America, the radical pacifist A.J. Must. "The problem after a war is with the victor. He thinks he has just proved that war and violence pay. Who will now teach him a lesson?" Ever since the latter days of the Indochina Wars, elite groups have been concerned over the erosion of popular support for force and subversion, the Vietnam Syndrome. Intensive efforts have been made to cure the malady, but in vain. The Reaganites assumed that it had been overcome by the propaganda triumphs over the suffering and tragedies of the societies ravaged by U.S. terror in Indochina, the Iran hostage crisis, and the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. They learned differently when they tried to return to the traditional pattern of intervention in Central America but were driven underground by the public reaction, forced to retreat to clandestine and indirect measures of terror and intimidation. Throughout the 1980s, hopes were voiced that we had finally overcome the sickly inhibitions against the use of military force, Norman Podhoretz, referring to the Grand Triumph in Grenada. In the more nuanced tones of the liberal commentator, Broder too is expressing the hope that finally the population has been restored to health and will end its childish obsession with the rule of law and human rights. His new consensus, however, is largely illusory, restricted to those who have always recognized that U.S. global designs require the resort to state violence, terror, and subversion. The new consensus is more properly described as a heightened self-confidence on the part of those who shared the old consensus on the legitimacy of violence and the salutary efficacy of terror. The elite reaction to the invasion did not pass unnoticed abroad. An editorial in Canada's leading journal condemned the shallow, boosterish U.S. media with their chilling indifference to the fate of innocent Panamanians who have been victimized by this successful little military deployment. A columnist commented on the mood of jingoism fostered by the media, the peculiar jingoism so evident to foreigners but almost invisible for most Americans. Reporters seeking alternative comments on the invasion typically have to go to the fringe of U.S. society merely to gather opinions on the invasion that would be common in other countries, and the foreign consensus in opposition to this use of force was given short shrift in the U.S. media. A typical example is the null reaction to the U.S. veto of a UN Security Council resolution condemning the ransacking of the residence of Nicaragua's ambassador to Panama by U.S. troops, voted 13-1 with only Britain abstaining. 19. As always, if the world is out of step, it's their problem, not ours. 3. Operation Just Cause, the pretexts. In this context, we may turn to the Panama invasion, inaugurating the post-Cold War era. After floating various trial balloons, the White House settled on the need to protect American lives as the reason for the invasion. There had been literally hundreds of cases of harassment and abuse of Americans in recent months by Noriega's forces, the White House announced, though, curiously, no warning to American travelers to stay away from Panama. A U.S. soldier was killed after his car had driven through a military roadblock near a sensitive military area, New York Times. Panamanian officials alleged that the U.S. officers had fired at a military headquarters, wounding a soldier and 2 civilians, including a 1-year-old girl, a wounded Panamanian soldier in a military hospital confirmed this account to U.S. reporters. 20. But what tipped the scales was the threat to the wife of an officer who had been arrested and beaten. Bush often has difficulty in emotionally charged situations, the New York Times reported, but his deep feelings clearly came through when he spoke of this incident, proclaiming in his best Ollie North rendition that this president is not going to stand by while American womanhood is threatened. 21. The press did not explain why this president refused even to issue a protest when, a few weeks earlier, an American nun, Diana Ortiz, had been kidnapped, tortured, and sexually abused by the Guatemalan police, or why the media did not find the story worth reporting when it appeared on the wires on November 6, and have ignored repeated calls for an investigation by religious leaders and congressional representatives. Nor were Bush's deep feelings contrasted with the response of this president to the treatment of American women and other religious and humanitarian workers in El Salvador a few weeks later. A small footnote to the brutal government actions praised by James Baker at a November 29 press conference as absolutely appropriate, a comment given little notice, perhaps regarded as not too useful right after the assassination of the Jesuit priests. 22. The murder of sisters Maureen Courtney, from Milwaukee, and Teresa Rosales by US organized terrorists in Nicaragua on January 1, a few days after Bush had impressed the media with his deep feelings, also passed quietly, and with no call for action to protect American womanhood. The same had been true when Sister Mary McKay was severely wounded by gunmen firing from a pickup truck in San Salvador 4 days after inflammatory condemnations of the political opposition by the U.S. Embassy. The murder of Ben Linder by Contras in 1987 also aroused no call for the protection of American lives, even after the head of operations for the Contras, Fermín Cárdenas, stated in a deposition that Contra commander Enrique Bermudez had ordered Linder killed to sabotage a small dam project on which he was working in a remote village, another fact that somehow escaped notice. 23. Another pretext offered was our commitment to democracy, deeply offended when Noriega stole the 1989 election that had been won by the US-backed candidate, Guillermo Endara, now placed in office by the invasion. An obvious test comes to mind: what happened in the preceding election in 1984, when Noriega was still our thug? The answer is that Noriega stole the election with considerably more violence than in 1989, with 2 killed and 40 wounded when troops fired at a protest demonstration. These actions successfully barred the victory of Arnulfo Arias in favor of Nicolas Ardito Barletta, since known as Fraudito in Panama. Washington opposed Arias, who it feared would bring an undesirable ultranationalist brand of politics to power, State Department official, preferring Barletta, a former student of Secretary of State George Shultz, whose campaign received U.S. government funds, according to U.S. Ambassador Everett Briggs. Shultz was sent down to legitimate the fraud, praising the election as initiating the process of democracy. U.S. approval was symbolized by President Reagan's congratulatory message to Barletta, 7 hours before his victory had been certified. 24. The media looked the other way, uninterested in the report of fraud by ex-Congressman Father Robert Drinan, speaking for foreign observers monitoring the election. There was no criticism of the election in leading journals, New York Times, Washington Post, Los Angeles Times, Miami Herald, and others, though they changed tune quickly and began to publish editorial attacks on Noriega's failure to meet our lofty democratic standards as soon as the Reagan administration gave the signal by turning against him. 25. The US-backed candidate of 1989, Guillermo Endara, was close to Arias and remained his spokesman in Panama until his death in 1988 in self-imposed exile. Endara had served as Arias's Minister of Planning in 1968, and used to speak, almost dreamily, of the day when Arias would return as a sign of providence to lead the country. AP. The Washington Post now comments that Endara was chosen to run in 1989 largely because of his close ties to the late legendary Panamanian politician Arnulfo Arias, who was ousted from the presidency by the military 3 times since the 1940s. Accurate, but a bit selective. The media once again politely looked the other way when, during the invasion, Andorra denounced the fraud of 1984. And they do not ask why our yearning for democracy was awakened only after Noriega had become a nuisance to Washington rather than an asset. Point 26. Perhaps the reason for Noriega's fall from grace was his gangsterism and corruption. We can quickly dismiss this idea. Noriega was known to be a thug when he was a U.S. ally, and remained so with no relevant change as the government, hence the media, turned against him. Furthermore, he does not approach the criminality of people the U.S. cheerfully supports. The 1988 America's Watch report on human rights in Panama details abuses, but nothing remotely comparable to the record of U.S. clients in the region, or elsewhere, even the lesser criminals such as Honduras. But facts did not disfigure the media crusade. Ted Koppel's version, quoted above, was standard fare. His ABC colleague Peter Jennings denounced Noriega as one of the more odious creatures with whom the United States has had a relationship, while CBS's Dan Rather placed him at the top of the list of the world's drug thieves and scums. Others followed suit. Point 27. The Bush administration, in fact, took pains to make it clear that Noriega's crimes were not a factor in the invasion, with little notice. Just as the troops attacked Panama, the White House announced new high-technology sales to China, noting that $300 million in business for U.S. firms was at stake and that contacts had secretly resumed a few weeks after the Tiananmen Square massacre. Washington also barred entry to 2 Chinese scholars invited by U.S. universities, in deference to the Chinese authorities. New subsidized agricultural sales to China were announced. A few weeks later, the Export-Import Bank announced a grant to China for the purchase of equipment for a Shanghai subway from U.S. companies. The White House also took the occasion of the invasion of Panama to announce plans to lift a ban on loans to Iraq. Point 28. The plans to expedite loans for Iraq were implemented shortly after to achieve the goal of increasing U.S. exports and put us in a better position to deal with Iraq regarding its human rights record, the State Department explained with a straight face. The first goal is the familiar one. According to the chairman of the House Banking Committee, Representative Henry Gonzalez here, as often, alone voiced the scale of these U.S. credits was not insignificant, nor was their impact, a matter to which we return. Point 29. U.S. plans to resume bank credits to Iraq had been reported on network television by ABC Middle East correspondent Charles Glass a few days before the Panama invasion. He reported further that the U.S. has become Iraq's largest trading partner. 30 For some time, Glass had been waging a lonely campaign in the mainstream media to expose Iraqi atrocities and the critically important U.S. backing for the regime, eliciting evasion or denials from Washington. The media generally were not interested until several months later, when the Iraqi threat was discovered in the context of the search for new enemies to justify the Pentagon budget, and in August, with Iraq's conquest of Kuwait. Senate Minority Leader Robert Dole proclaimed that the capture of Noriega proves America won't give up or cave in to anyone, no matter how powerful or corrupt. 31 In comparison to Bush's friends in Beijing and Baghdad, Noriega could pass for a choirboy. Some sensed a lack of political and moral consistency in the action against Noriega, just as Washington kisses the hands of the Chinese dictators. A.M. Rosenthal. 32 The apparent inconsistency vanishes as soon as doctrinal constraints are put aside. In all cases, the actions serve the needs of U.S. power and privilege. It was good for business, as White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater and the State Department explained in the case of Iraq and China. The media succeeded in overlooking these not too subtle points and even most of the facts. Another refrain was that the Panamanian Assembly had declared war against the United States on December 15. In fact, international law professor Alfred Rubin pointed out, the Assembly had declared what amounts to a state of emergency for the duration of the aggression unleashed by the U.S. government, in the official wording. 33. Still another pretext, regularly invoked, was that Noriega was involved in the drug racket, as was known long before, while he was on the CIA payroll. John Dinges, author of a book on Noriega, reports that in 1984, as Panama's de facto ruler and eager to become a major political player in Central America, General Noriega began to clean up his act. His criminal indictment after the U.S. government turned against him lists only one charge of alleged trafficking after 1984. DIA and narcotics agents describe his cooperation with U.S. authorities in drug interdiction activities as genuine. In a letter of May 1986, DIA Administrator John Long expressed his deep appreciation to Noriega for the vigorous anti-drug trafficking policy that you have adopted, and Attorney General Edwin Meese added his praise in May 1987.34. As the whitewash proceeded in subsequent months, the official fairy tales took on the status of established fact. The convention in news reporting and commentary is to select one of the many pretexts floated by the administration, and present it with unwavering confidence but without even a token gesture towards possible evidence. Correspondent Pamela Constable selected human rights as the motive for the U.S. disaffection with Noriega. Domestic opponents were repressed with increasing harshness after 1987, leading the Reagan administration to sever the long U.S. alliance with Noriega. In the New York Review, Michael Massing chose the drug racket, writing that Washington was willing to accept Noriega's political usurpations, including the stealing of an election in 1984, but once his drug trafficking involvement became widely known, American tolerance came to an end. 35. In fact, internal affairs of Panama aside, it is hardly possible to suggest seriously that Noriega's repression offended the enthusiastic backers of the Salvadoran and Guatemalan military next door. The stealing of the 1984 election was not reluctantly accepted, but greeted with open enthusiasm by the United States. Noriega's drug trafficking was well known long before, but was widely publicized by the media only when government policy shifted, providing the signal. As hypotheses, these would be quickly dismissed. As confident assertions, they tell us only about the conventions of intellectual life. As a service to power, their merits are obvious. As for the drug connection, whatever Noriega's role may have been, he was surely not alone. Shortly after he stole the 1984 election by fraud and violence, to U.S. applause, the federal district attorney in Miami identified Panamanian banks as a major conduit for drug money. A year earlier, a Senate report on banking had described Panama as a center of criminal capital, and a key link in drug transshipment and drug money laundering. These practices largely ended when the U.S. sanctions in 1987 virtually closed the banks, the press reported after the invasion. 36. The bankers were returned to power in Panama with the invasion, as the media finally deigned to notice. The Attorney General and the Treasury Minister installed by the U.S. invasion, also, reportedly, the new President of the Supreme Court, are former directors of the First Inter-Americas Bank, owned by one of the leading Colombian drug bosses and used by the Colombian cocaine cartel to launder profits. It was shut down by Noriega in 1985 in a move considered by the DIA to be an important blow to the cartel. President Endara, a corporate lawyer, had for years been a director of one of the Panamanian banks discovered by the FBI to be involved in money laundering. The Miami Herald reports that Guillermo Ford, vice president under Endara and president of the Banking Commission, along with his brother Henry, had close business ties to Ramon Millian Rodriguez, the cartel money launderer who is serving a 35-year prison sentence. They were co-directors of companies that were used to launder money, Millian Rodriguez testified. Another link to the Endara government was exposed in April 1989, when Carlos Elida, a leading businessman and Noriega opponent, was arrested on charges of importing cocaine and money laundering. According to a high-ranking U.S. source, Elida had been recruited by the CIA to help distribute $10 million in covered U.S. aid for Endara's election to the presidency a month later. 37. Queried on a report that banking practices would be modified to deter drug money laundering, President Endara said that any changes would be not that profound and that the bankers want changes that are reasonable and will not duly change the banking environment. A month later, U.S. negotiators had given up efforts to change Panama's bank secrecy laws, which have made that nation the most notorious center for drug money laundering in the hemisphere, Frank Grieve reports, adding that at least 10 major Panamanian banks are willingly involved in drug money laundering according to U.S. authorities. and experts believe billions of dollars in drug money have flowed through Panamanian banks in general in the last decade. Asked why the United States yielded on bank secrecy, a State Department official replied, "We don't want to alienate the Panamanians just as we're sitting down to negotiate with them. Rather than tell them whether their laws are sufficient, we'll let them decide." They decided in the predictable way, with a few cosmetic changes. "I can't say now there's less money laundering," the Banking Association of Panama President Edgardo Lasso says, "but it may be happening without our knowledge." 38 The artificial Panamanian economy relies heavily on this banking environment, and Washington is unlikely to interfere very seriously. It all makes good sense. Milian Rodriguez himself had been invited to the Reagan inaugural, Leslie Coburn reports, in recognition of the $180,000 in campaign contributions from his clients, the cocaine cartel, who regarded Reagan as our kind of candidate. He said, 39 As drug czar in the early 1980s, George Bush canceled the small federal program aimed at banks engaged in laundering drug money, and this critical link in the trade was put to the side in the new phase of the drug war. Ghetto kids who sell crack arouse our ire, but not the civilized folk in the plush offices. After the U.S. government had determined to rid itself of Noriega, it continued to support the Panama Defense Force that he headed, though it was well known that the PDF was involved in the rackets at every level. When George Shultz produced an accolade to the PDF in March 1988, describing it as a strong and honorable force that has a significant and proper role to play, the New York Times commented, "It is odd to hear administration officials sing the military's praises when it is layered with General Noriega's cronies who have shared in the profits from drug trafficking and other criminal activities." With the successful completion of Operation Just Cause, the PDF was reconstituted under essentially the same leadership who, it is expected, will be more loyal to their U.S. commanders than the unpredictable Noriega. Noriega's successor was Colonel Eduardo Herrera Hassan, whose troops most energetically shot, gassed, beat and tortured civilian protesters during the wave of demonstrations against General Noriega that erupted here in the summer of 1987, the New York Times observed while reporting that the colonel, a favorite of the American and diplomatic establishment here, is to be placed in command of the military with their new human rights orientation. In its May 1990 report on the Panama invasion, America's Watch expressed considerable shock over the appointment of Colonel Hassan, who directed the most brutal repression of peaceful demonstrations in Panamanian history, on July 10, 1987, which Noriega's opponents called Black Friday. By any reasonable standard, he himself should be on trial, as should George Bush, one might add. 40. Government media doctrine holds that Bush had few alternatives to invasion, having failed to oust Noriega by other means. R.W. Apple. Mr. Bush may have seen no alternative to invasion, Tom Wicker added, though as a dove, he regards Bush's arguments as not conclusive. 41 The underlying assumption is that the U.S. has every right to achieve its aims, so that violence is legitimate if peaceful means fail. This principle has broad application. It could readily be invoked by the terrorists who destroyed Pan Am 103, an act bitterly denounced on its first anniversary just as the U.S. invaded Panama. They too could plead that they had exhausted peaceful means. But the doctrine has another crucial feature: the right to violence is reserved to the United States and its clients. The fundamental doctrine is further clarified by the treatment of international law. That its precepts were violated by the invasion was sometimes noted, but dismissed, on the grounds that the legalities are murky. Wall Street Journal, 42 or simply an irrelevance. Exactly 10 years earlier, Vietnam invaded Cambodia after murderous attacks against Vietnamese villages with thousands of casualties, overthrowing the Pol Pot regime. By any standards, the justification for this invasion is far more plausible than anything that Washington could offer. But in that case, the legalities were neither murky nor irrelevant. Rather, Vietnam's violation of international law deeply offended our sensibilities, establishing the Vietnamese as the Prussians of Southeast Asia. New York Times, whom we must punish, along with the people of Cambodia, by economic warfare and tacit support for the Khmer Rouge. The radically different reactions are readily explained by the doctrine that only the US and its clients enjoy the right of lawless violence. But the obvious questions remain unasked, and understanding of the real world is effectively suppressed. Largely keeping to the government agenda, the press scarcely investigated such matters as civilian casualties. Some blamed the failure on Pentagon interference, but that excuse is hard to credit. Nothing prevented the press from visiting hospitals and interviewing their directors, who reported overflowing morgues from the first days and appealed to Latin America and Europe to send medical equipment because the United States is only giving us bullets, or publishing the wire service stories reporting these facts. Linda Hossey of the Toronto Globe and Mail reported open skepticism about the official figures, quoting slum dwellers, church workers, and others who tell of many civilians buried because there were no transports to take them to a morgue. Virtually all the Panamanians interviewed, she writes, agreed that the vast majority of the dead are civilians. The Argentine press was able to find government spokesmen who said they have taken the necessary legal steps for the cremation of great quantities of dead bodies piled in the morgues of the central hospitals now overflowing with cadavers. One of the few to make the effort, J.D. Gannon, reported that hospitals, morgues, and funeral homes recorded about 600 civilian deaths in Panama City, while diplomats and relief workers estimated 400 more in rural areas. 43. The media were much impressed with the CBS poll showing over 90% approval for the invasion, but did not ponder the fact that 10% of the population of 2.4 million said they had a good friend or relative killed, 23%, killed or wounded. A few calculations on reasonable assumptions indicate that either the poll is totally meaningless, or that the numbers killed run to thousands on conservative estimates. The question did not arise. 44. The lack of interest in the civilian toll was shared by Congress. On February 1, the House passed a resolution, 389-26, commending Bush for his handling of the invasion and expressing sadness over the loss of 23 American lives, AP reported. A possible omission comes to mind, but seems to have passed unnoticed. 45. This is a mere sample, but enough to illustrate the kind of hard-hitting, no-holds-barred reporting that makes the press such an essential component of this country's democratic system, as Sanford Ungar writes, overcome with awe at the magnificence of his profession. 46. Only a step away, the veil lifts and elementary truths are easily perceived. Israel's leading military analyst, Zeev Schiff, comments that there is nothing remarkable about the U.S. invasion, neither from a military standpoint in that the American forces are killing innocent Panamanian civilians, nor from a political standpoint, when a great power employs its military forces against a small neighbor, with pretexts that Washington would dismiss at once if they were offered by other states. Like the bombing of Libya and other military operations, this one reveals that Washington permits itself what other powers, including the USSR, do not permit themselves, though they plainly have no less justification. In another client state, the mainstream Honduran press took a harsher tone. An editorial in El Tiempo bitterly denounced the international totalitarianism of George Bush in the guise of democracy. Bush has declared plainly to Latin America that for the North American government, there is no law, only its will when imposing its designs on the hemisphere. A columnist calls just cause a coarse, grotesque euphemism, neither more nor less than an imperialist invasion of Panama. We live in a climate of aggression and disrespect, hurt by our poverty, our weakness, our naked dependence, the absolute submission of our feeble nations to the service of an implacable superpower. Latin America is in pain. While Congress gives George Bush a rousing ovation for his triumph. 47. For Operation Just Cause, the reasons. The reasons for the invasion were not difficult to discern. Manuel Noriega had been working happily with U.S. intelligence since the 1950s, right through the tenure of George Bush as CIA director and later drug czar for the Reagan administration. His relations with U.S. intelligence began when he reported on leftist tendencies among fellow students, officers, and instructors, at the military academy. These services became contractual in 1966 or 1967, according to U.S. intelligence officials. The spy network he organized would serve two clients, Frederick Kemp reports, the Panamanian government, by monitoring political opponents in the region, and the U.S., by tracking the growing communist influence in the unions organized at United Fruit Co.'s banana plantations, an appropriate concern for the U.S. government, it is assumed without comment. After various vicissitudes, he was recognized as a kindred spirit by the Reagan administration, and was put back on the U.S. payroll with payments from the CIA and DIA averaging nearly $200,000 a year. 48 His assistance in stealing the 1984 election has already been noted. He also played a supportive role in the U.S. war against Nicaragua and was considered by the DIA to be a valuable asset in the war against drugs. By 1985-6, however, the U.S. was beginning to reassess his role and finally decided to remove him. A largely upper and middle-class civic opposition developed, leading to street protests that were brutally suppressed by the Panamanian military under the command of the U.S. favorite, Colonel Herrera Hassan. A program of economic warfare was undertaken, designed to minimize the impact on the U.S. business community, a GAO official testified before Congress. 49. One black mark against Noriega was his support for the Contadora peace process for Central America, to which the U.S. was strongly opposed. His commitment to the war against Nicaragua was in question, and when the Iran-Contra affair broke, his usefulness was at an end. On New Year's Day 1990, administration of the Panama Canal was to pass largely into Panamanian hands, and a few years later the rest was to follow, according to the Canal Treaty. A major oil pipeline is 60% owned by Panama. Clearly, traditional U.S. clients had to be restored to power, and there was not much time to spare. With January 1 approaching, the London Economist noted, the timing was vital and a new government had to be installed. 50. Further gains from the invasion were to tighten the stranglehold on Nicaragua and Cuba, which, the government and media complain, had been making use of the free and open Panamanian economy to evade the illegal U.S. trade sanctions and embargo. Yet another condemnation of the embargo by the UN while the U.S. invaded Panama, with only the U.S. and Israel voting against, was too insignificant a matter even to merit report. These intentions were signaled symbolically by the contemptuous violations of diplomatic immunity, including the break-in at the Nicaraguan embassy and repeated detention of Cuban embassy personnel, all grossly illegal, but that arouses no concern in a lawless state apart from the danger of a precedent from which the U.S. might suffer. One never knows when the next Somoza or Marcos might seek shelter in a U.S. embassy. Even the vulgar display by the U.S. military outside the Vatican embassy, with rock music blaring and other childish antics, was generally considered good clean fun and by the military, a very imaginative use of psychological operations. Colonel Ted Solon of the Kennedy Special Warfare Center. White House spokesman Fitzwater was certainly glad to see the American sense of whimsy come forward in this situation which, as conceded on all sides, was part of a pattern of gross violation of federal and international law on diplomatic privilege. The press adhered to its fabled canons of objectivity. For example, when television crews in a hotel overlooking the Vatican embassy displayed a pineapple cut in half outside their room, or when National Public Radio amused its elite intellectual audience with an interview with a fruit and vegetable dealer who was asked whether Noriega's pockmarked face really did look like a pineapple. 51. 7 months later, Iraqi troops surrounded the U.S. and other embassies in an effort to compel the countries participating in the blockade against Iraq to withdraw their missions. They have not made any moves against the embassy or intruded in any fashion, but they are nonetheless present, the White House spokesman announced. The media were outraged. The Times editors wrote, Saddam Hussein now lashes out against diplomacy itself. The editors proclaimed further, for the first time, that the Iraqi leaders are now becoming war criminals in the classic Nuremberg sense, and should be tried under the Nuremberg principles, which hold that a crime against world law is liable to punishment, including heads of states and those who obey their orders. It would be too much to expect the editors to recall that the state they hail as the symbol of human decency, on invading West Beirut in September 1982 in violation of a ceasefire and a unanimous UN Security Council resolution, at once broke into the Soviet embassy grounds, seizing the consulate building and holding it for 2 days, a gratuitous provocation. The embassy had also been repeatedly shelled during Israel's bombardment of civilian targets in Beirut. Point 52. But they might, perhaps, have been able to dredge out of memory some events in Panama City a few months earlier. The invasion restored to power the traditional white European elite that had been displaced by General Torrijos in his 1968 coup. Under the heading "Quayle Gets Warm Welcome in Panama," Times correspondent Robert Pear notes at the end of an upbeat report that pro-American sentiment is expressed more forcefully by affluent and middle-class Panamanians than by those with lower income, the black and mestizo majority. He reports further that the vice president did not visit the poor neighborhoods. Rita Beamish reports for AP, however, that before leaving Panama City, Quayle took a driving tour of the impoverished Corralo neighborhood. As his motorcade slowly drove by the area, onlookers gathered in groups and peered out windows, watching in stony silence. Their reaction was in stark contrast to the enthusiastic cheering Sunday from a well-dressed congregation at a Roman Catholic church Quayle attended in another neighborhood, prominently featured on television. Point 53. The stark contrast remained unnoticed. Times reporter Larry Roeder and others found general support and approval for the U.S. ventures among those who had suffered from the economic warfare and were ruined by the invasion. The few reporters who strayed from the beaten track discovered the expected pattern. Diego Ribadeneira reports a demonstration protesting the arrest of 2 leaders of the telecommunications union by U.S. soldiers. Most political activists and labor leaders are on a list of several hundred people whom the Andorra government seeks to detain, he continues. A senior official in the U.S. Embassy professed to have no knowledge of the reasons. We weren't given any details, just that the Andorra government wanted us to get them. They're bad guys of some sort, I guess. 54. So they are, like political activists and labor leaders throughout the region, and elsewhere, if they fail to toe the line. Leaving nothing to chance, the U.S. military sent hundreds of Psy-war specialists into Panama to spread pro-American propaganda messages throughout the country in a campaign to bolster the image of the United States and to stamp American influence on almost every phase of the new government, the press reports. These guys are very sophisticated in the psychological aspects of war, an army official said. They are engaged in propaganda. 55. Noriega's career fits a standard pattern. Typically, the thugs and gangsters whom the U.S. backs reach a point in their careers when they become too independent and too grasping, outliving their usefulness. Instead of just robbing the poor and safeguarding the business climate, they begin to interfere with Washington's natural allies, the local business elite and oligarchy, or even U.S. interests directly. At that point, Washington begins to vacillate. We hear of human rights violations that were cheerfully ignored in the past, and sometimes the U.S. government acts to remove them, even to attempt to assassinate them, as in the case of Trujillo. By 1986-7, the only question was when and how Noriega should be removed, though there were holdouts. As late as August 1987, Elliott Abrams, obsessed as always by the attraction of violence in Nicaragua, opposed a Senate resolution condemning Noriega. 56. Another indication of possible ambivalence in high places is the curious Israel-Panama relation. Apparently, as in the case of Somoza, Israel was not compelled to cancel arms shipments and other assistance to Noriega until virtually the end. According to the Israeli press, when Noriega stopped being Washington's bosom friend in 1986, Israel was ordered to behave. It was permitted to continue to sell weapons, but required to keep a lower profile in its relations with Noriega. About 20% of the $500 million of Israeli weapons sales to Panama in the past decade were from the last 3 years, in addition to other military equipment, Ephraim Davidi reports in the Labour Party press. He believes that the Americans were following the usual plan of providing weapons to military elements which, they hoped, would eliminate their specific target, much the same scenario as in Israel's sale of U.S. weapons to Iran from the early 1980s. 57. All in all, a successful operation. The U.S. can now proceed to foster democracy and successful economic development, as it has done with such success in the region for many years. The prospect is seriously put forth, in blissful disregard of the relevant history and the reasons for its regular course. The cheery reports on these prospects did not raise even the most obvious questions. What were the consequences of the most recent invasions, conducted with the same promises? It took real dedication to miss the point. On the day of the Panama invasion, the back pages carried obituary notices for Herbert Blaise, who presided over the triumph of democracy and reconstruction after the liberation of Grenada, to much acclaim, a perfect occasion for an analysis of the realization of the promise. Initially, the U.S. poured $110 million into the tiny island to stimulate U.S. investment and tourism, to little effect. The country is saddled with a foreign debt of close to $50 million and a trade deficit of $60 million. In early December 1989, a strike of virtually all public employees demanded payment of wage increases promised from 1987. Funds are unavailable, despite heavy borrowing to curb a growing budget deficit. The official unemployment figure is 20%, estimated at 40% among young workers. Alcoholism and drug addiction are said to have reached record levels, along with homicides and other signs of social dissolution. The healthcare system instituted under Maurice Bishop was dismantled after Blaise expelled the Cuban personnel who staffed it. 2% of the population are estimated to have emigrated in 1986. In June 1987, President Blaise pushed through an Emergency Powers Act that gave the security forces extensive powers, including detention without trial, house arrest, deportation, and the right to declare a curfew, also establishing a board to censor politically sensitive songs. There are no more appeals to Reagan the provider, who will build us homes, give us food and jobs, and lead us to the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, as he promised. Instead, graffiti on walls read "Yankees out" and "Yankees go home." Recent wall scrawlings are more likely to say things like "Reagan is the world terrorist no one," Gary Christ reports with incomprehension, and the most flattering description of George Bush that he heard on the island was that he's just another Ronald Reagan, only not as aggressive. That was before the rerun of the script in Panama. 58. Or we could look to the Dominican Republic, liberated by a U.S. invasion in 1965 and set on the road to democracy, though only after years of death squad killings and torture, and the takeover by U.S. corporations of most of what they had not acquired during earlier occupations. This too is regarded as a triumph of democracy, with civilians elected and the military not taking power, in fact, happy to leave the job of policing to the civilians and the IMF. But on an island blessed like few others with varied mineral resources, fertile soils, lush forests, and plentiful fish and fowl, Latin America scholar Jan Nippers Black observes, an ingenious and industrious people continues to struggle with little relief or progress against the ravages of hunger and disease, and the country remains a virtual appendage of the United States, lacking even minimal independence, with no escape from misery for the general population. 59. While U.S. troops were restoring order in Panama in January, a boat filled with Dominican refugees fleeing to the U.S. sank, with dozens drowned. Another had caught fire a few days earlier, with no survivors. As usual, these incidents were not reported. Unknown numbers of these illegal boat people sail on rickety boats to Puerto Rico each year, with many drowned and thousands arrested and deported. The U.S. Immigration and Naturalization Service expected to capture more than 10,000 of them in 1990, some 10 to 20% of those attempting illegal entry, double the number for 1989. Relative to population, a comparable flight from Vietnam would be in the range of 500,000 to 1 million, a figure that would arouse vast international protest about the horrors of communism. The Dominican Republic was not devastated by foreign invaders and economic warfare. But unlike the Vietnamese boat people, there is no political capital to be made from anguishing over the fate of those fleeing its shores, so they remain hidden from view, much like the thousands of boat people fleeing Haiti. Some 20,000 returned forcefully during the Reagan years, while others escaped to the neighboring Dominican Republic or are captured and brought there by force to work as virtual slaves on the sugar plantations. 60. No such thoughts interrupted the praise of Operation Just Cause and its rich promise, which is not entirely empty. Bush's announcement of $1 billion in aid to reconstruct the society destroyed by U.S. economic warfare and military attack included $400 million to finance sales of U.S. products to Panama, another $150 million to pay off bank loans, and $65 million in private sector loans and guarantees for U.S. investors, all gifts to the rich at home by the U.S. taxpayer. 61. 5 good intentions gone awry. In the months following the Panama invasion, the successful affair largely disappeared from view. 62 U.S. goals had been achieved, the triumph had been properly celebrated, and there was little more to say except to record subsequent progress towards freedom, democracy, and good fortune, or, if that strains credulity, to produce occasional musings on how the best of intentions go awry when we have such poor human material to work with. Central American sources continued to give considerable attention to the impact of the invasion on civilians, but they were ignored in the occasional reviews of the matter here. New York Times correspondent Larry Roeder devoted a column to casualty estimates on April 1, citing figures as high as 673 killed, and adding that higher figures, which he attributes only to Ramsey Clark, are widely rejected in Panama. He found Panamanian witnesses who described U.S. military actions as restrained, but none with less happy tales. 63. Among the many readily accessible sources deemed unworthy of mention, we find such examples as the following. The Mexican press reported that 2 Catholic bishops estimated deaths at perhaps 3,000. Hospitals and non-governmental human rights groups estimated deaths at over 2,000. 64. A joint delegation of the Costa Rica-based Central American Human Rights Commission, CODHUCA, and the Panamanian Human Rights Commission, CONADHUPA, published the report of its January 20 to 30 inquiry, based on numerous interviews. It concluded that the human costs of the invasion are substantially higher than the official U.S. figures of 202 civilians killed, reaching 2,000 to 3,000 according to conservative estimates. Eyewitnesses interviewed in the urban slums report that U.S. helicopters aimed their fire at buildings with only civilian occupants, that a U.S. tank destroyed a public bus, killing 26 passengers, that civilian residences were burned to the ground with many apartments destroyed and many killed, that U.S. troops shot at ambulances and killed wounded, some with bayonets, and denied access to the Red Cross. The Catholic and Episcopal churches gave estimates of 3,000 dead as conservative. Civilians were illegally detained, particularly Union leaders and those considered in opposition to the invasion or nationalistic. All the residences and offices of the political sectors that oppose the invasion have been searched, and much of them have been destroyed and their valuables stolen. The U.S. imposed severe censorship. Human rights violations under Noriega had been unacceptably high, the report continues, though of course mild compared with the record of U.S. supported regimes in Guatemala and El Salvador. But the U.S. invasion caused an unprecedented level of deaths, suffering, and human rights abuses in Panama. The title of the report is, Panama, More Than an Invasion, a Massacre. 65. Physicians for Human Rights, with the concurrence of America's Watch, reached tentative casualty figures higher than those given by the Pentagon but well below those of CODHUCA and others in Panama. Their estimate is about 300 civilians killed. America's Watch also gives a conservative estimate of at least 3,000 wounded, concluding further that civilian deaths were 4 times as great as military deaths in Panama, and over 10 times as high as U.S. casualties, officially given as 23. They ask, how does a surgical operation result in almost 10 civilians killed, by official U.S. count, for every American military casualty? By September, the count of bodies exhumed from several of the mass graves had passed 600.66. The CODHUCA report emphasizes that a great deal is uncertain, because of the violent circumstances, the incineration of bodies, and the lack of records for persons buried in common graves without having reached morgues or hospitals, according to eyewitnesses. 67 Its reports and the many others of which a few have been cited here may or may not be accurate. A media decision to ignore them, however, reflects not professional standards but a commitment to power. While Larry Roeder's visits to the slums destroyed by U.S. bombardment located only celebrants, or critics of U.S. insensitivity at worst, others found a rather different picture. Mexico's leading newspaper reported in April that Rafael Olivardia, refugee spokesman for the 15,000 refugees of the devastated El Corraló neighborhood, said that the El Corraló refugees were victims of a bloodbath during and after the invasion. He said that those victims saw North American tanks roll over the dead during the invasion that left a total of more than 2,000 dead and thousands injured, according to unofficial figures. "You only live once," Olivardia said, "and if you must die fighting for an adequate home, then the U.S. soldiers should complete the task they began on December 20. The Spanish-language press in the United States was less celebratory than its colleagues. Vicky Pérez reports from Panama that the entire world continues in ignorance about how the thousands of victims of the North American invasion of Panama died and what kinds of weapons were used, because the Attorney General of the country refuses to permit investigation of the bodies buried in the common graves. An accompanying photo shows workmen exhuming corpses from a grave containing almost 200 victims of the invasion. Quoting a woman who found the body of her murdered father, Pérez reports that just like the woman at the cemetery, it is vox populi in Panama that the North Americans used completely unknown armaments during the December 20 invasion. The head of a Panamanian human rights group informed the journal that they converted Panama into a laboratory of horror. Here, they first experimented with methods of economic strangulation, then they successfully used a campaign of disinformation at the international level. But it was in the application of the most modern war technology that they demonstrated infernal mastery. The Code Hooker report also alleges that the U.S. Army used highly sophisticated weapons, some for the first time in combat against unarmed civilian populations, and in many cases no distinction was made between civilian and military targets. 68. One case of highly sophisticated weapons did receive some attention. F-117A stealth fighters were used in combat for the first time, dropping 2,000-pound bombs with time delay mechanisms in a large open field near an airstrip and barracks that housed an elite PDF battalion. The Air Force had kept this plane under close wraps, refusing to release cost or performance data about it. There were conflicting reports as to the rationale for employing the sophisticated aircraft, which cost nearly $50 million apiece, to conduct what appeared to be a simple operation, Aviation Week and Space Technology reported. The Panamanian Air Force has no fighters, and no military aircraft were stationed permanently at the base that was attacked. Its only known air defenses were a pair of aging small-caliber anti-aircraft guns. An American aeronautical engineering consultant and charter operator in Panama said he was astonished to learn of the use of the F-117A, pointing out that the target attack did not even have radar. They could have bombed it with any other aircraft and not been noticed. The Aerospace Journal cites Defense Secretary Dick Cheney's claim that the aircraft was used because of its great accuracy, then suggesting its own answer to the puzzle, by demonstrating the F-117A's capability to operate in low-intensity conflicts, as well as its intended mission to attack heavily defended Soviet targets. The operation can be used by the Air Force to justify the huge investment made in stealth technology to an increasingly skeptical Congress. 69. A similar conclusion was reached, more broadly, by Colonel, retired, David Hackworth, a former combat commander who is one of the nation's most decorated soldiers. He described the Panama operation as technically efficient, though in his judgment 100 Special Forces guys would have sufficed to capture Noriega, and this big operation was a Pentagon attempt to impress Congress just when they're starting to cut back on the military. The National Security Strategy Report of March 1990 lends credibility to these suggestions. 70. If these were indeed among the motives for the exercise, they may have suffered a slight setback when it turned out that one of the stealth fighter bombers had missed its undefended target by more than 300 yards, despite its great accuracy. Defense Secretary Cheney ordered an inquiry. 71. The nature of the U.S. victory became clearer, along familiar lines, in the following months. Its character is described by Andres Oppenheimer in the Miami Herald in June, under the heading "Panama flirts with economic recovery," that is, recovery from the depths to which it was plunged by illegal U.S. economic warfare, then invasion and occupation. But there is a qualification: 6 months after the U.S. invasion, Panama is showing signs of growing prosperity, at least for the largely white-skinned business class that has regained its influence after more than 2 decades of military rule. The luxury shops are again full of goods, and Panama's nightlife is also perking up as foreign tourists, mostly U.S. businessmen, can be seen most evenings sipping martinis in the lobbies of the biggest hotels, which are sometimes book solid, a contrast to the moribund atmosphere there before the invasion. Newspapers are filled with advertisements from department stores, banks, and insurance firms. The upper class and the middle classes are doing great, a Western European diplomat observes. They had the money in U.S. bank accounts and are bringing it back to the country. But the poor are in bad shape, because the government is bankrupt and can't help them. The Catholic Church has begun to denounce what it sees as a lack of government concern for the poor, Oppenheimer continues. An editorial in a church weekly lashed out at authorities for devoting their energies to helping the private sector while breaking their original promises not to fire low-income public workers. 72. In short, the important people are doing just fine. On August 2, the Catholic bishops of Panama issued a pastoral letter condemning U.S. interference in the country's internal affairs and denouncing the December invasion as a veritable tragedy in the annals of the country's history. The statement also condemned Washington's failure to provide aid to the people who continue to suffer from the invasion, and criticized the government for ignoring their plight. Their protest appears in the Guatemala City Central America report under the heading "Church Raises Its Voice Though Not Loudly Enough to Be Heard in Washington and New York." 73. In August, a presidential commission proposed a plan for reconstructing the devastated economy. It called for an end to the occupation of the state and its territory by U.S. troops and the re-establishment of Panamanian sovereignty. Again, its voice did not reach the aggressors. 74. The white-skinned sector, which owns most of the land and resources, is estimated at about 8% of the population. The 2 decades of military rule to which the Miami Herald refers had some other characteristics as well. The Torrijos dictatorship had a populist character, which largely ended after his death in 1981 in an airplane accident, with various charges about the cause, and the subsequent Noriega takeover. During this period, black, mestizo, and indigenous Panamanians gained their first share of power, and economic and land reforms were undertaken. In these 2 decades, infant mortality declined from 40% to less than 20% and life expectancy increased by 9 years. New hospitals, health centers, houses, schools, and universities were built, and more doctors, nurses and teachers were trained. Indigenous communities were granted autonomy and protection for their traditional lands, to an extent unmatched in the hemisphere. For the first time, Panama moved to an independent foreign policy, still alive in the 1980s to an extent, as Panama participated in the Contadora peace efforts. The Canal Treaty was signed in 1977, theoretically awarding control over the canal to Panama by the year 2000, though the prospects are doubtful. The Reagan administration took the position that when the Carter-Torrijos treaties are being renegotiated, an eventuality taken for granted, the prolongation of the U.S. military presence in the Panama Canal area till well after the year 2000 should be brought up for discussion. State Department, point 75. The post-invasion moves to place Panamanian military forces under U.S. control may be motivated by more than just the normal doctrine. It will probably be argued that Panama is not in a position to defend the canal as the treaty requires, so that U.S. bases must be retained. Pamela Constable reports that bankers and business owners find that things are looking up, though a mood of anger and desperation permeates the underclass in the blighted shanty towns. Vice President Guillermo Ford says, the stores have reopened 100%, and the private sector is very enthusiastic. I think we're on the road to a very solid future. Under his proposed recovery program, public enterprises would be sold off, the labor code would be revised to allow easier dismissal of workers, and tax-free export factories would be set up to lure foreign capital. Business leaders are bullish on Ford's ideas, Constable continues. In contrast, labor unions are understandably wary of these proposals, but their power has become almost negligible with massive dismissals of public workers who supported Noriega and the unprecedented jobless rate. The U.S. emergency aid package approved by Congress is intended largely to make back payments on Panama's foreign debt and shore up its creditworthiness with foreign lending institutions. In translation, it is a taxpayer subsidy to international banks, foreign investors, and the important people in Panama. The thousands of refugees from El Corraló, now living in what some of them call a concentration camp, will not be returning to the devastated slum. The original owners, who had long wanted to transform this prime piece of real estate into a posher district, may now be able to do so. Noriega had stood in the way of these plans, allowing the poor to occupy housing there rent-free. But by bombing the neighborhood into rubble and then leveling the charred ruins with bulldozers, U.S. forces overcame that ticklish legal and human obstacle to these intentions, Constable reports. 76. With unemployment skyrocketing, nearly half the population cannot meet essential food needs. Crime has quadrupled. Aid is designated for businesses and foreign banks, debt repayment. It could be called the Central Americanization of Panama, correspondent Brooke Larmer aptly observes. 77. The U.S. occupying forces continued to leave little to chance. The Mexican journal Excelsior reports that U.S. forces established direct control over ministries and public institutions. According to an organization chart leaked to the journal by political and diplomatic sources, U.S. controls extend to all provinces, the Indian community, the town halls of the 10 major cities, and the regional police offices. Washington's objective is to have a strategic network in this country to permanently control all the actions and decisions of the government. With the establishment of this parallel government closely controlling all decision-making, things have returned to the way they were before 1968 in Panama. The journal scheduled an interview with President Endara to discuss the matter, but it was cancelled without explanation. 78. The report provides extensive details, including names of U.S. officials and the tasks assigned them in the organization chart. All of this could easily be checked by U.S. reporters, if home offices were interested. They are not. The information that we reveal here, Excelsior reports, is supposed to be known only to very restricted groups, not including the U.S. public. The occupying forces also moved to limit such irritants as freedom of expression. Excelsior reports that United States intelligence services exercise control not only over local information media but also over international news agencies, according to the president of the Journalist Union of Panama. An opposition activist alleges that the first Panamanian publishing company, ERSA, with 3 daily papers, was occupied by U.S. tanks and security forces in order to turn it over to a businessman who had lost it in a lawsuit, a member of an oligarchical family that favors the interventionist line of the United States. According to Ramsey Clark's Independent Commission of Inquiry, the offices of the daily La Repubblica were ransacked and looted by U.S. troops the day after the newspaper reported on the large number of deaths caused by the U.S. invasion. Its editor was arrested and held for 6 weeks by U.S. troops, then sent to a Panamanian prison without charges. The publisher of one of the few opposition voices was arrested in March on charges of alleged misconduct when he was a government minister, and the government closed a radio station for broadcasting editorials critical of the U.S. invasion and the government it established. 79. Miguel Antonio Bernal, a leading Panamanian intellectual and anti-Noriega activist, writes that freedom of press is again under siege in Panama. Vice President Ricardo Arias Calderón proposed a new law to restrict press criticism of the government, saying, "We will not tolerate criticism." He also urged stockholders of Panama's largest newspaper, La Prensa, to fire its editor and founder Roberto Eisenman because of the journal's criticism of the government, and called on members of his Christian Democratic Party to work for Eisenman's ouster. Describing such acts, the increasing terror, and the reconstruction of the military with Noriega associates who were implicated in drug running and corruption, Bernal asks why the U.S. is turning the same blind eye as in the past to these developments. 80. Bernal's question is surely rhetorical. Latin Americans know the answer very well. Those not restricted to the U.S. quality press could learn that President Andara's government received one of its worst diplomatic setbacks on March 30, when it was formally ousted from the group of 8 what are considered the major Latin American democracies. Panama had been suspended from the group in 1988 in reaction to Noriega's repression, and with the further deterioration of the political climate under foreign occupation, Panama was ousted permanently at the March meeting of foreign ministers. The group issued a resolution stating that the process of democratic legitimation in Panama requires popular consideration without foreign interference, that guarantees the full right of the people to freely choose their governments. The resolution also indicated that the operations of the U.S. military are affecting Panama's sovereignty and independence as well as the legality of the Andara government. This decision extends the pattern of strong Latin American opposition to the earlier U.S. measures against Panama and the invasion. As the media here barely noted, President Andara's inaugural address 4 weeks after the invasion was boycotted by virtually all Latin American ambassadors. 81. The Washington media position is that the Andara government is legitimate, having won the 1989 elections that were stolen by Noriega. Latin American opinion commonly takes a different view. In 1989 Andara was running against Noriega, with extensive U.S. backing, open and covered. Furthermore, the elections were conducted under conditions caused by the illegal U.S. economic warfare that was demolishing the economy. The United States was therefore holding a whip over the electorate. For that reason alone the elections were far from free and uncoopted, by any sensible standards. Today, the political scene is quite different. On these grounds, there would be every reason to organize a new election, contrary to the wishes of Andara and his U.S. sponsors. The official position is offered by Michael Massing in the New York Review. Reporting from Panama, he writes that Andara's willingness to go along with the U.S. request that he assume the presidency has caused the leaders of some Latin American countries, such as Peru, to question his legitimacy. The Panamanians themselves, however, have few such qualms, because his clear victory in the 1989 election provided Andara with all the credentials he needs. Citation of Peru for dragging its feet is a deft move, since President Garcia was an official enemy of the U.S. who had been recalcitrant about Nicaragua, had restricted debt payment, and in general failed to observe proper standards. Best to overlook the rest of the group of 8, however, among some Latin American countries. As for the views of the Panamanians themselves, no further indication is given as to how this information was obtained. 82. Massing reports on the police raids in poor neighborhoods, the protests of homeless and hungry people demanding jobs and housing, the reconstruction of Noriega's PDF, the restoration of the oligarchy with a successful corporate lawyer at the head of a government largely made up of businessmen, who receive U.S. corporate visitors sponsored by OPEC, which ensures U.S. investments abroad, as if they were visiting heads of state. The business climate is again attractive in this land ruled by merchants, marketers, and money lenders. The government is drafting plans to revive Panama's banking industry, relax its labor laws, expand the free trade zone, and attract foreign investors, and to privatize state enterprises and radically cut public spending. Drawn from the tiny white elite, the government has been accused of wanting to turn the clock back to 1968, when a small rich group ruled the country, namely, exactly the group now restored to power. But the charge is unfair, Massing comments. The proof is that when employees from Air Panama, fearful of losing their jobs, held a vigil outside his office, President Andara sent them coffee and made a point of talking with them. What is more, while fasting in the cathedral in an effort to expedite U.S. aid, or to lose weight, some unkind locals quipped, he invited striking sanitation workers in for a chat and eventually negotiated a settlement. Furthermore, Vice President Arias Calderón has said that he favors a social market economy in which the government seeks to correct disparities created by the market. True, no projects that might illustrate these plans are in the works, and the Andorra government opposes the idea of using US aid for such purposes, determined to leave virtually everything to the private sector. But that proves nothing, in the face of the powerful evidence showing that the charge is unfair, just reviewed in its entirety. Massing is not pleased with the outcome, particularly the restoration of Noriega's PDF, despite all the good intentions of the United States, taken as given, in accordance with the norms of the intellectual culture, and its efforts to atone for its past misbehavior. The problem does not lie in the U.S. military aid programs, which have trained security forces that have been guilty of horrible excesses in El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Noriega's Panama, and other cases unmentioned. Rather, the problem lies in what the U.S. had to work with. It's those folks who are bad, not us, please. The consistent effects of our military training, the policies of which it is a part, the documentary record explaining the reasons, in fact, all of history is irrelevant. We are always willing to admit that there were aberrations in the past. But at every moment of time, we have changed course and put the errors of the past behind us. We are good, our intentions are good. Period. 6. The war goes on. In its essentials, the invasion of Panama is so familiar an exercise of U.S. power as to be no more than a footnote to history. Rhetoric aside, it remains a high priority to block independent nationalism. Arguably, it is more important than before as the U.S. seeks to shore up its own domains in the developing conflict with the other two major world power centers. The capacity for intervention, however, is undergoing changes. In one significant respect, it is increasing. The decline of the Soviet deterrent and of Soviet willingness to sustain targets of U.S. attack grants Washington greater freedom to crush anything in its path, as Elliott Abrams and others perceive. But in other respects the intervention capacity is declining. The major factor is the tenacity and courage of indigenous resistance. A second impediment is the diversification of the world scene. Though Europe and Japan are now entranced by the opportunities for exploitation of the new Third World in the East, they may not readily allow the US to have its way in its traditional domains. The world is out of control, as well as out of step. For the countries of the region, this possibility offers some advantages. Doug Henwood observes that the Japanese, and Europe as well, are well aware that the state is the friend of economic growth, not its enemy, which is good news for Latin elites interested in more national sovereignty, and their involvement offers an alternative to dependency on the U.S. 83. It is not that the intentions of Europe and Japan are any more benign. But, arguably, it is better to have 3 robbers with their hands in your pocket than only one, since they may fall out over how to divide up the loot and thereby offer some room for maneuver. And constructive initiatives are not unthinkable, particularly under the influence of domestic solidarity movements. Another factor is dissidence within the United States. The popular movements have had significant success in education and raising consciousness, and in imposing constraints on state violence, thus enlarging the scope for freedom and justice. It is that factor, whatever its weight, that will be the primary concern for people who regard themselves as moral agents. 6. Nefarious aggression. The second act of aggression of the post-Cold War era took place on August 2, 1990, when Iraq invaded Kuwait, later annexing it outright after international sanctions were imposed. Any Middle East crisis at once assumes ominous proportions because of the incomparable energy reserves of the region. The events of August were no exception. The reaction to Saddam Hussein's aggression followed 2 distinct paths, uneasily related. The UN Security Council at once condemned the invasion and called for economic sanctions. Implicit in this approach is a diplomatic track to arrange a negotiated withdrawal. This option offered unusually high prospects for success, for one reason, because the regular violators of sanctions, the US, Britain, France, and their allies, strongly supported them in this particular case. The US and Britain followed a different course, preparing for a military strike against Iraq and its occupying forces in Kuwait. The divergence is understandable, in the light of history and the distribution of power in the contemporary world. 1. Middle East oil was initially in the hands of England and France, joined later by the United States, an arrangement formalized in the Red Line Agreement of 1928. After World War II, France was excluded by legal chicanery and the US took over the dominant role. 2. As discussed earlier, it has always been a guiding policy that Middle East oil should be under the control of the United States, its allies and clients, and its oil corporations, and that independent radical nationalist influences are not to be tolerated. This doctrine is a corollary of the general hostility to independent Third World nationalism, but one of unusual significance. The US and its British ally reacted vigorously to Iraq's challenge to their traditional privilege. The political leadership and ideological managers professed great indignation that a powerful country would dare to invade a defenseless neighbor. The matter was raised to cosmic significance, with eloquent rhetoric about a new world order based on peace, justice, and the sanctity of international law, at last within our grasp now that the Cold War has ended, with the triumph of those who have always upheld these values with such dedication. Secretary of State James Baker explained, "We live in one of those rare transforming moments in history. The Cold War is over, and an era full of promise has begun. And after a long period of stagnation, the United Nations is becoming a more effective organization. The ideals of the United Nations Charter are becoming realities. Saddam Hussein's aggression shatters the vision of a better world in the aftermath of the Cold War. In the 1930s, the aggressors were appeased. In 1990, the President has made our position plain: this aggression will not be appeased. 3. The analogy to Hitler and Munich became a virtual cliché. Though unable to defeat Iran even with the backing of the US, USSR, Europe, and virtually the entire Arab world, Iraq was now poised to take over the Middle East and control the world. The stakes were high. The course of history would be determined by our willingness to avenge Saddam Hussein's invasion of a weak and defenseless country, an unprecedented atrocity, and to destroy the new Hitler before it is too late. The US at once dispatched a huge expeditionary force, which virtually doubled after the November elections. While a deterrent force could be kept in the desert and offshore, hundreds of thousands of troops could not be maintained in place for long. The predictable effect of this decision was to undercut the reliance on sanctions, which would have their impact over an extended period. The US also made it clear and explicit that diplomacy would not be tolerated. Contacts with Iraq would be limited to delivery of an ultimatum. This flat rejection of diplomacy is what the President called going the extra mile to explore all peaceful diplomatic means. With the rarest of exceptions, articulate opinion followed the leader. To justify this unprecedented rejection of diplomacy, the US claimed to be upholding immutable high principles, a rhetorical stance that successfully undercut any form of diplomacy, sometimes called linkage, and also barred withdrawal of the expeditionary force without Iraqi capitulation. The rhetorical stance cannot survive a moment's scrutiny, but that caused no problem, because it was subjected to none within the mainstream. Debate continued, but on narrow tactical issues, a framework in which the administration was sure to prevail. From almost the first moment, then, the options were successfully narrowed to the threat or use of force. 1. Our traditional values. The fundamental issue was clearly articulated by a distinguished Cambridge University professor of political theory. Our traditions, fortunately, prove to have at their core universal values, while theirs are sometimes hard to distinguish with the naked eye from rampant, and heavily armed, nihilism. In the Persian Gulf today, President Bush could hardly put it more bluntly. 4. One who fails to grasp this principle might find it hard to distinguish Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait from many other crimes, some far worse than his, that the West has readily tolerated, or supported, or perpetrated directly, including one case only a few months before, with its lessons about the New World Order. Our traditions and the values at their core had long been evident in the Gulf. Keeping just to Iraq, they were illustrated during the insurrection of 1920 against British rule, one episode of a contagion of unrest afflicting the British Empire from Egypt to India. 5 British sensibilities were deeply offended by this rampant nihilism, a stab in the back at a time when the empire had been weakened by the World War. Sir Arnold Wilson fumed, "To kick a man when he is down is the most popular pastime in the East, sanctioned by centuries of precept and practice." The India office traced the Iraqi revolt to local ultra-extremists, who desired the abolition of European control of all sorts throughout the East. Winston Churchill agreed, calling the revolt only part of a general agitation against the British Empire and all it stands for. Plainly, the situation called for strong measures. In India a year before, British troops had fired on a peaceful political assembly at Amritsar, leaving nearly 400 dead. Lacking ground forces in Iraq, Britain turned to air power to bomb native villages, but as part of a larger strategy. Churchill, then colonial secretary, observed that sheer force would not suffice for holding Mesopotamia. What was needed was a government and ruler who would be freely accepted by the people of Iraq, and just to assure that none would stray from that free acquiescence supported by the British Air Force, and by British organized levies, and by 4 imperial battalions. The tactic had its problems. Commenting on the means now in fact used, namely, the bombing of the women and children of the villages, the Secretary of State for War warned, "If the Arab population realize that the peaceful control of Mesopotamia ultimately depends on our intention of bombing women and children, I am very doubtful if we shall gain that acquiescence for which Churchill hoped." Britain proceeded to establish a puppet regime while the RAF conducted terror bombing to overcome tribal insubordination, as explained by the colonial secretary of the Ramsay MacDonald Labour cabinet in 1924, and to collect taxes from tribesmen who were too poor to pay. As Secretary of State at the War Office in 1919, Churchill had already had opportunities to articulate our traditional values. He was approached by the RAF Middle East Command for permission to use chemical weapons against recalcitrant Arabs as experiment. Churchill authorized the experiment, dismissing objections by the India office as unreasonable. "I do not understand this squeamishness about the use of gas. I am strongly in favor of using poisoned gas against uncivilized tribes. It is not necessary to use only the most deadly gases. Gases can be used which cause great inconvenience and would spread a lively terror and yet would leave no serious permanent effects on most of those affected." Churchill added, "We cannot in any circumstances acquiesce in the non-utilization of any weapons which are available to procure a speedy termination of the disorder which prevails on the frontier." Chemical weapons were merely the application of Western science to modern warfare. They had in fact already been used by the British Air Force in North Russia against the Bolsheviks, with great success, according to the British command. The common belief that the taboo against the use of chemical weapons which has held sway since the First World War has now lost much of its force because of Iraqi actions and threats is hardly accurate, even if we put aside the massive resort to chemical warfare by the US in South Vietnam with its terrible human toll, of no interest to the guardians of our traditional values. 6. In the aftermath of World War I, chemical weapons were regarded much as nuclear weapons were after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It thus comes as no real surprise that even before the 1948 Berlin blockade, Churchill privately urged the US government to threaten the Soviet Union with nuclear attack unless the Russians withdrew from East Germany. 7. In July 1958, a military coup by nationalist officers in Iraq threatened US-British control of the oil-producing regions for the first time. A threat by the conservative nationalist government of Iran had been aborted by the US-British intervention to restore the Shah 5 years earlier. The coup set off a wide range of reactions, including a US Marine landing in Lebanon. In an analysis of the crisis based on the public record, William Quandt concludes that the US apparently agreed to help look after British oil interests, especially in Kuwait, while determining that an Iraqi move against Kuwait, infringing upon British interests, would not be tolerated, though it seemed unlikely. Quandt takes President Eisenhower to have been referring to nuclear weapons when, in his own words, he ordered Joint Chiefs Chairman General Twining to be prepared to employ, subject to Eisenhower's approval, whatever means might become necessary to prevent any unfriendly forces from moving into Kuwait. The issue was discussed several times during the crisis, Quandt adds. The major concern at the time was Egypt's Gamal Abdel Nasser, the Hitler of the day, and his Arab nationalism. 8. Recently declassified documents add more information, though the U.S. record is defective because of heavy censorship, presumably reflecting the Reagan-era commitment to protect state power from the public. After discussions in Washington immediately after the Iraqi coup, British Foreign Secretary Selwyn Lloyd sent a secret telegram to the Prime Minister in which he considered two options with regard to Kuwait: immediate British occupation of this semi-dependency, or moves towards nominal independence. He advised against the harsher choice. Though the advantage of this action would be that we would get our hands firmly on the Kuwait oil, it might arouse nationalist feelings in Kuwait and the effect upon international opinion and the rest of the Arab world would not be good. A better policy would be to set up a kind of Kuwaiti Switzerland where the British do not exercise physical control. But if this alternative is accepted, we must also accept the need, if things go wrong, ruthlessly to intervene, whoever it is has caused the trouble. He stressed the complete United States solidarity with us over the Gulf, including the need to take firm action to maintain our position in Kuwait and the similar resolution of the U.S. in relations to the Aramco oil fields in Saudi Arabia. The Americans agree that at all costs these oil fields in Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and Qatar must be kept in Western hands. 6 months before the Iraqi coup, Lloyd had noted that minor changes in the direction of greater independence are inevitable for Kuwait, such as taking over postal services. He also summarized the major British and indeed Western interests in the Persian Gulf as a. To ensure free access for Britain and other Western countries to oil produced in states bordering the Gulf, b. To ensure the continued availability of that oil on favorable terms and for sterling, and to maintain suitable arrangements for the investment of the surplus revenues of Kuwait, c. To bar the spread of communism and pseudo-communism in the area and subsequently beyond, and, as a precondition of this, to defend the area against the brand of Arab nationalism under cover of which the Soviet government at present prefers to advance. 9. U.S. documents of the same period outline British goals in similar terms. The UK asserts that its financial stability would be seriously threatened if the petroleum from Kuwait and the Persian Gulf area were not available to the UK on reasonable terms, if the UK were deprived of the large investments made by that area in the UK, and if sterling were deprived of the support provided by Persian Gulf oil. These British needs, and the fact that an assured source of oil is essential to the continued economic viability of Western Europe, provide an argument for the US to support, or if necessary assist, the British in using force to retain control of Kuwait and the Persian Gulf. The counterargument is that force will lead to confrontation with radical pan-Arab nationalism and U.S. relations with neutral countries elsewhere would be adversely affected. In November 1958, the National Security Council recommended that the U.S. be prepared to use force, but only as a last resort. Either alone or in support of the United Kingdom, to ensure access to Arab oil. The National Security Council also advised that Israel might provide a barrier to Arab nationalism, laying the basis for one element of the system of control over the Middle East, called security or stability. 10. The concern that Gulf oil and riches be available to support the ailing British economy was extended by the early 1970s to the U.S. economy, which was visibly declining relative to Japan and German-led Europe. Furthermore, control over oil serves as a means to influence these rivals/allies. Capital flow from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the other Gulf principalities to the US and Britain has provided significant support for their economies, corporations, and financial institutions. These are among the reasons why the US and Britain have often not been averse to increases in oil price. The issues are too intricate to explore here, but these factors surely remain operative. 11 It comes as no great surprise that the two states that established the imperial settlement and have been its main beneficiaries and guarantors were girding for war in the Gulf, while others kept their distance. 2. Framing the issues. While the first two acts of aggression of the post-Cold War era are similar by the criteria of principle and of law, inevitably there are also differences. The most significant disparity is that the U.S. invasion of Panama was carried out by our side, and was therefore benign, whereas the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait ran counter to critical U.S. interests, and was therefore nefarious, in violation of the most august principles of international law and morality. This array of events posed several ideological challenges. The first task was to portray Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein as a vicious tyrant and international gangster. That was straightforward enough, since it is plainly true. The second task was to gaze in awe at the invader of Panama and manager of the unlawful use of force against Nicaragua as he denounced the unlawful use of force against Kuwait and proclaimed his undying devotion to the United Nations Charter, declaring that America stands where it always has, against aggression, against those who would use force to replace the rule of law, and if history teaches us anything, it is that we must resist aggression or it will destroy our freedoms. August 20. 7, 1990. It might seem that this task would prove a shade more difficult than the first. Not so, however. The president's steely-eyed visage graced the front pages along with his inspiring words on the need to resist aggression, highlighted so that all would honor his valor and dedication to the ideals we cherish. Even his invocation of the vivid memories of Vietnam as a lesson in the need to resist aggression and uphold the rule of law passed without a clamor, even a whisper of condemnation, a mark of true discipline. The press solemnly observed, Bush has demonstrated that the United States is the only superpower able to enforce international law against the will of a powerful aggressor, and otherwise reiterated our unwavering commitment to the rule of law and the sanctity of borders. Point 12. Across the spectrum, there was acclaim for this renewed demonstration of our historic advocacy of the ways of peace, though a number of old-fashioned right-wingers asked why we should do the dirty work. Point 13. At the outer limits of dissidence, Mary McGrory wrote that while Hussein may have a following among have-not Arabs, Americans are emotionally involved in getting rid of the beast by one means or another. She considered bombing Baghdad, though it might be unwise because of possible retaliation against Americans. The Washington Post leaked a White House plan to eliminate the beast, approved by the president when he was informed by CIA Director William Webster that Hussein represented a threat to the long-term economic interests of the United States. 14. That these economic interests were driving policy decisions was acknowledged by the White House and political commentators generally. The U.S. sent major military forces to Saudi Arabia and helped to organize an international embargo and virtual blockade, with the notably tepid support of most of its allies, who doubtless would prefer the U.S. and its clients to Saddam Hussein as a dominant influence over the administration of oil production and price, but appeared reluctant to risk or spend much to achieve this end. And, needless to say, they share with Washington the high principle that might does not make right except when we want it to. U.S. aggression was not entirely overlooked. This isn't Panama or Grenada here, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff William Crowe somberly declared, warning of the hazards of our current mission. The costs and risks are momentous, the New York Times editors added in agreement, going well beyond U.S. military operations in Lebanon, Grenada, and Panama. Former Times military correspondent Bernard Traynor, now director of the National Security Program at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, described Saddam Hussein as the Noriega of the Middle East. Like his Panamanian counterpart, he has to go. In reality, the comparison between Noriega and Hussein extends about that far. 15. The parallels, then, did not pass unnoticed. In all cases, the U.S. was acting in self-defense, in the service of world order and high principle, another of those truths of logic that floats blissfully over the world of fact. The editors of the liberal Boston Globe praised Bush for standing up for our fundamental values and drawing a line in the sand before the raging beast. The line is clearer than that drawn in Korea, Vietnam, and Lebanon, they observed. Others too made reference to such past proofs of our willingness to face any burden to discipline those who resort to force, or otherwise depart from our traditions of nonviolence and commitment to the rule of law. 16. Letters to the editor, in contrast, made frequent reference to the hypocrisy of the pose, asking what is the difference between our invasion of Panama and Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, among many other cases of benign aggression. The dramatic difference between letters and professional commentary again illustrates the failure of the ideological offensive of the past years to reach beyond educated elites to all sectors of the general public. Overseas, simple truths could be perceived outside of the major power centers, where deviation from established truths is too dangerous. A lead editorial in the Dublin Sunday Tribune, headlined "Moral Indignation is Pure Hypocrisy," recalls the Western reaction to Iraq's invasion of Iran, the U.S. invasion of Grenada and Panama, Israel's invasion of Lebanon, and the injustice done to the Palestinians, which is a continuing cause of justifiable anger in the Middle East and will lead to continued turmoil. Irish Times Washington correspondent Sean Cronin, noting the impassioned words of UN Ambassador Thomas Pickering in support of the Security Council resolution condemning Iraq, recalled some events just 8 months before, the December 23 U.S. veto of a Security Council resolution condemning the invasion of Panama, with British and French assistance, in this case, and the December 29 General Assembly resolution demanding the withdrawal of the U.S. armed invasion forces from Panama and calling the invasion a flagrant violation of international law and of the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of states. 17. But respectable commentators at home never flinched. The parallels to the Panama invasion were ignored with near unanimity, while the more audacious, recognizing that attack is the best defense, went so far as to compare George Bush's actions in Panama with his dispatch of troops to Saudi Arabia, not to Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait. Grenada, Vietnam, and Lebanon were also regularly invoked as precedents for our defense of the principle of non-intervention. 18. With comparable unanimity, responsible commentators failed to recall Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982, with the goal of establishing a puppet regime in a new order subordinated to Israel's interests and bringing to a halt the increasingly irritating PLO initiatives for a peaceful diplomatic settlement. All of this frankly discussed within Israel from the first moments, though kept from the American audience. That act of aggression, conducted by a client state, qualifies as benign. It therefore benefited from the active support of the Reagan administration, which was condemned by Democratic liberals and others farther to the left for not exhibiting proper enthusiasm for this merciless assault, which left over 20,000 dead, overwhelmingly civilians. Also notably lacking was a comparison to Israel's continued occupation of territories conquered in 1967 and annexation of East Jerusalem and the Syrian Golan Heights, and the U.S. reaction. Syria's bloody intervention in Lebanon, with U.S. backing in the early stages, when it was aimed at the Palestinians and their Lebanese allies, was also overlooked. Also forgotten was Turkey's conquest of northern Cyprus, with thousands of casualties and hundreds of thousands of refugees after an orgy of killing, torture, rape and pillage to extirpate the last remnants of Greek culture back to classical antiquity. George Bush praised Turkey for serving as a protector of peace as it joined those who stand up for civilized values around the world. Few could recall the US-backed Moroccan invasion of the Western Sahara in 1976, justified by Moroccan authorities on the grounds that one Kuwait in the Arab world is enough. It is unjust for such vast resources to be in the hands of a tiny population. 19 Outside the region, the decisive US, also French, British, Dutch, and so on, support for Indonesia's near-genocidal invasion of East Timor, still underway, was also easily overlooked, among many other obvious parallels. The missing comparisons were drawn by Arabs and other Third World observers sampled in the press. But the matter was left at that, without further analysis, or they were chided for their visceral anti-Americanism, emotionalism, or simple naivete. In a New York Times report on Arab-American reactions, Felicity Barringer reminds the Arab spokesman she interviews that the comparison they draw with Israel's 1982 invasion of Lebanon does not take into account a crucial difference, that Kuwait had not attacked Iraq, while southern Lebanon was home to Palestinian bases that had repeatedly shelled Israeli territory. Barringer's gentle admonition suffers from only one flaw: the facts. In brief, Israel had subjected southern Lebanon to violent and murderous attacks since the early 1970s, often without even a pretense of provocation, killing thousands of people and driving hundreds of thousands from their homes. The purpose, as formulated by Israeli diplomat Abba Eban, was to hold the whole population hostage under the threat of terror, with the rational prospect, ultimately fulfilled, that affected populations would bend to Israel's demands. After its 1978 invasion of Lebanon, which left the southern sector under Israeli control, Israel carried out extensive bombardment of civilian targets. A rash of unprovoked Israeli attacks in 1981 led to an exchange in which 6 Israelis and hundreds of Palestinians and Lebanese were killed when Israel bombed densely populated areas. A US-initiated ceasefire was observed by the PLO, but repeatedly violated, with many civilian casualties by Israel, desperately seeking to provoke some PLO action that could serve as a pretext for the long-planned invasion. After the 1982 invasion, Israel returned to the traditional practice of bombing Lebanon at its pleasure, with ample terror in its southern security zone. It would be unfair, however, to fault Barringer for turning the facts on their head. The fairy tales she recounts are the standard version offered in the New York Times and elsewhere, and few would think to question established dogma. Inversion of the facts in this case is, in any event, only a minor triumph when compared to really significant achievements of the propaganda system, such as the conversion of the U.S. attack against South Vietnam into a noble effort to defend it from aggression. 20. We may say the same about other irate commentators who bitterly denounce Arabs for drawing a parallel to the 1967 war, condemning as well the gullibility and ignorance of television anchormen and journalists who allow them to speak such nonsense. Henry Siegman, Executive Director, American Jewish Congress. In both cases, Siegman explains to these gullible fools, Arab countries invaded a peaceful neighbor without provocation, though the primary aggressors in 1967 were Egypt, Syria and Jordan, not Iraq. The Times editors added their endorsement, denouncing Moscow and other miscreants for trying to legitimize Baghdad's argument that its takeover of Kuwait is in any way comparable to Israel's occupation of the West Bank, a gambit that is absurdly wrong and diversionary because the occupation of the West Bank began only after Arab armies attacked Israel. It is not even controversial that in 1967 Israel attacked Egypt. Jordan and Syria entered the conflict much as England and France went to war when Germany attacked their ally Poland in 1939. One might argue that the Israeli attack was legitimate, but to convert it into an Arab invasion is rather audacious, or would be, if the practice were not routine. 21. The Times editorial is carefully crafted. It refers to the West Bank, not Gaza, and the Golan Heights. Gaza is best overlooked because, uncontroversially, Israel attacked Egypt, taking over Gaza. The case of the Golan Heights is also difficult, not only because Israel annexed the Syrian territory, and was unanimously condemned by the UN Security Council for doing so, though a US veto blocked sanctions, but because Israel attacked and conquered it in violation of the ceasefire. In the case of the West Bank, the editors could claim in their defense that Israeli troops took it over after Jordan had entered the war, honoring its alliance with Egypt, already attacked by Israel. Throughout, we see how important it is to take possession of history and to shape it to the purposes required by the powerful, and how valuable is the contribution of the loyal servants who do their bidding. 3 paths away from disaster. There was a brief threat that the Israeli connection might come to the fore when, on August 12, Saddam Hussein proposed a settlement linking Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait to withdrawal from other occupied Arab lands, Syria from Lebanon, and Israel from the territories it conquered in 1967. The London Financial Times felt that although his offer did not reduce the imminent dangers, it may yet serve some useful purpose, offering a path away from disaster, through negotiation. Furthermore, he may well have a point in citing Israel's refusal to relinquish its control of occupied territories as a source of conflict in the region. In linking Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait to Israeli withdrawal from Palestinian and Syrian territory, Mr. Saddam has said something with which no Arab leader or citizen, no matter how pro-American, can disagree, and the refusal to consider the matter might bring closer the risk of an all-out Middle East war involving the Jewish state. The immediate issue is for Iraq to get out of Kuwait, but in the light of Iraq's proposal, however unsatisfactory it may be as it stands, the onus is now on everyone involved, including Middle Eastern and Western powers, to seize the initiative and harness diplomacy to the show of political, military, and economic force now on display in the Gulf. 22. The U.S. reaction was different. In official response and general commentary, there was no thought that the proposal might be explored to find a peaceful resolution for a very serious crisis. There was not even a ritual bow to the possibility that there might be a valid point buried somewhere in the suggestion. Rather, the proposal was dismissed with utter derision. Television news that day featured George Bush the Dynamo, racing his power boat, jogging furiously, playing tennis and golf, and otherwise expending his formidable energies on important pursuits, far too busy recreating, as he put it, to waste much time on the occasional fly in Arab garb that he might have to swat. As the television news clips were careful to stress, the president's disdain for this irritant was so great that he scarcely even broke his golf stroke to express his contempt for what the anchorman termed Hussein's so-called offer, not to be regarded as serious. The proposal merited one dismissive sentence in a news story on the blockade in the next day's New York Times. 23. The danger that the issues might be addressed was quickly extinguished. The media also quietly passed over the fact that, 2 days before, the Israeli Ministry of Agriculture had published full-page statements in newspapers saying, "It is difficult to conceive of any political solution consistent with Israel's survival that does not involve complete, continued Israeli control of the water and sewerage systems of the occupied territories, and of the associated infrastructure, including the power supply and road network, essential to their operation, maintenance, and accessibility. A grant of meaningful self-determination to the Palestinians would gravely endanger Israel's vital interests," the statement emphasized. The continued existence of Israel is at stake in ensuring Israeli control over the West Bank. 24. In short, no meaningful withdrawal from the conquered territories or recognition of Palestinian national rights is conceivable. The consistent position of U.S.-Israeli rejectionism, which, for 20 years, has posed the primary barrier to any diplomatic resolution of the Arab-Israel conflict. The facts have been rigorously excluded from U.S. commentary, including the current U.S. position, support for the Shamir-Peres plan, which declares Jordan to be the Palestinian state, bars any change in the status of the Israeli-occupied territories except in accord with the guidelines of the Israeli government, which preclude any meaningful self-determination, rejects negotiations with the PLO, thus denying Palestinians the right to choose their own political representation, and calls for free elections under harsh Israeli military control, with much of the Palestinian leadership rotting in Israeli jails. Small wonder that the terms of the U.S. position, while designated the peace process and the only game in town, do not seem ever to have been published in the mainstream media. 25. Another possible problem arose when Saddam Hussein proposed on August 19 that the matter of Kuwait be left an Arab issue, to be dealt with by the Arab states alone, without external interference, in the manner of the Syrian occupation of Lebanon and Morocco's attempt to take over the Western Sahara. 26. The proposal was dismissed on the reasonable grounds that, in this arena, Hussein could hope to gain his ends by the threat and use of force. One relevant fact was overlooked: the Iraqi dictator was again stealing a leaf from Washington's book. The traditional U.S. position with regard to the Western Hemisphere is that outsiders have no right to intrude. If the U.S. intervenes in Latin America or the Caribbean, it is a hemispheric issue, to be resolved here, without external interference. The message is, strangers, keep out, we can handle our own affairs in an arena in which the regional hegemon can expect to prevail. To mention only one example, clearly pertinent here, on April 2, 1982, The US set a precedent by vetoing two Security Council resolutions on two different topics the same day. The first called for Israel to reinstate 3 elected mayors who were recent targets of Jewish terrorist attacks. The second called upon the Secretary General to keep the Security Council informed about the Central America crisis, naming no names and making no charges, but implicitly directed against U.S. intervention in Nicaragua. The U.S. delegation objected to the resolution on the grounds that it breeds cynicism, mocks the search for peace, and undermines the inter-American system which should deal with these matters without UN interference, a more extreme variant of Saddam Hussein's position today. 27. On August 23, a former high-ranking U.S. official delivered another Iraqi offer to National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft. The proposal, confirmed by the emissary who related, and by memoranda, was made public by Knut Royce in Newsday, on August 29. According to sources involved and documents, Iraq offered to withdraw from Kuwait and allow foreigners to leave in return for the lifting of sanctions, guaranteed access to the Gulf, and full control of the Rumaila oil field that extends slightly into Kuwaiti territory from Iraq, Royce, about 2 miles over a disputed border. Other terms of the proposal, according to memoranda that Royce quotes, were that Iraq and the U.S. negotiate an oil agreement satisfactory to both nations' national security interests, jointly work on the stability of the Gulf, and develop a joint plan to alleviate Iraq's economical and financial problems. There was no mention of U.S. withdrawal from Saudi Arabia, or other preconditions. An administration official who specializes in Mideast affairs described the proposal as serious and negotiable. 28. The reaction was, again, illuminating. Government spokesman ridiculed the whole affair. The New York Times noted the Newsday report briefly on page 14, the continuation page of an article on another topic, citing government spokespersons who dismissed it as baloney. After framing the matter properly, the Times concedes that the story was accurate, quoting White House sources who said the proposal had not been taken seriously because Mr. Bush demands the unconditional withdrawal of Iraq from Kuwait. The Times also noted quietly that a well-connected Middle Eastern diplomat told the New York Times a week ago, that is, August 23, of a similar offer, but it, too, was dismissed by the administration. That news had not been published, though it could not be ignored entirely once it was leaked a week later to the suburban journal Newsday, which is prominently displayed on New York City newsstands, suggesting a certain hypothesis about what happened. 29 Others disposed of the problem in a similar manner. Several features of the media system are illustrated here. Deviations from the propaganda line can occur more readily, as in this case, out of the national spotlight. That raises the problem of damage control. A standard journalistic device to suppress unwanted facts that have unfortunately come to light is to report them only in the context of government denials. More generally, to satisfy the conditions of objectivity, a news story must be framed in accordance with the priorities of power. In this case, the Times news report, the one that enters history, takes its lead from government authorities. The unwanted facts are first dismissed as baloney, then conceded to be accurate but irrelevant, because Washington isn't interested. We also learn that the journal has suppressed earlier offers that are baloney for the same reason. That ends the matter. We can breathe easily, the threat that there might be a path away from disaster through negotiation having been averted. 4. Steady on course. Some problems arose in dealing with the fact that U.S. allies are not a particularly attractive lot. There is, after all, little to distinguish Saddam Hussein from Hafez el-Assad apart from current services to U.S. needs. An inconvenient Amnesty International release of November 2 reported that Saudi security forces tortured and abused hundreds of Yemeni guest workers, also expelling 750,000 of them, for no apparent reason other than their nationality or their suspected opposition to the Saudi Arabian government's position in the Gulf crisis. The press looked the other way, though in the case of Arab states, there is no shortage of commentators to denounce their evil nature. 30. The alliance with Turkey, the protector of peace in Cyprus, CP 188, also required some careful handling, in particular because of the question of the Kurds in northern Iraq. It was difficult not to notice that Iraqi forces facing U.S. troops would be severely weakened if the U.S. were to support a Kurdish rebellion. Washington rejected this option, presumably out of concern that a Kurdish rebellion in Iraq might spread to eastern Turkey, where the huge Kurdish population, not recognized as such by the Turks, suffer brutal oppression. In a rare notice of the issue in the press, the Wall Street Journal observed, "The West fears that pressing the Kurdish question with Turkey, Syria, and Iran, could weaken the anti-Iraq alliance." The report adds that the U.S. administration pointedly refused to meet with an Iraqi Kurdish leader who visited Washington in August to ask for support, and that Kurds say Ankara is using the Gulf crisis and Turkey's resulting popularity in the West as cover for a crackdown. 31. Even on this dramatic issue, discipline was maintained. Hardly a word was to be found, perhaps none at all, on the willingness of the Bush administration to sacrifice many thousands of American lives, even putting aside the plight of the Kurds, who have been exploited with the most extraordinary cynicism by the government and the media. 32. It was also necessary to deal somehow with the fact that prior to Hussein's attack on Kuwait, the Bush administration and its predecessors treated this murderous thug as an amiable friend, encouraging trade with his regime and credits to enable it to purchase U.S. goods. Before that, Washington had supported his invasion of Iran, and then tilted so far towards Iraq in the Gulf War that military forces were sent to protect shipping from Iran, the main threat to shipping having been Iraqi, persisting in this course even after the USS Stark was attacked in 1987 by Iraqi aircraft. As the nation rallied to destroy the beast, Texas Congressman Henry Gonzalez, chairman of the House Banking Committee, charged that one Atlanta-based bank alone extended $3 billion in letters of credit to Iraq, $800 million of it guaranteed by the Department of Agriculture's Commodity Credit Corporation, which underwrites bank loans to finance exports of U.S. farm products. Gonzalez charged further that there is clear evidence that armaments, possibly including chemical weapons, were obtained by Iraq under the deal. There is no question but those $3 billion are actually financing the invasion of Kuwait, he said. There is no question that the greater portion of that was dealing with armaments. 33. The Bush administration's new initiatives to bolster Saddam Hussein that were announced as Operation Just Cause was launched to defend the world from Manuel Noriega's iniquity, and the lack of notice or reaction, have already been discussed. This unpleasant matter was difficult to evade entirely. On August 13, the New York Times finally acknowledged that Iraq had reached its heights of power with American acquiescence and sometimes its help, including a thriving grain trade with American farmers, cooperation with United States intelligence agencies, oil sales to American refiners that helped finance its military, and muted White House criticism of its human rights and war atrocities. From 1982, Iraq became one of the biggest buyers of U.S. rice and wheat, purchasing some $5.5 billion in crops and livestock with federally guaranteed loans and agricultural subsidies and its own hard cash. It also received about $270 million in government-guaranteed credit to buy other U.S. goods, despite loan defaults. According to 1987 data, the latest available, over 40% of Iraq's food was imported from the United States, and in 1989 Iraq received $1 billion in loan assurances, second only to Mexico. The U.S. became the main market for Iraqi oil, Charles Glass reports, while the U.S.-Iraqi Business Forum, headed by prominent American businessmen and former diplomats, were praising Saddam's moderation and his progress towards democracy. The Reagan and Bush administrations scarcely reacted when Iraq purchased U.S. helicopters and transferred them to military use in violation of promises, used poison gas against Iranian troops and its own Kurdish citizens, and relocated 500,000 Kurds and Syrians by force, among other atrocities. 34. Just a mistake in judgment, one of those ironies of history, according to the official story. Nothing is said about why the Times is reporting this now, after Washington had turned against Iraq, not before. For example, at the moment of the Panama invasion, when the evidence was readily available and might have helped to fend off what has now taken place. Another assignment was to suppress the fact that Iraq's excuses for its flagrant violation of international law bear comparison to those accepted, even lauded by the media in the case of benign aggression by the US and its clients. Iraq alleged that its economic health was severely threatened by Kuwait's violation of the OPEC agreement on oil production quotas, harming Iraq's attempt to recover from the war with Iran. That these violations were extremely harmful to Iraq is not disputed. Iraq's complaints on this score were largely ignored, along with its charge, prior to its attack, that Kuwait's drawing oil from fields at the border, allegedly draining Iraq's own fields, constituted theft tantamount to military aggression. This seems not to have been reported at the time, though a month later there was a belated recognition that whether Saddam Hussein is Hitler or not, he has some reason on his side, and from Iraq's viewpoint, the Kuwait government was acting aggressively. It was economic warfare. 35. These Iraqi protestations surely have a familiar ring. The right to defend our interests by force is conferred upon the United States by the UN Charter, according to the official view presented in justification of the invasion of Panama, CP 147. Israel's attack on Egypt in 1967 was in large measure motivated by the economic problems caused by the mobilization of the reserves during a period of crisis and tension. A potential threat to U.S. economic interests was invoked by the United States to justify its steps to counter Iraqi aggression, as in many cases of intervention and subversion. The threat posed by Kuwait's actions to Iraq's interests was not potential. More broadly, the Iraqi dictator justified his aggression as a noble act in defense of the Arab nation, charging that Kuwait was an artificial entity, part of the legacy of European colonialists who carved up the Arab world for their own selfish interests. These machinations ensured that the vast oil wealth of the Arab world would benefit not the Arab masses, but the Western industrial powers and a tiny domestic elite linked to them. Despite the utter cynicism of Saddam Hussein's posturing, the charges themselves are not without merit and have considerable popular appeal, not least among the 60% non-Kuwaiti population that did the work that enriched the native minority, though not their Arab brothers. Hatred for the United States in the Arab world was noted, but without any serious analysis of why it should exist. The standard reflex is to attribute the antagonism to the emotional problems of people who have been bypassed by the march of history because of their own inadequacies. It would have been next to impossible to offer a rational account of such central matters as the U.S.-Israel-Palestine interactions, since the long and very successful U.S. efforts to bar a peaceful political settlement have been excised from history with such admirable efficiency. 36 The deep strain of anti-Arab racism in the dominant culture facilitates the familiar gambit of attributing antagonism to the United States to the faults of others. The undercurrent is that the Arabs basically have no right to the oil that geological accident happened to place under their feet. As Walter Laqueur put the matter in 1973, Middle East oil could be internationalized, not on behalf of a few oil companies but for the benefit of the rest of mankind. This could be done only by force, but that raises no moral problem because all that is at stake is the fate of some desert sheikdoms. It is necessary only to decode slightly. For internationalization, read, control by the US and its clients, as long as they remain firm supporters of Israel. For few oil companies, read, undeserving Arabs. The logic is that of the Moroccans conquering the Sahara, one Kuwait is enough. It is unfair for rich resources to be in the hands of the unimportant people when the rich men who run the world need them. The vision of the West, of course, is much vaster than that of Morocco, covering the whole region and its resources, in fact, the resources of the entire world. Correspondingly, the uplifting concern for the benefit of mankind expressed by Laqueur and others does not lead them to suggest that North American and Middle East oil should have been internationalized during the post-war years when the West, with the US well ahead, had effective control over energy resources, nor does it lead them to draw the same conclusion for the industrial, agricultural, and mineral resources of the West, happily exploited by and for the rich and satisfied nations. The distinction, as always, rests on the scale of significance. 37. It is worth recalling how little is new in any of this. Recall the earlier explanations of why the miserable, Inefficient Mexicans have no right to control the destinies of their rich lands. At the turn of the century, the influential strategist and historian Admiral Alfred T. Mahan, known for his devotion to Christian values and the doctrine of natural rights, argued that these rights had to be modified in the case of inefficient countries such as China, which must be administered in such a manner as to ensure the natural right of the world at large that resources should not be left idle, or misused. The rights of humanity transcend those of the Chinese, who are sheep without a shepherd and must be led, their country partitioned, taught Christian truths, and otherwise controlled by Western policies of just self-assertion, not for selfish motive, but for the welfare of humanity. Great thoughts have a way of reappearing in every age. 38. 5. The UN learns to behave. The United Nations came in for some unaccustomed praise. Under the headline "The UN's Coming of Age," the editors of the Boston Globe hailed a signal change in the history of the organization, a new mood of responsibility and seriousness as it backed U.S. initiatives to punish the aggressor. 39. Many others also lauded this welcome departure from the shameful pattern of the past. The salutary change in UN practices was attributed to the improved behavior of the Soviet enemy and the U.S. victory in the Cold War. A Globe News report states that Moscow's quick condemnation of the Iraqi invasion freed the UN Security Council, long paralyzed by superpower rivalry, to play a critical role in responding to the aggression. Times correspondent R.W. Apple writes that Washington is leaning harder in its policy making on the United Nations, now more functional than in decades because of the passing of the Cold War. A Times editorial hailed the wondrous sea change as the UN finally gets serious, silencing most of its detractors and allowing President Bush to pursue his noble effort to create a new world order to resolve conflicts by multilateral diplomacy and collective security. In the Washington Post, John Goshko reviewed the background for this rare moment for the United Nations, which is suddenly working the way it was designed to, transformed into an agency for world peace after years of being dismissed as a failure and a forum for third world demagoguery during the long Cold War rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union and their allies. The original conception of the UN as guardian of a peaceful world was thwarted from the outset by the bitter Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. In those early years, the images of the United Nations that became engraved on the world's consciousness were of grim-faced Soviet ambassadors casting vetoes or storming out of Security Council meetings, while the new Third World members turned the General Assembly into a forum for frequently shrill, anti-Western rhetoric. Then, about 2 years ago, a change began to set in as the result of the détente-oriented changes in Soviet foreign policy. The Post's leading political commentator, David Broder, added his imprimatur. During the long Cold War years, the Soviet veto and the hostility of many Third World nations made the United Nations an object of scorn to many American politicians and citizens. But in today's altered environment, it has proved to be an effective instrument of world leadership, and, potentially, an agency that can effect both peace and the rule of law in troubled regions. A critical analysis of administration policy in the New York Review by George Ball opens, with the end of the Cold War and the onset of the Gulf crisis, the United States can now test the validity of the Wilsonian concept of collective security, a test which an automatic Soviet veto in the Security Council has precluded for the past 40 years. In a BBC report on the UN, editor Mark Urban says, "Time and again during the Cold War, the Kremlin used its veto to protect its interests from the threat of UN intervention. As long as the answer was niet, council debates remained adversarial. But now the Soviet attitude is quite different, with the economy facing collapse and with a leader who believes in cooperation. 40. We are to understand, then, that superpower rivalry, Russian obstructionism, and the persistent Soviet veto, and the psychic disorders of the Third World, had prevented the UN from meeting its responsibilities in the past. These themes were sounded in dozens of enthusiastic articles, all with one notable feature: no evidence was adduced to support what are, apparently, to be understood as self-evident truths. There are ways to determine why the UN had not been able to function in its peacekeeping role. It is necessary only to review the record of Security Council vetoes and isolated negative votes in the General Assembly. A look at the facts explains quickly why the question was shelved in favor of self-serving political theology. The U.S. is far in the lead since 1970 in vetoing Security Council resolutions and rejecting General Assembly resolutions on all relevant issues. In second place, well behind, is Britain, primarily in connection with its support for the racist regimes of southern Africa. The grim-faced ambassadors casting vetoes had good English accents, while the USSR was regularly voting with the overwhelming majority. 41 The US isolation would, in truth, have been more severe, were it not for the fact that its enormous power kept major issues from the UN agenda. The Soviet invasion of Afghanistan was bitterly and repeatedly censured, but the UN was never willing to take on the US war against Indochina. The UN session just preceding the Wondera Sea Change, winter 1989-90, can serve to illustrate. 3 Security Council resolutions were vetoed: a condemnation of the U.S. attack on the Nicaraguan embassy in Panama, U.S. veto, Britain abstained; of the U.S. invasion of Panama, U.S., UK, France against; of Israeli abuses in the occupied territories, U.S. veto. There were 2 General Assembly resolutions calling on all states to observe international law, one condemning the U.S. support for the Contra Army, the other the illegal embargo against Nicaragua. Each passed with 2 negative votes, the US and Israel. A resolution opposing acquisition of territory by force passed 151-3, US, Israel, Dominica. The resolution once again called for a diplomatic settlement of the Arab-Israeli conflict with recognized borders and security guarantees, incorporating the wording of UN Resolution 242, with self-determination for the Palestinians, implicitly calling for a 2-state settlement. The U.S. has been barring such a settlement virtually alone, as the most recent vote indicates, since its January 1976 veto of this proposal, advanced by Syria, Jordan, and Egypt with the backing of the PLO. The U.S. has repeatedly vetoed Security Council resolutions and blocked General Assembly resolutions and other UN initiatives on a whole range of issues, including aggression, annexation, human rights abuses, disarmament, adherence to international law, terrorism, and others. 42. In its newfound zeal for international law and the United Nations, the New York Times repeatedly turned to one heroic figure, Daniel Patrick Moynihan. He was brought forth as an expert witness on the new spirit of unanimity at the United Nations, explaining that there were some pretty egregious violations of international law in the past, but now the major powers have convergent interests and the mechanism of the UN is there waiting to be used. His firm espousal of international law was lauded in a review of his study The Law of Nations. The reviewer took note of his sardonic, righteous anger, which recalls the impassioned professor who suspects no one's listening while he is clearly fuming that an idea as morally impeccable as international law is routinely disregarded as disposable and naive. In a Times Magazine story, we learn further that Moynihan is taking particular delight in being proven right in his long struggle to promote international law and the United Nations system, abstractions that matter dearly to him. At last, everybody is riding Moynihan's hobby horse instead of ignoring the principles he has upheld with such conviction for so many years. No longer need Moynihan revel in his martyrdom. Now history has caught up with him. 43. Omitted from these accolades was a review of Moynihan's record as UN ambassador, when he had the opportunity to put his principles into practice. In a cablegram to Henry Kissinger on January 23, 1976, he reported the considerable progress that had been made by his arm-twisting tactics at the UN toward a basic foreign policy goal, that of breaking up the massive blocks of nations, mostly new nations, which for so long have been arrayed against us in international forums and in diplomatic encounters generally. Moynihan cited 2 relevant cases: his success in undermining a UN reaction to the Indonesian invasion of East Timor and to Moroccan aggression in the Sahara, both supported by the US, the former with particular vigor. He had more to say about these matters in his memoir of his years at the United Nations, where he describes frankly his role as Indonesia invaded East Timor in December 1975. The United States wished things to turn out as they did, and worked to bring this about. The Department of State desired that the United Nations prove utterly ineffective in whatever measures it undertook. This task was given to me, and I carried it forward with no inconsiderable success. He adds that within a few weeks some 60,000 people had been killed, 10% of the population, almost the proportion of casualties experienced by the Soviet Union during the Second World War. 44. The UN episode, briefly sampled here, gives no little insight into the intellectual culture. The UN is functional today because it is, more or less, doing what Washington wants, a fact that has virtually nothing to do with the end of the Cold War, the Russians, or Third World maladies. The shrill, anti-Western rhetoric of the Third World has, very often, been a call for observance of international law. For once, the US and its allies happen to be opposed to acts of aggression, annexation, and human rights violations. Therefore the UN was free from the regular US-UK veto. These truths being unacceptable, they do not exist. They belong to the domain of abuse of reality, actual history, not reality itself, what we prefer to believe. Point 45. These are basic elements of our traditional intellectual values. Our traditional moral values were also illustrated throughout, notably as elite opposition to the US war plans began to crystallize. An early sign was an interview with the commander of the US forces, General Norman Schwarzkopf, featured in a front-page story in the New York Times that opened as follows. The commander of the American forces facing Iraq said today that his troops could obliterate Iraq, but cautioned that total destruction of that country might not be in the interest of the long-term balance of power in this region. His warning was elaborated by others. In a typical example, Times Middle East specialist Judith Miller, under the heading Political Cost of Victory Questioned, wrote, "There are few who doubt that if there is a war in the Persian Gulf, the United States and its allies can turn Baghdad into a parking lot, as an American diplomat in the Middle East recently put it. But many analysts are increasingly concerned about the probable effect of such a victory on longer-term American interests in the region." William Crow, a former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, warned last week that many Arabs would deeply resent a campaign that would necessarily kill large numbers of their Muslim brothers. In short, we could slaughter 17 million people and wipe a country off the face of the earth, but mass extermination might be tactically unwise, harmful to our interests. The issues were thoughtfully discussed in many articles, which were notable for the lack of any signs of the squeamishness exhibited by the India office in 1919 over the use of poison gas against uncivilized tribes. Those who have expressed concern over the decline of our traditional values may rest assured. Point 46. 6 Moderates and nationalists. Largely missing from the story was the usual reflex, the Soviet threat, now lost beyond redemption. The president's inability to articulate exalted goals received much criticism, but the reasons for his floundering were left unexamined. The criticism was surely unfair. One could hardly expect the truth, any more than in the past, and the standard pretexts were not available. One try followed another, tracking the public opinion polls with the information they provided about what might sell. Occasionally, some voices even conceded the usually inexpressible reality, that Third World intervention is motivated by U.S. strategic and economic concerns, in this case, to support the OPEC country that is more likely to cater to Washington's interests. 47. Iraqi influence over the world's cheapest and most abundant source of energy is seen, correctly, as extremely threatening. U.S. influence over the resources of the Arab world is, in contrast, taken to be benign. To be sure, not for the majority of the people living in Kuwait or the region generally, or others like them elsewhere. 48 But rather for the important people. Always we see the same fundamental principle: the resources and government of the world must be in the hands of the rich men dwelling at peace within their habitations. The hungry and oppressed must be kept in their place. On the same Churchillian assumptions, the rich men who do our bidding in the Arab world are moderates, joining the ranks of Mussolini, Suharto, the Guatemalan generals, and others like them. Expounding the consequences of the Iraqi invasion, the New York Times reports that the Middle East has now split into a clearly moderate pro-Western camp and a fiercely nationalistic anti-Western constellation, which includes the Arab man in the street, a major Tunisian daily observes, commenting on the growing pro-Iraqi stand among Arabs in poorer countries. If Saddam Hussein were to fulfill his threat to scorch Israel, Bernard Trainor adds, it would generate further support from millions of disfranchised Arabs who lionize him and who could ignite civil disorder in the conservative and moderate Arab states, those ruled and managed by princes and business school graduates who, in the eyes of these millions of Arabs, are Western businessmen who happen to pray to Allah, while worshipping Mammon. 49. Note that Trainor follows convention in denouncing Hussein as a Hitlerian maniac on grounds of his threat to scorch Israel in retaliation for Israeli aggression, a fact completely overlooked, as in this case, or simply dismissed as irrelevant. In contrast, a murderous Israeli reaction to Iraqi aggression, were it to be authorized, would be regarded as a righteous act of self-defense. Note also that the phrases moderate pro-Western and fiercely nationalistic anti-Western are redundant. Pro-Western implies moderate, anti-Western implies fiercely nationalistic, that is, evil and fanatical. 7. The diplomatic track. By mid-August, it was clear that the U.S. was not exactly leading a rousing chorus at the United Nations as it attempted to mobilize support for the use of force in the Gulf. Despite threats, pleas, and cajolery, U.S. traveling diplomats were unable to rally more than token participation in anything beyond sanctions of the kind that the UN has attempted to impose in other cases of aggression, often to be blocked by the U.S. The isolation of the United States in the Saudi deserts, apart from Britain, could hardly be overlooked, but there was little questioning of the official line that when the world is in trouble, it calls for the sheriff, and we are the only ones honorable and tough enough to shoulder the burden. Germany announced that it would not help to finance U.S. military operations because the arrangement between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia was bilateral, not authorized by the UN. The European community took the same position. Commenting on the EC decision not to support U.S. operations in the Gulf, while contributing some $2 billion for 1990-91, 15% of the estimated cost, to countries suffering from the embargo, the Italian foreign minister stated, the military action of the United States was taken autonomously. Don't forget the principle of no taxation without representation. Japan politely agreed to do very little, while South Korea pleaded poverty. The Third World reaction was muted, with little enthusiasm for the U.S. effort and often much popular antagonism. The Arab states generally kept their distance. In pro-Western Tunisia, a poll showed 90% support for Iraq, with many condemning the double standard revealed by the U.S. attitude towards Israeli aggression, annexation, and human rights abuses. Commentators occasionally noted that support for the U.S. military initiative was least in the governments that had nascent democratic movements, Jordan, Algeria, Yemen, and Tunisia. Judith Miller. Administration analysts expressed concern that if U.S. troops were kept in place too long, the Islamic religious periods, the Hajj and Ramadan, would allow more expression of popular feelings and could set off protests and perhaps coups that could topple Western-oriented governments in the region and cut the diplomatic ground out from under US-led troops facing Iraq. Peter Goslin, who also reported accurately that no congressional critic questions Bush's first principles, that the Persian Gulf is crucial to the United States and that the United States therefore must defend its interests with military force, a first principle that Saddam Hussein could easily appreciate. Brookings Institution Middle East specialist Judith Kipper said, "To me, the gut issue is the regimes versus the people, because none of the Arab regimes represent their people, and this is why there is such cheering in the streets for Saddam Hussein, seen to be defending the interests of the Arab masses against the ruling clique that used the oil wealth of the Arab nations to enrich themselves and the Western world." There was little comment on the significance of the fact that insofar as elements of pluralism exist in the Arab world, the governments cannot line up in the U.S. cause. 50. The press tried to put a bold face on all of this, stressing the amazing unanimity of world opinion in support of the U.S. stand and finessing the details as best possible. The kinds of problems faced were captured in an AP summary of the top stories of the day. Treasury Secretary Nicholas Brady is declaring his global fundraising effort a success even though he received no specific pledges of new assistance to help pay. Columnists and editors, however, denounced Japan, and occasionally Germany, as fair-weather allies who are refusing to contribute their full and fair share to the common effort to contain Iraq. There was little effort, however, to explore the odd refusal to get on board on the part of those who were, in theory, the main beneficiaries of the U.S. actions. 51. Such problems led to a noteworthy account, and endorsement, of the militant U.S. stance in the New York Times, in a front-page article by Thomas Friedman. He attributed the administration's refusal even to consider a diplomatic track to its concern that negotiations might defuse the crisis and restore the previous status quo at the cost of a few token gains in Kuwait for the Iraqi dictator, perhaps a Kuwaiti island or minor border adjustments, all matters long under dispute. Thus, anything short of a total victory for U.S. force is unacceptable, even if it means a catastrophic war, with unpredictable consequences. As for the possibility that diplomacy might defuse the crisis, leaving such fateful and long-neglected questions as proliferation of lethal weaponry in the region, not just in Iraq, to be approached calmly through diplomatic means, that is a disaster to be avoided, not an option to be explored. 52. The Times chief diplomatic correspondent went on to attribute the pressure for negotiations to Jordan and the ever-slimy PLO, whose effort to mediate is their only way to justify their support for President Hussein's invasion. Jordan had not supported the invasion, though it also did not support the U.S. response to it, as British correspondent Martin Woolyackett reports more accurately from Amman. The king's efforts since the crisis began have been aimed at putting the genie back in the bottle, bringing about a withdrawal from Kuwait, and in general restoring the status quo. And even though the Times judged the fact unfit to print, it is hard to believe that its leading Middle East specialist was unaware that, a few days before he wrote, the PLO had issued its first official declaration on the crisis, which called for a solution that would safeguard the integrity and security of Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, of the Gulf and the whole Arab region, my emphasis, carried by wire services. Placing the blame on the Palestinian interpretation of events and on the bad behavior of Jordan is another notable contribution to establishing the U.S.-Israel propaganda line. 53. Little solid information was available on the Jordanian and PLO positions. The Israeli press quoted a PLO plan read by Palestinian activist Faisal Husseini in Jerusalem, calling for immediate withdrawal of Iraqi forces from Kuwait, peace talks between Iraq and Kuwait on borders and oil policy, and the right of the Kuwaiti people to choose the central government in their land, with no foreign influence, either Arab or other. According to PLO sources, Jordan and the PLO advanced a plan under which the UN would introduce a peacekeeping force and coordinate talks on the future government of Kuwait, possibly calling for a plebiscite in Kuwait. Like other proposals for a diplomatic track, these were ignored or quickly dismissed by the White House, Congress, and the media. 54. While warning against the temptations of the diplomatic track, the Times also called for diplomacy in preference to the immediate resort to force. But, as already noted, diplomacy meant delivery of an ultimatum: capitulate or die. In reality, diplomatic possibilities were undercut from the outset, along with the sanctions option. One should bear in mind that the U.S. government, like any actor in world affairs, will always be publicly advocating diplomacy, not force. That was the U.S. stance while seeking to bar negotiations and political settlement in Vietnam and Central America, and has always been the public posture with regard to the Israel-Arab conflict, even as the U.S. has been leading the rejectionist camp. Whatever the U.S. position may be, the media depict it as a yearning for diplomacy and peaceful means. Thus we read of the American effort to keep attention focused on diplomacy and sanctions, not the drums of war. 55. When in fact the effort is to block the diplomatic track, reject negotiations, and keep to force and coercion under an international cover if possible, otherwise alone. As in other cases, it is a point of logic, immune to fact, that Washington is seeking to resolve the problem peacefully, without the use of force. Several early openings for a diplomatic track have been mentioned: the August 12 Iraqi proposal concerning withdrawal from all occupied Arab lands, the August 19 proposal that the status of Kuwait be settled by the Arab states alone, the August 23 offer published by Newsday, and a similar offer, or perhaps the same one, that the Times kept under wraps at the same time, and the reported Jordanian and PLO proposals. Others continued to surface, receiving similar treatment. The business pages of the New York Times and Wall Street Journal reported a near panic of stock buying late in the day on December 4, after a British television report of an Iraqi offer to withdraw from Kuwait apart from the Rumaila oilfields, with no other conditions except Kuwaiti agreement to discuss a lease of the two Gulf islands after the withdrawal. Wire services carried the story, but not the news sections. News reports did, however, express uneasiness that proposed discussions with Iraq, actually, delivery of an ultimatum, according to the White House, might encourage some European partners to launch unhelpful peace feelers. 56. In late December, Iraq made another proposal, disclosed by U.S. officials on January 2, an offer to withdraw from Kuwait if the United States pledges not to attack as soldiers are pulled out, if foreign troops leave the region, and if there is an agreement on the Palestinian problem and on the banning of all weapons of mass destruction in the region. 57 officials described the offer as interesting because it dropped the border issues, and signals Iraqi interest in a negotiated settlement. A State Department Mideast expert described the proposal as a serious pre-negotiation position. The U.S. immediately dismissed the proposal, the report notes. It passed without mention in the national press, and was barely noted elsewhere. The New York Times did, however, report on the same day that Yasser Arafat, after consultations with Saddam Hussein, indicated that neither of them insisted that the Palestinian problem be solved before Iraqi troops get out of Kuwait. 58. According to Arafat, the report continues, Mr. Hussein's statement August 12, linking an Iraqi withdrawal to an Israeli withdrawal from the West Bank and Gaza Strip, was no longer operative as a negotiating demand. All that is necessary is a strong link to be guaranteed by the 5 permanent members of the Security Council that we have to solve all the problems in the Gulf, in the Middle East and especially the Palestinian cause. 2 weeks before the deadline for Iraqi withdrawal, then, it seemed that war might be avoided on these terms: Iraq would withdraw completely from Kuwait with a U.S. pledge not to attack withdrawing forces, foreign troops leave the region. The Security Council indicates a serious commitment to settle other major regional problems. Disputed border issues would be left for later consideration. The possibility was flatly rejected by Washington, and scarcely entered the media or public awareness. The U.S. and Britain maintained their commitment to force alone. The strength of that commitment was again exhibited when France made a last-minute effort to avoid war on January 14, proposing that the Security Council call for a rapid and massive withdrawal from Kuwait, along with a statement that Council members would bring their active contribution to a settlement of other problems of the region, in particular, of the Arab-Israeli conflict and in particular to the Palestinian problem, by convening, at an appropriate moment, an international conference to assure the security, stability, and development of this region of the world. The French proposal was supported by Belgium, a council member, and Germany, Spain, Italy, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, and several non-aligned nations. The US and Britain rejected it, along with the Soviet Union, irrelevantly. UN Ambassador Thomas Pickering stated that the proposal was unacceptable, because it went beyond previous UN resolutions on the Iraqi invasion. 59. The ambassador's statement was technically correct. The wording of the proposal is drawn from a different source, namely, a Security Council decision of December 20, adjoined to Resolution 681, which calls on Israel to observe the Geneva Conventions in the occupied territories. In that statement, the members of the Security Council called for an international conference, at an appropriate time, properly structured, to help achieve a negotiated settlement and lasting peace in the Arab-Israeli conflict. The statement was excluded from the resolution itself to prevent a U.S. veto, and left as a codicil. Note that there was no linkage to the Iraqi invasion, which was unmentioned. We cannot know whether the French initiative might have succeeded in averting war. The U.S. feared that it might, and therefore blocked it, in accord with its zealous opposition to any form of diplomacy, and, in this case, its equally strong opposition to an international conference. In this rejectionism, George Bush was joined by Saddam Hussein, who gave no public indication of any interest in the French proposal, though doing so might possibly have averted war. The unwavering U.S. position was expressed with great clarity by President Bush in the letter that he wrote to Saddam Hussein on January 5, which was rejected by Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz when it was presented to him by Secretary of State James Baker, on the grounds that its language was inappropriate for correspondence between heads of state. In this letter, Bush stated, "There can be no reward for aggression. Nor will there be any negotiation. Principle cannot be compromised." He merely informed Saddam Hussein that his choice was to capitulate without negotiation, or be crushed by force. 60 Diplomacy is not an option. One might fairly question how serious or promising these options were. To ignore them or dismiss them as baloney is to demand a resolution through the threat or use of military force, whatever the consequences, which could be horrendous. The significance and longer-term import of these facts should not be obscured. Given the current U.S. concern to ensure that Iraq's non-conventional weapons capacity be destroyed, it is worth recalling another rejected Iraqi offer. On April 12, 1990, Saddam Hussein, then still a friend and ally, offered to destroy his arsenal of chemical and other non-conventional weapons if Israel agreed to eliminate its chemical and nuclear weapons. Again in December, the Iraqi ambassador to France stated, Iraq would scrap chemical and mass destruction weapons if Israel was also prepared to do so, Reuters reported. Responding to the April offer, transmitted by a group of U.S. senators, the State Department said that it welcomed Iraq's willingness to destroy its arsenals but opposed the link to other issues or weapons systems. State Department spokesman Richard Boucher, 61 note that the other weapons systems are left unmentioned. The phrase Israeli nuclear weapons cannot be pronounced by any U.S. official, because acknowledgement of their existence would raise the question why all U.S. aid to Israel is not illegal under amendments to the Foreign Aid Act from the 1970s barring aid to any country engaged in clandestine nuclear weapons development. It is not the threat of mass destruction and the capacity to coerce that disturbs us, rather, it is important that it be wielded by the proper hands, ours or our clients. The general contours of a possible diplomatic settlement were evident by August, involving arrangements concerning Iraqi access to the Gulf, perhaps by lease of 2 uninhabited islands, a settlement of the dispute over the Ruma Isla oilfields, the opening of steps towards a regional security settlement, perhaps some mode for determination of public opinion within Kuwait. The U.S. adamantly opposed all such steps from the first moment, arguing that aggression cannot be rewarded, that linkage is in conflict with our high moral stand, and that we cannot enter into lengthy negotiations. Rather, Iraq must at once capitulate to the U.S. show of force, after which maybe Washington will permit discussion of other issues. The rejection of linkage derives from the unspeakable truth that the U.S. is opposed to a diplomatic settlement of all of the linked issues. In particular, it has long been opposed to an international conference on the Arab-Israel conflict, because such efforts could only lead to pressures to achieve the kind of peaceful diplomatic settlement that the U.S. has successfully barred by means of what is called the peace process in conventional ideology. In numerous similar cases, the U.S. has been quite happy to reward aggression, conduct lengthy negotiations, and pursue linkage, even putting aside those cases in which the criminal acts are approved. In the case of Namibia, for example, the UN condemned South Africa's occupation of the territory in the 1960s, followed by a World Court judgment calling for South Africa's exit. The US pursued quiet diplomacy and constructive engagement while South Africa looted and terrorized Namibia and used it as a base for its murderous attacks against its neighbors, on the estimated human and material cost, CP 239 below. Secretary of State George Shultz's peace plan for Lebanon in 1983 cheerfully rewarded the aggressors. The plan in effect established a Greater Israel, as the passionately pro-Israel New York Times conceded, while Syria was simply ordered to conform to the US-Israeli dictates, as, predictably, it refused to do. An extreme form of linkage. 62 Israel was also rewarded for its invasion of Egypt in 1956. U.S. clients or the master himself are not expected to slink away from aggression and terror without satisfaction of their needs and wants. The pattern is general, as Third World commentators commonly observe, with little effect on the well-disciplined Western political culture. It is entirely reasonable to take the position that Iraq should withdraw forthwith, unconditionally, with no linkage to anything, and that it should pay reparations and even be subjected to war crimes trials. That is a tenable position for people who uphold the principles that yield these conclusions. But as a point of logic, principles cannot be selectively upheld. As a point of fact, among those who publicly espouse the standard position, very few can claim to do so on grounds of principle, as the most elementary inquiry will quickly show. The rejection of linkage, accepted with striking unanimity by elite opinion, is particularly noteworthy in this case because it is combined with the demand that the security problems of the region must be settled as part of the Iraqi withdrawal. Now that Iraq has shown itself to be an enemy, not a reliable client as was supposed, it cannot be left with its ominous military capacities intact. But the long-term balance of power in the region requires that it remain as a barrier to Iran, as General Schwarzkopf indicated. And it is hardly realistic to expect the Arab world to observe passively while the major U.S. client in the region not only occupies Arab territory and subjects the population to harsh repression, but also expands its nuclear arsenals and other military advantages. Clearly, the questions of security and stability require consideration of regional issues, the dread linkage. Being opposed to diplomatic settlements generally, for reasons of its political weakness, the U.S., an educated opinion, must, however, oppose linkage on the grand principle that aggressors cannot be rewarded in this case. 3 days after reporting and justifying U.S. fears that others might be tempted by the diplomatic track, the Times editors, outraged that Saddam Hussein had surrounded foreign embassies with troops, denounced him for lashing out at diplomacy itself. 63 As noted earlier, this extreme defiance of international law impelled the Times editors to demand that Hussein be treated as a war criminal under the Nuremberg principles. The editors charged Hussein with such crimes as initiating a war of aggression in violation of international treaties, citing the invasion of Iran in 1980, the ill treatment of civilian populations in occupied territories, stripping people of their citizenship and abusing innocent civilians, and this new outrage against diplomats whose special status is protected by the Vienna Conventions. The charges are all accurate, and the Nuremberg principles do indeed apply. The worst crimes, by far, are from the period when the editors pretended not to see U.S. government support for its Iraqi friends. And one can think of some other countries that have recently been engaged in similar crimes, including one regularly hailed by the Times as the noble guardian of world order and human rights, and another that it praises as the very symbol of human decency, a society in which moral sensitivity is a principle of political life. 64 But the editors did not see fit to lead their readers through the byways of historical irrelevance. 8. Safeguarding our needs. By any standards, Saddam Hussein is a monstrous figure, surely in comparison to the minor criminal Manuel Noriega. But his villainy is not the reason for his assumption of the role of Great Satan in August 1990. It was apparent long before, and did not impede Washington's efforts to lend him aid and support. And few words need be wasted on our traditional commitment to resist aggression and uphold the rule of law. Hussein became a demon in the usual fashion, when it was finally understood, beyond any doubt, that his independent nationalism threatened U.S. interests. His record of hideous atrocities then became available for propaganda needs, but beyond that, it had essentially nothing to do with his sudden transition in August 1990 from cherished friend to new incarnation of Genghis Khan and Hitler. The military occupation of Kuwait, which, if successfully maintained, would make the Iraqi dictator a major player on the world scene, does not raise the threat of superpower confrontation and nuclear war, as did earlier conflicts in the region. That not insignificant fact reflects, of course, the collapse of the Soviet system, which leaves the US unchallenged in military force and under strong temptation to demonstrate the efficacy of the instrument that it alone wields. That strategic conception is by no means unchallenged, even in elite circles, where a conflict began to emerge within several months, along familiar lines. 65 The global strategy of world control through the threat or use of force runs into conflict with the goals of maintaining economic health and international business interests by now very serious problems, and hard to address without significant changes in social policy at home. The shape of the New World Order will depend, to no small degree, on which of these conceptions prevails. 7. The victors. According to the conventional picture, the US has won the Cold War. Righteousness has triumphed over evil with the victory of democracy, free market capitalism, justice, and human rights. As standard-bearer of the cause, the United States now leads the way to a new world order of peace, economic development, and cooperation among those who have seen the light. Virtually everyone except for some holdouts like Cuba, which still complains that the Third World isn't getting its due, and Saddam Hussein, despite our dedicated efforts to improve his behavior by the carrot rather than the stick, an error of judgment to be rectified by the sword of the righteous avenger. We have inquired into the validity of this picture from several points of view. Another natural approach is to have a look at the traditional domains of Western power and ask how their people fare at this historic moment, as they contemplate their side's victory in the Cold War conflict. We may ask how they are celebrating the triumph of liberal capitalism and democracy, as they evidently should be, if the standard version is to be taken seriously. 1. The fruits of victory, Central America. Few regions of the world have been so dominated by a great power as Central America, which emerged from its usual oblivion in the 1980s, moving to center stage as the traditional order faced an unexpected challenge with the growth of popular movements, inspired in part by the Church's new orientation towards a preferential option for the poor. After decades of brutal repression and the destructive impact of the U.S. aid programs of the 1960s, the ground was prepared for meaningful social change. The mood in Washington darkened further with the overthrow of the Somoza dictatorship. The reaction was vigorous and swift, violent repression, which decimated popular organizations. The ranks of the small guerrilla organizations swelled as state terror mounted. The guerrilla groups, the revolutionary groups, almost without exception began as associations of teachers, associations of labor unions, campesino unions, or parish organizations, with practical and reformist goals, ex-Ambassador Robert White testified before Congress in 1982. The same point was made by the assassinated Salvadoran Jesuit intellectual Father Ignacio Martin Barrow, among many others. 1. A decade later, the United States and its local allies could claim substantial success. The challenge to the traditional order was effectively contained. The misery of the vast majority had deepened, while the power of the military and the privileged sectors was enhanced behind a facade of democratic forms. Some 200,000 people had been killed. Countless others were maimed, tortured, disappeared, driven from their homes. The people, the communities, the environment were devastated, possibly beyond repair. It was truly a grand victory. Elite reaction is one of gratification and relief. For the first time, all 5 of the countries are led by presidents who were elected in contests widely considered free and fair. Washington Post Central America correspondent Lee Hochstadter reports from Guatemala City, expressing the general satisfaction over the victory of conservative politicians in elections which, we are to understand, took place on a level playing field with no use of force and no foreign influence. It is true, he continues, that conservative politicians in Central America traditionally represented the established order, defending the wealthy despite their country's grossly distorted income patterns. But the wave of democracy that has swept the region in recent years appears to be shifting politicians' priorities, so the bad old days are gone forever. Point 2. The student of American history and culture will recognize the familiar moves. Once again, we witness the miraculous change of course that occurs whenever some particularly brutal state excesses have been exposed. Hence all of history, and the reasons for its persistent character, may be dismissed as irrelevant, while we march forward, leading our flock to a new and better world. The Post-News report does not merely assert that the new conservatives are dedicated populists, unlike those whom the US used to support in the days of its naivete and inadvertent error, now thankfully behind us. It goes on to provide evidence for this central claim. The shift of priorities to a welcome populism is demonstrated by the outcome of the Conference of the Five Presidents in Antigua, Guatemala, just completed. The presidents, all committed to free market economics, have abandoned worthless goals of social reform, Hochstadter explains. Neither in the plan nor in the lengthier and more general Declaration of Antigua was there any mention of land reform or suggestion of new government social welfare programs to help the poor. Rather, they are adopting a trickle-down approach to aid the poor. The idea is to help the poor without threatening the basic power structure, a regional economist observes, contemplating these imaginative new ideas on how to pursue our vocation of serving the suffering masses. The headline reads, Central Americans to use trickle-down strategy in war on poverty, capturing the basic thrust of the news story and the assumptions that frame it. Aiding the poor is the highest priority of this new breed of populist conservatives, as it always has been for Washington and the political culture generally. What is newsworthy, and so promising, is the populism of the conservatives we support, and their ingenious and startlingly innovative approach to our traditional commitment to help the poor and suffering, a trickle-down strategy of enriching the wealthy, a preferential option for the rich, overcoming the errors of the Latin American bishops. One participant in the meeting is quoted as saying, "These past 10 years have been gruesome for poor people, they've taken a beating." Putting aside the conventions, one might observe that the political outcomes hailed as a triumph of democracy are in no small measure a tribute to the salutary efficacy of U.S. terror, and that the presidents who hold formal power, and their sponsors, might have had something other than a war on poverty in mind. There is also a history of trickle-down approaches to relieving poverty that might be explored. Such an inquiry might lead us to expect that the next 10 years will be no less gruesome for the poor. But that path is not pursued, here or elsewhere in the mainstream. While the 3-day conference of populist conservatives was taking place in Antigua, 33 tortured, bullet-riddled bodies were discovered in Guatemala. They did not disturb the celebration over the triumph of freedom and democracy, or even make the news. Nor did the rest of the 125 bodies, half with signs of torture, found throughout the country that month, according to the Guatemalan Human Rights Commission. The commission identified 79 as victims of extrajudicial execution by the security forces. Another 29 were kidnapped and 49 injured in kidnap attempts. The report comes to us from Mexico, where the commission is based, so that human rights workers can survive now that the U.S. has succeeded in establishing democracy in their homeland. Point 3. The UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, CEPAL, reports that the percentage of the Guatemalan population living in extreme poverty increased rapidly after the establishment of democracy in 1985, from 45% in that year to 76% in 1988. A study by the Nutritional Institute of Central America and Panama, INCAP, estimates that half the population live under conditions of extreme poverty, and that in rural areas, where the situation is worse, 13 out of every 100 children under 5 die of illnesses related to malnutrition. Other studies estimate that 20,000 Guatemalans die of hunger every year, that more than 1,000 children died of measles alone in the first 4 months of 1990, and that the majority of Guatemala's 4 million children receive no protection at all, not even for the most elemental rights. The communiqué of the January 1990 Conference of Guatemalan Bishops reviews the steady deterioration of the critical situation of the mass of the population, as the economic crisis has degenerated into a social crisis and human rights, even the right to dignity, do not exist for. Throughout the region, the desperate situation of the poor majority has become still more grave with the grand triumph of our values. 3 weeks before the Antigua Conference, in his homily marking the completion of President Alfredo Cristiani's first year in office, Archbishop Rivera y Damas of San Salvador deplored the policies of his administration, which have worsened the already desperate plight of the poor. The new conservative populist so admired in Washington and New York is working to maintain the system, the Archbishop said, favoring a market economy which is making the poor yet poorer. 5. In the neighboring countries, the situation is much the same. A few days after the encouraging Washington Post report on the Antigua meeting, an editorial in a leading Honduran journal appeared under the headline "Misery is increasing in Honduras because of the economic adjustment," referring to the new trickle-down strategy that the Post found so promising. Actually, the traditional strategy, its lethal features now more firmly entrenched. The main victims are the usual neglected groups: children, women, and the aged, according to the conclusions of an academic seminar on social policy in the context of crisis, confirmed by the Catholic Church, the unions, several political parties, and noted economists and statisticians of the country. 2/3 of the population live below the poverty line, over half of these below the level of dire need. Unemployment, undernourishment, and severe malnutrition are increasing. 6. The Pan American Health Organization estimates that of 850,000 children born every year in Central America, 100,000 will die before the age of 5, and 2/3 of those who survive will suffer from malnutrition, with attendant physical or mental development problems. The Inter-American Development Bank reports that per capita income has fallen to the level of 1971 in Guatemala, 1961 in El Salvador, 1973 in Honduras, 1960 in Nicaragua, 1974 in Costa Rica, and 1982 in Panama. 7. Nicaragua was an exception to this trend of increasing misery, but the U.S. terrorist attack and economic warfare succeeded in reversing earlier gains. Nevertheless, infant mortality halved over the decade, from 128 to 62 deaths per thousand births. Such a reduction is exceptional on the international level, a UNICEF official said, especially when the country's war-ravaged economy is taken into account. 8. Studies by CEPAL, the World Health Organization, and others cast dramatic light on the situation, Mexico's leading daily reports. They reveal that 15 million Central Americans, almost 60% of the population, live in poverty, of whom 9.7 million live in extreme poverty. Severe malnutrition is rampant among children. 75% of the peasants in Guatemala, 60% in El Salvador, 40% in Nicaragua, and 35% in Honduras lack health care. To make matters worse, Washington has applied stunning quotas on sugar, beef, cocoa, cheese, textiles, and limestone, as well as compensation laws and anti-dumping policies in cement, flours, and operations of cellulose and glass. The European Community and Japan have followed suit, also imposing harmful protectionist measures. 9. The environment shares the fate of those who people it. Deforestation, soil erosion, pesticide poisoning, and other forms of environmental destruction, increasing through the victorious 1980s, are traceable in large measure to the development model imposed upon the region and U.S. militarization of it in recent years. Intense exploitation of resources by agribusiness and export-oriented production have enriched wealthy sectors and their foreign sponsors, and led to statistical growth, with a devastating impact on the land and the people. In El Salvador, large areas have become virtual wastelands as the military has sought to undermine the guerrillas' peasant base by extensive bombardment, and by forest and crop destruction. There have been occasional efforts to stem the ongoing catastrophe. Like the Arbenz government overthrown in the CIA-run coup that restored the military regime in Guatemala, the Sandinistas initiated environmental reforms and protections. These were desperately needed, both in the countryside and near Managua, where industrial plants had been permitted to dump waste freely. The most notorious case was the U.S. Penwald Corporation, which poured mercury into Lake Managua until 1981.10. The foreign-imposed development model has emphasized non-traditional exports in recent years. Under the free market conditions approved for defenseless third-world countries, the search for survival and gain will naturally lead to products that maximize profit, whatever the consequences. Coca production has soared in the Andes and elsewhere for this reason, but there are other examples as well. After the discovery of clandestine human farms and fattening houses for children in Honduras and Guatemala, Dr. Luis Gennaro Morales, president of the Guatemalan Pediatric Association, said that child trafficking is becoming one of the principal non-traditional export products, generating $20 million of business a year. The International Human Rights Federation, after an inquiry in Guatemala, gave a more conservative estimate, reporting that about 300 children are kidnapped every year, taken to secret nurseries, then sold for adoption at about $10,000 per child. The IHRF investigators could not confirm reports that babies' organs were being sold to foreign buyers. This macabre belief is widely held in the region, however, indicative of the general mood, though hardly credible. The Honduran journal El Tiempo reported that the Paraguayan police rescued 7 Brazilian babies from a gang that intended to sacrifice them to organ banks in the United States, according to a charge in the courts. Brazil's Justice Ministry ordered federal police to investigate allegations that adopted children are being used for organ transplants in Europe, a practice known to exist in Mexico and Thailand, the London Guardian reports, adding that handicapped children are said to be preferred for transplant operations and reviewing the process by which children are allegedly kidnapped, disappeared, or given up by impoverished mothers, then adopted or used for transplants. Tiempo reported shortly after that an appeals judge in Honduras ordered a meticulous investigation into the sale of Honduran children for the purpose of using their organs for transplant operations. A year earlier, the Secretary General of the National Council of Social Services, which is in charge of adoptions, had reported that Honduran children were being sold to the body traffic industry for organ transplant. 11. A resolution of the European Parliament on the trafficking of Central American children alleged that near a human farm in San Pedro Sula, Honduras, infant corpses were found that had been stripped of one or a number of organs. At another human farm in Guatemala, babies ranging from 11 days old to 4 months old had been found. The director of the farm, at the time of his arrest, declared that the children were sold to American or Israeli families whose children needed organ transplants at the cost of $75,000 per child. The resolution continues, expressing its horror in the light of the facts and calling for investigation and preventive measures. 12. As the region sinks into further misery, these reports continue to appear. In July 1990, a right-wing Honduran daily, under the headline "Loathsome Sale of Human Flesh," reported that police in El Salvador had discovered a group, headed by a lawyer, that was buying children to resell in the United States. An estimated 20,000 children disappear every year in Mexico, the report continues, destined for this end or for use in criminal activities such as transport of drugs inside their bodies. The most gory fact, however, is that many little ones are used for transplant of organs to children in the U.S., which, it is suggested, may account for the fact that the highest rate of kidnapping of children from infants to 18-year-olds is in the Mexican regions bordering on the United States. 13. The one exception to the Central America horror story has been Costa Rica, set on a course of state-guided development by the José Figueres coup of 1948, with social democratic welfare measures combined with harsh repression of labor, and virtual elimination of the armed forces. The U.S. has always kept a wary eye on this deviation from the regional standards, despite the suppression of labor and the favorable conditions for foreign investors. In the 1980s, U.S. pressures to dismantle the social democratic features and restore the army elicited bitter complaints from Figueres and others who shared his commitments. While Costa Rica continues to stand apart from the region in political and economic development, the signs of what the Guatemalan Central America Report calls the Central Americanization of Costa Rica are unmistakable. 14. Under the pressure of a huge debt, Costa Rica has been compelled to follow the IMF model of free market capitalism designed for the Third World, with austerity for the poor, cutback in social programs, and benefits for domestic and foreign investors. The results are coming in. By statistical measures, the economy is relatively strong. But more than 25% of the population, 715,000 people, live in poverty, 100,000 in extreme poverty, according to a study published by the ultra-right journal La Nación, one feature of Costa Rican democracy being a monopoly of the Spanish-language media by extreme right sectors of the business community. A study by the Gallup office in Costa Rica published in Prensa Libre gives even higher figures, concluding, approximately 1 million people cannot afford a minimum diet, nor pay for clothing, education, or health care. 15. The neoliberal economic policies of the 1980s increased social discontent and labor tensions, Excelsior reports, evoking an intense attack by unionists, popular organizations, and others against the Arias administration, which implemented these measures in conformity with U.S. demands and the priorities of privileged sectors. Church sources report that the belt-tightening measures of the 1980s, which included the elimination of subsidies, low-interest credit, price supports and government assistance programs, have driven many campesinos and small farmers off their land, leading to many protests. The Bishop of Limón issued a pastoral letter deploring the social deterioration and worsening of the problems to which banana workers, in great majority immigrants from rural settings where they were property owners, have been subject. He also deplored the harsh labor code and government policies that enabled the growers to purge union leaders and otherwise undermine workers' rights, and the deforestation and pollution the companies have caused, with government support. 16. Environmental degradation is serious here as well, including rapid deforestation and sedimentation that has severely affected virtually every major hydroelectric project. Environmental studies reveal that 42% of Costa Rica's soil shows signs of severe erosion. Topsoil is Costa Rica's largest export, the Vice Minister of Natural Resources commented. Expanding production for export and logging has destroyed forests, particularly the cattle boom of the 1960s and 1970s promoted by the government, international banks and corporations, and the U.S. aid program, which also undermined food production for domestic needs, as elsewhere in Central America. Environmentalists blame government and business for ecological illiteracy, more accurately, pursuit of profit without regard for externalities, as prescribed in the capitalist model. 17. Submissiveness to these demands has yet to meet the exacting standards of the international guardians of business rights. The IMF suspended assistance to Costa Rica in February 1990, canceling credits. U.S. aid is also falling, now that there is no longer any need to buy Costa Rica's cooperation in the anti-Sandinista jihad. 18. Economic constraints and foreign pressures have narrowed the political system in the approved manner. In the 1990 elections, the two candidates had virtually identical, pro-business, programs, and were highly supportive of U.S. policies in the region. The Central Americanization of Costa Rica is also revealed by the increasing repression through the 1980s. From 1985, the Costa Rican Human Rights Commission, CODHU, reported torture, arbitrary arrest, harassment of campesinos and workers, and other abuses by the security forces, including a dramatic rise in illegal detentions and arrests. It links the growing wave of abuses to the militarization of the police and security forces, some of whom have been trained in U.S. and Taiwanese military schools.